Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku becomes next Iron Man and fell for May? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Iron Man Izuku by AnimeEagleScout. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Hey, you owe us an explanation about a quirkless person in the hero course. The reporter said, being carried out by All Might. I owe you nothing. All Might said, you broke in here looking for a reason to gain views. This is a school. Where were you the last 6 months? The reporter asked as she was dropped in the group of other bloodsuckers. Preparing to be a teacher to the next generation of heroes. All Might said, I'm gonna say this. I'm done whoring myself out for merchandise. It's time I go back to being a fucking hero. Effective immediately, All Might merchandise is no longer being produced. My contract is due to be renewed and I'm terminating it. You can't do that to your fans. One shouted. I'm a goddamn hero. I've spent the last 10 years letting interviews and sponsorships get in the way of what got me to #1. All Might said. Meanwhile, Izuku, in full armor, Nezu, Powerloader and Vlad King were looking over the hole in the wall. What's this maggot doing here? Vlad said. Someone with the equipment that can figure this out. Nezu said, snapping on a pair of gloves. There's no way the reporter got in alone. Evening, gentlemen. A dog-faced man in a suit said, approaching. Kenji Suragame, chief of police, he said, introducing himself to Izuku. Iron Man. Izuku said. Rookie's getting ahead of himself, Vlad said. Calm your roll, King. Nezu said. Izuku, what have you got? Look at these edges. Izuku said, same temperature as the rest. Chemical? Kenji asked. No, air scanner isn't picking up anything. Izuku said, stepping through the hole. Look at the shape of the hole. This was a hit and run. Quirk? Kenji asked. I'd say some kind decomposition quirk. Izuku said. This isn't matter manipulation, too sloppy. Izuku looked around outside the school and spotted a camera. Jackpot. If you can get the owner of that building to hand over the video, we can get an idea of who did this, Izuku said. Good observation. Kenji said. Nezu, anything on security? Follow me. Nezu said. You may return to class. Hey kid. Kenji said. Are you really quirkless? I'm not violating any law, officer. Izuku said. Know anything about that satellite launched last month? Kenji asked. Project with an associate. Izuku said. Yeah, a tactical satellite built out of scrap with the walking safety hazard formality known as Mei Hatsume. Powerloader said. She's blown up 3 projects already. And how many has she made? Izuku asked. 30, Powerloader said. Izuku, I need to stay in contact with you about this, Kenji said, gesturing to the armor, handing him a card which Izuku gave his. I don't make weapons or support gear. Izuku said. I know how my gear works and don't let it get into the heads of anyone. I'll make any. Noted. Next morning, quirkless hero student. The works appeared. Yes, Japan, we have a quirkless in the hero course. The reporter said. Is this the decline of the quality of our hero system? Now let's slow down a minute. We haven't even met this student. Let's keep an open mind on the actual capabilities of this individual. Daikaku Miyagi said. Oh please. I give this loser a week before they're crying and running home to mommy, Katie said. Here to discuss recent discovery is Mount Lady. Daikaku said. Good morning, Mount Lady. Hey. You said, waving. Great to have you here. That's an interesting jacket you have. Katie said. What is it? Oh, it's an Attack on Titan jacket. You said, turning around. Someone recommended the show and after watching every episode one just had to get one. Oh, so you're one of those types. Katie said. Back on topic. Daikaku said. What are your thoughts on how a quirkless person into the hero course? Honestly, I don't know how. You said. I mean, the robots in entrance exam aren't exactly easy and the teachers are definitely not gonna go easy on him. So what are your thoughts? Katie asked. This is clearly a charity case. You thought. I mean. I had a teacher in 3rd year that had a quirk that shuts down other quirks. He's basically quirkless after his quirk is used, but he's kind of a ninja. So this could be a form of favoritism? Katie asked. Well, the guy literally booted his entire class last year cause they didn't have the what it takes. He's a real hard ass, so I don't think he actually has a favorite. Yu said, scratching her cheek with a finger. If I'm being honest, he'd probably be kicked day one if he didn't show something. Well, we're out of time. Next up is Ted with the weather, Katie said. Teacher's lounge. All might hit the power button and put a hand on his side. The ability to take a full breath without agony has been something Toshi couldn't give enough thanks to Midoriya for. Young Midoriya, you've given me the rest of my lifetime. Something I had given up on. Yagi thought, munching on his breakfast. A year if you're lucky, they said. You turned a slow hell into a walk through heaven. Toshi had honestly been worried the last year was a dream. He worried he'd wake up in bed choking on his own spit with half a respiratory system and tears in his eyes. The Iron Liberty suit had raised his fears. Not only was he still gonna be a hero without his quirk, but he was teaching the next generation of heroes. It was a dream come true. All Might hadn't taken the suit for a true run yet. Midoriya had given him a hard drive full of lessons on piloting it, and his first suit up was proof this was a viable replacement for his quirk. He could still smell the smoke and feel the crawling in his skin. As he could feel it in his skin, he felt alive again. Toshi checked through his lesson plan. Even in teaching, Midoriya had some good advice. Talk about stuff you know. Stuff worth actually learning from you. Toshi had every note he could on his hands when he first started that lesson. He had been offered this job years ago, but he was just too busy. Endeavor. A quirkless hero? Endeavor shouted. This has to be a joke. Endeavor didn't really care about the quirkless. It was when they tried to stand where he did was when he got pissed. He had to find out who this was. He needed a pulse on this mistake. He's in my school. He's in the same building as my daughter, Endeavor thought as he sent a message to Nezu. He had been blocked from walking into UA since his second-born son got in. Powerloader? Why did he have to be a hero? Powerloader thought as he was watching Mei fix another invention. Midoriya was the only topic Mei spoke about when her babies weren't center stage. If the Iron Man suit was Midoriya's own doing, then Powerloader really wished Daddy was here to make it a nuclear family. Nezu had sent him the parts order for his new plane. An out-of-pocket purchase, but the parts were cheaper through the school's building program. I turned to see the door open. Hey, I'm here to see Mei Hatsume. A blonde girl said, walking in. I'm over here. I completely forgot your name, Mei said. It's Katsumi Bakugo, you damn extra, Bakugo shouted. Deku gave me your card. Said you weren't completely shit. Wait, Izuku Midoriya gave you a card? Powerloader asked. Yeah, he called my gauntlets a shitty designs, she said, crossing her arms. And when exactly did he say this? Powerloader asked. After walking off a full head on blast from one, she said, looking away. Let's begin with the goals. Powerloader said. Mei, remember the steps of making support gear. Fine. Mei said, reaching for a notebook and flipping to a blank page. I am required to ask the following questions. What is your quirk and how does it work? Explosion. I sweat nitroglycerin out my hands and feet, Katsumi said. Why are you here? Mei said. I'm already told you, you damn. It's routine. Powerloader said. I really wish I didn't have to. Mei said, rolling her eyes. So boring. So much wasted time on talk. Thank you. Katsumi said, agreeing. Are you here for a full costume redesign or just modification? Mei said. A modification. Katsumi said. Whatever you can do before the USJ trip. Okay, let me see the current item. Mei said. Katsumi handed her the gauntlets and she looked at them. Single shot, terrible weight distribution. One crack in the fluid tank could blow your arm off. The goggles on her face started glowing and she seemed to be looking at something. Okay, your new gauntlets will be ready in a week, Mei said. That quick? Katsumi asked. For now we'll modify your current pair and get something to help with the weight problem. Powerloader said, typing on his computer. I'm glad you're here. A lot of students wait till the internships to get any work done. A machine was turned on and the gauntlets were cut in half and 3D printed into a new form. Good enough for now. Powerloader said, try M on. Katsumi slipped M on and tested her hands. You have 4 shots each gauntlet or 2 super shots if you put the 2 together, Mei said. How do you know Deku? Exactly, Katsumi asked. Oh, I met him at the hardware store. Mei said. Katsumi had not been the top of her game recently. Deku just. He was something. The fact his face got blasted off and put itself together was just. You don't just shrug off seeing a skull heated to glowing being quenched with flesh rapidly putting itself together. Katsumi's head, so tired. Devil said face down. Man, I have so much energy. Angel said, actually dancing around. Unknown to both of them, Izuku's pillow had a feature called Morning Whisper that basically slowly woke you up instead of an alarm clock. Katsumi hadn't been yanked out of bed in almost a week, so she had nothing to trigger her anger in the mornings. Factor in the scent of the pillow had triggered an instinct from when the two napped together as kids. The devil had no way to actually fire up the console outside of training. And unfortunately, Deku had always been up to something on their off time. The second I get the energy, I'm kicking your ass, bitch, Devil yawned. Bus Izuku and Momo had discussed the seating and just decided fuck it and go first come first serve. I usually say whatever's on my mind, ribbit. Tsuyu Asui said. You're definitely surprising Midoriya. Really? I thought I'm quite plain looking, Izuku said, smirking, and a brunette blushed. I mean, you're really good at improved quirks, ribbit. Sue said. You were able to help Ochako like it was nothing. Want to give any advice for the rest of us, ribbit? Izuku pulled a notebook with an anarchy symbol on it, and written in English was, Anarchist Quirk Book V1. Aizawa looked at Midoriya and said, Problem child, what is that? My life's work. Izuku said, holding it up, 14 years in the making of every note and theory on heroes I've ever made. Ladies and gentlemen. The Anarchist Quirk Book. Aizawa just went back to only listening. Okay. First let's go off just a few observations. Izuku said. Iida, your quirk is in your calf, right? Like it's specifically your calf that causes the motion, not your feet? Yes, it is just like my brother's quirk and our father's. Iida said. I will welcome any advice you can give. A pair of roller skates would cut down on the friction a standard pair of shoes would gain from your running, Izuku said. I don't know how to skate, Iida said, bowing his head in shame. I can teach you, Mina said. Okay, one down, Izuku said. Sato, does the kind of sugar affect you? Like, does multi-purpose sugar have a different effect than, say, granulated sugar? Sato started rubbing his chin. I never really stopped to think about that. I always just use the kind I can get in bulk. Requires further data. Izuku wrote down, Toru, if you take off a piece of your hair, does it stay invisible? Toru plucked off a hair and her glove was positioned as if holding something, but nothing seemed to be in it. Izuku took it and pulled out a material holder from his hip. I'll study this later. If you can find someone with a quirk that can make someone grow hair, you could make an entire suit out of yours. I don't know off the top of my head if any heroes have that quirk, but if you look, I'm sure some hairdresser had it and uses it illegally. Toru pulled out her phone looking for hairdressers. Kiroshima, your quirk is affected by muscle mass, correct? Izuku asked. Yeah. Kiroshima said, flexing his arm. You mind if I test something real quirk? Izuku asked. What are you gonna do? Kiroshima asked. Izuku removed the arm plates and retracted the arm of the suit. I'm gonna break your jaw, Izuku said, cracking his knuckles. Kiroshima grinned and activated his quirk full body. Bring it, Kiroshima said. Aizawa was about to step in, but Izuku had already reeled back. Izuku twisted his body, spun his arm and clenched his fist at the final moment before he had hit Kiroshima on the side of his jaw. The sound of a sickening crack had scared the passengers. Izuku pulled back his hand. Bruises formed on his knuckles and he shook off his hand. Nice try, Deku. Katsumi had turned to see Kiroshima's face. An indent on the jaw, a gap in the pointed teeth. Izuku reached into his hand and out came a tooth. What the hell is this fucker made of? Aizawa thought as Izuku examined the tooth, right tungsten foam. Dude. That was so manly. Kiroshima muttered out as his body softened and the dent was reduced to a bruise. Another container was pulled out and Izuku put the tooth in it. You collect a lot of samples, ribbit, Tsuyu said. I study quirks. Izuku said, you can learn a lot from something as small as a single hair or drop of blood. What could a single drop of blood do? Tokiyami asked. Kill a god. Izuku said, eyes going glazed. Dark shadow ducked behind Tokiyami. Dare I ask? Aizawa asked. All it takes is a single drop of blood to reduce any god to nothing. Izuku said, staring off into the distance. If it can bleed, it can die. A single drop says. No matter how strong, how fast, or how durable you are, as long as there are people willing to fight. To fight back. To put it on the line. Then everyone who would believe you're a god will stop believing in you. And no, they already won. The bus stopped before anyone could respond. Izuku looked around the building just as in awe as his classmates. Oh my god, it's 13. Ochako squealing had turned his attention. Name. Space Hero number. 13. Age. 28. Quirk. Black hole. Jesus, I could make a fortune if I could get her naked for 10 minutes. Izuku said, getting looks from everyone. Hi everyone, I'm Space Hero number 13, or just 13. She said. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. USJ. The class said in unison. Midoriya's an astronaut. Ochako blurted out. Izuku turned his head and saw that face. The face of a fangirl. He couldn't be mad, not for this. Now a few wait, really? 13 asked. You've been to space. Spent a week in orbit right before the entrance exam. Izuku said, crossing his arms. Okay, we'll talk about that later. I can't wait to show you what's inside, 13 said. This is gonna be awesome. Kiroshima said suddenly. He was surrounded by armaments. 13 said as she saw multiple students aiming something at the red-haired student. What's going on? We're his students, Izuku said, nodding to Aizawa. Understandable response. 13 said, bowing in apology. Let's begin. They walked into the central plaza and 13 told them about the different zones. Izuku looked around and was making notes when a notification on his HUD. System disconnected from cloud. Izuku blinked and looked around. I created this facility too. Hey, does anyone have any signal? Izuku interrupted. Midoriya. Aizawa started. The repeaters are all new, you should have full coverage. 13 said, pulling out her phone. No bars. Hey, I had full bars before we came in. Denki said. Izuku looked around. A black and purple portal opened and Izuku reacted by firing a shot into it. Hey, I'm trying to make an entrance, jerk. A raspy voice shouted. A fake villain attack, one of the students asked. Real villains. 13 said, getting between the students and the portal. Number 13, your quirk has served you as a rescue hero. Another voice said, but that just means you haven't seen much combat. A figure walked out the portal and Izuku fired off a repulsor blast. I see only 2 heroes here, 13 and Eraserhead. The black figure said as another tried to exit the portal. Izuku fired another blast and a groan of pain from the other side of the portal. Quit spawn camping, jerk, the voice shouted. Stay in your lobby, noob. Izuku shouted back. The portal closed and reopened facing away, but Izuku just shouted, tank missile. A shriek and the portal disappeared with the person inside. Just stay there for now, Shigaraki. The figure said. I guess I'm AFK for now. The voice said. Where is All Might anyway? Another interview. Aizawa asked. Actually, he's currently dealing with a bus dangling off a bridge. 13 said. Mount Lady took over, so he should be here soon. Aizawa rolled his eyes and turned to the figure. It appears one of you children are a little more on his toes. The figure said. Before we begin today's slaughter, how about some introductions? No thanks, Izuku said. I'd rather just break your spine. Well, in any case, I'm Kurogiri and we're here to kill All Might. Kurogiri said. Yeah, I figured that when the service cut out and the lights started flickering. Izuku said, waving his finger in a circle as the lights cut out. You aren't original, it's a common tactic. Let me guess, you've got what, 20-30 people wanting to kill us. Okay, you know you're really taking the fun out of this. Kurogiri said. A portal appeared under Izuku, which he just spread his legs. The portal expanded and Izuku floated up. I can fly, jackass. While that was happening, Aizawa had been sneaking behind the villain. Aizawa had pounced and had caught Kurogiri in his capture scarf. The villain's body sucked him in and threw him at 13. Enough of this, Kurogiri shouted as he formed a portal under the students, sending them around the USJ. A massive one appeared under the water fountain and dropped it on Izuku, so he got sent with the other students. Finally, Kurogiri said, rubbing his face. Damn, that guy was. A beeping came from the closing portal and Kurogiri had opened a portal to move it, but a burst of biocable had gotten all over him along with 13. Ew. 13 shouted. Kurogiri tried to portal, but 13 was using her quirk in such a close proximity prevented any more portals at the moment. Remind me to buy a crate of this shit later, Aizawa said as he was trying to get his comm working. What is this? Kurogiri shouted. The fuck if I know, Aizawa said, kicking him. Elsewhere, Izuku was underwater, pinned under a damn fountain. He turned and saw Tsuyu helping lift it while Mineta was cowering under the two actually lifting it. Izuku pulled out an inhaler-shaped object and handed it to Mineta. The pop-off quirk wielder had taken a puff and held a thump up that he had enough air. He offered it to Tsuyu, which she declined. Javis, Orca mode, Izuku said. Su on 3, dig your heels in and push. Tsuyu nodded and adjusted herself. Her feet sticking to the ground, and Izuku had to adjust himself and slipped a bit on the water's floor. 3, 2, 1, push, Izuku said. The fountain had been thrown up and lasered in half. Izuku turned to see villain approaching. Mineta screamed, causing bubbles to leave his mouth. Izuku raised his hand and before he fired off a shot, Su kicked the villain. Tsuyu had grabbed Mineta and both of them breached the surface. For a frog, you got some nice titties. Mineta leaned of Tsuyu, perfect floaties. Tsuyu threw him onto the ship and Izuku floated up while Tsuyu climbed up. Izuku made a whale noise which causes the two to cover their ears. Sorry, Izuku said, switching back to air talk. That's a neat trick, Midoriya. Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Well, I'm having a fun time, Izuku said. Midoriya, this isn't a good time for jokes, Tsuyu said. I'm not, Izuku said. I said it day one, Su. I've been swimming with sharks all my life. We just need to think our way out. Can't we just wait for All Might? Mineta asked. There are bad guys surrounding us and when All Might shows up he'll save all of us. The comms are down, Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Who knows how long he'll take, and if the villains get us before he can get here we're doomed anyway. Mineta started freaking out. Dude, close your eyes, think about Midnight's tits and count to 10. Izuku said. Mineta did while Izuku was checking everything he brought today. 9 titties. 10 titties. Mineta opened his eyes. Hey, I'm surprisingly calm. Now that we have a level head here, let's figure out a way out. Izuku said. What are your quirks? Frog. I have the powers of a frog. Tsuyu said. I can also spit poison from my stomach. Mineta pulled off one of his hair and stuck it to the boat. I can do that. Izuku was feeling his skin crawl. Su, how high can you jump? High, Tsuyu said. Come on, Tin Man, help us. Mineta said. I don't wanna die. Shut up or you're gonna have to, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. Su, can you crawl across glass? Izuku asked. Sorta, Su said. If we can get you on the roof you could escape with Mineta. Izuku said. We aren't leaving you alone, Tsuyu said. We're heroes, Ribbit. Izuku looked between the two and said, wait. Su, why are you here? I'm in your class, Tsuyu said flatly. No, I mean who puts a frog in water? Izuku said. They don't know what we're packing. Right, Ribbit, Su said. They only knew we'd be here, not what our quirks do. Okay, here's the plan, Izuku said. Meanwhile, Shoto had froze the group of villains in place. You guys are pathetic, attacking students, Shoto said. Aizawa saw Shoji and Iida run up. We escaped the villains. I can't get a signal, Aizawa said. It's probably a quirk doing this. I've been erasing quirks but nothing brought the comms back. A shattering of glass drew the attention as an object broke through the dome. From that direction was a boat covered in villains glued with web and pop balls to it was thrown right at the now free Kurogiri. Hey asshole, here's you left this shit in the pool, Izuku shouted, landing as the boat had actually hit the guy. Did you think your stupid distraction would be enough for you to hit me with a boat? Kurogiri asked. What distraction? Izuku asked. The window break, Kurogiri shouted. That was my phone, Izuku said flatly. Why would? The sound of a bang had shattered the rest of the windows and from the broken dome came All Might. Single jammer have a specific range. Just had to get out of range for a quick text, Izuku said. You wanted me, villain, well here I am, All Might shouted. Finally All Might's here. We're saved, Mineta said. A portal opened and this time a creature was dropped out. And you didn't bring the suit, did you? Izuku asked. All Might didn't take his eyes off the monster. Students and villains had started arriving. Welp, plus ultra, Izuku said. All Might took off his tie and cracked his knuckles. Eraser. That thing's face. This has a kinetic quirk. Izuku said. Any blunt attacks aren't gonna work if you don't keep this thing in a timeout. Aizawa nodded and put in his drops. With his eyes closed he said, handle the big guy. The rest of these assholes are mine. Aizawa said. Izuku handed him something. Long press and throw. Aizawa grinned and ran forward. Izuku and All Might started unloading everything they could into the monster while Aizawa was weaving through the crowd. Katsumi. After dealing with the villains in the collapse zone, she flew to the central plaza to see All Might and Deku hitting some kind of monster. Cat, you wanna jump in here? Izuku shouted, firing another repulsor. Fuck yeah, Katsumi shouted, running up and drop kicking it in the side of its face. Aizawa. The fight was going well until I got sent flying towards the Nomu. It grabbed my head and I got slammed into the ground. All Might. Eraserhead. All Might shouted as the thing started healing. He rushed forward and was sent flying with a backhand. Katsumi, remember what I said about heat? Izuku said. Katsumi grinned and combined her gauntlets. Guys, it can't heal if it can't breath. Izuku shouted. Shoko might wanna step in here. Shoko nodded and a cone of ice formed around its head as Katsumi's super attack carved into its chest. Present Mike was walking down the hall when a red, white and blue armored suit had captured him. Hey, what's going on? She shouted as the suit burst through the window and sped off. Just as this happened, the alarm was sounding in all the teachers' comms. USJ, get back, All Might shouted. A broken broom handle came flying into its chest from the side, piercing both lungs and its heart. Hurts, doesn't it? All Might shouted, limping over. The struggle. The feeling of having an anchor on your chest and every breath is like knives. All Might twisted his leg and the extremis was doing its job. Air gets as addictive as crack, All Might said, twisting his shoulder back into place. It's a slow hell I wouldn't wish on another being. All Might said, 3 shards of glass duct taped to his fist. But for attacking my students. All Might had broken into a sprint and jumped. United States of Smash. All Might shouted as he had slammed down on the exposed brain. Everyone watched it splatter into chunks. Kurogiri blinked, portaled out, and the voice from the portal said, send in the other one. Another Nomu dropped in and a hand flipped them off before the portal opened. Crap, Deku, start thinking, Katsumi shouted, grabbing his shirt. Kinetic absorption, healing factor, super strength. Izuku's muttered. Young Midoriya, All Might said, let me think. Izuku said, damn, the one time I wish Goldilocks was here. May I could. Izuku suddenly held his hand out. Save my ass, you damn hammer. Think. 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 Mina whispered in his ear. What are you doing? Ochako asked. Anyone see that show Jimmy Neutron? Mina asked. Maybe he'll get a brain blast. Please tell me you have something in that suit that can help us. 13 said. This thing makes All Might's punches as weak as me and regenerates everything. We actually heard it. Mineta shouted, clutching Sue. Comfort me, frog titties. No, Sue said, pushing him underwater again. Wait. It absorbs kinetic energy. Izuku shouted. Yes, we understand that. Katsumi shouted. I left my sound cannon at home. Izuku shouted. And you don't have the glasses I gave you, do you? Turning to All Might. No, All Might said. If we can hit it with enough sound, the vibration will build and physically rip it apart at the atomic level. Midoriya said. The united applauds wouldn't work. And how long can you hold a Houston howl? As long as I can. All Might said. Yaoyorozu, I'm gonna need some breath spray. Momo made a bottle and All Might used it. Get behind me and cover your ears. Momo had started throwing out earplugs, but Izuku declined. Houston hool, All Might said as a wave of sound came out his mouth. The beast was unable to move but didn't seem as affected by the attack. You don't anything in that suit to take this thing down. Katsumi shouted. It was either the zero cannon, the flamethrower, or the sound gun. Which one was more useful in a rescue situation? Izuku shouted. You made the right choice. 13 said, any other time that would have been more helpful. Wait, do you have the blueprints? Momo asked. Izuku asked for a expo marker and told Katsumi to turn around. Here, Izuku said as he finished the blueprints. Pull something out your ass, ponytail. Katsumi shouted as Momo read the blueprints on her back. Momo aimed it at the Nomu and before activating it the window broke again as something busted in. Another suit. And present Mike. What the problem? Mike asked looking around. Oh, there it is. We need to kill it with sound. Izuku said. Solid. Present Mike said before turning back to the Nomu. Make some Nuia C. Present Mike activated his quirk. The suit jumped onto All Might, right arm. Izuku shouted. The three concentrated fire on it and its skin started to boil. This is it, Izuku said. Its entire body popped like a zit. Blood and gore covering the area. I think we got it. All Might said. The class cheered but Izuku raised his arm and pointed. The goo from both seemed to congealed into an even bigger one. God damn it. Hey boys, a voice said. From the broken ceiling came another armor, this time holding 3 people on it. Midnight, power loader, Principal Nezu. The students shouted. How many suits did you make, Midoriya? Iida asked. Technically only 2. That one's all her. Izuku whispered back. Who the fuck is that? Katsumi shouted. The faceplate opened. Hatsumi Hero Delivery Service. Pinky. Katsumi said. Deku built her an Iron Man suit. Miss Hatsume was the quickest method to get here. Nezu said. What have we got? Kinetic absorption, healing, super strength, and it just reassembled from a puddle. Izuku said. Our most useful tactics was sound. Nezu looked around and said. Well, I can see we have all the requirements to properly destroy this. I'm gonna pour myself some tea. Is he not gonna help us? This seems like a useful time to prove their vote for you a valid one. Nezu said. Remember what I told you, human. Izuku looked around and grinned. Get me a Mountain Dew Chimera and a hot chocolate for the lady. Nezu nodded and walked off. I have a plan. Anyone got a problem hearing it? Izuku asked. Nope. The collective shout said. May, is that vapor compressor working yet? Izuku asked. Finished it yesterday. May said, holding up her arm. Midnight, we need that thing under anesthetic. It heals too fast to get knocked out properly, but we need everything we can. Izuku said. Feed May some ammo and let her crop dust this thing. Yes, Daddy. May and Midnight said. Midnight got on May's back and they flew overhead. Mike, Might and Momo concentrate on the sound. When it looks ready to pop, kill the noise. Izuku said. On it. Mina, when the sound goes down, liquefy it. Izuku said. Shoko, freeze the leftovers. You got it. Let's get it. Izuku shouted. Get ready for a remix. Mike started the assault. Momo joined, then All Might. From above a mist of purple was falling on the Nomu. Ashido threw as much acid as she could and Todoroki froze it. Line break. Izuku picked it up. I'll get this to Stark Industries and we can examine it. Sorry, but this is police evidence now. Kenji said as his officers were examining everything. You know this is just gonna regenerate the second it thaws. Izuku said. And how exactly do you have the means to hold one of these? The officer next to the chief asked. I've got a biotank prototype at my facility. Izuku said. If I can get into its brain, we can figure out how it was made and maybe reverse it. Who the fuck is this guy? One cop asked. Iron Man. Izuku said. Well, Iron Man let us do our jobs. The cop said. I have no problem with you guys, I was just saying it would be a perfect playground for augmentation research. Izuku said. You know an awful lot about this. The officer said. How do we know you didn't make it? Don't you dare point the finger at him. Katsumi said. Deku wouldn't do something like this. Your name is useless. The cop burst out laughing. That's the lamest hero name I've ever heard. He was actually the one that helped with the UA investigation. Kenji said, sparking a pipe. What have I told you about keeping investigations and emotions? Keep them separate, Izuku said a few seconds before the cop did. I read your books on detective work. I think you've done your job, Iron Man. Nezu said, walking over with a cup from the machine and a can of soda. Izuku nodded. Keep it sleazy, chief. Walking off to join the others. Kenji nodded, taking a puff. Line break. Izuku handed Mei the hot chocolate and everyone was talking about what happened. Where'd you get that suit? Katsumi asked. I built it, Mei said. Well, actually I built the plates. The underseth's Zuzu's old one. Did you build Deku's? Katsumi asked. No, I just helped with a few things, Mei said. When the alarm rung out at the school, the teachers needed a ride here and I was already wearing the underseth. Mei, what did I say about wearing that? Izuku asked. I wash it, Mei said. Izuku looked around the group and thought back on his previous life. Tony wouldn't say it, but the moments just hanging around with the Avengers were moments he cherished. Izuku realized he found his Avengers. The alien, the princess, the one with anger issues and much more. Hey Midori, we were thinking about getting takeout, Mina said. Anyone up for shawarma? Izuku asked. Meanwhile, in a bar in the slums, a figure covered in hands was throwing a fit about losing. Flying through the stars, a hammer had changed directions, headed for Japan when it was called, while a golden-haired alien was headed for New Mexico. Meditating in Tibet was a quirkless doctor. Far in the stars, a race of aliens were fighting their own being, overrun by something. Okay, the entrance arc ended with my star tech breakdown, so here's just some shit I intend to do with this story. This is to get my brain juice flowing to think about during a 12-hour night shift. Technology. A lot of stuff is based off Halo. If you want scaling for what exactly the generations are. Inko is basically a Spartan 1. Strictly biological augmentations, and I am thinking of how to further her abilities in the story. Izuku and All Might are Spartan 2s, more like 1.5's. All Might is gonna be going all out with the augmentations. Mei, Mina and Redacted are the equivalent to 3s. Their augs are mainly just to be a better mechanic, Hero and Redacted. Melissa is a Spartan 4. Anyone who knows the lore, you know what that means. She makes hints for current arc. 1. The minor reveal. Don't confuse this for the major reveal. 2. A hint at a future problem not enemy related. 3. A little surprise in the Midoriya clan. 4. The passing of the torches. From one pro to the next generation and from the first to the second. 5. Izuku calls for backup from friends in high shadowy places. 6. The seeds of the divide of ice and fire. 7. Hauling ass with the roids. 8. The contracts of a great endeavor. 9. Meeting the parents. 10. A baggy-eyed purple-haired Redacted. 11. Hammer-headed PTSD episode. 12. The beginnings of a ship. 13. Closing with a bang. Whoever guesses these in the comments gets a cookie. 1 week after USJ. Izuku hadn't slept well. He wanted to, but his other projects. He had to get his next project space ready before the planet got too far. Izuku texted Mei and they agreed to meet up. When Izuku knocked on the door, he saw the cat-like face of the vice representative Momo Yaoyorozu. Fist raised as if ready to knock. Momo started. What is it? Izuku asked. A few of us wanted to go to the mall. Momo said. We thought you might wanna go since you've been so busy with work. Momo had honestly been confused about Midoriya's non-academic life. He always had been busy with one thing or another. He was friendly whenever the class met up and keep up with his duty as class president, but he spent a lot of time alone. He always wore something. Comfortable was what she could describe his choice of shorts and muscle shirt whenever at the dorms. An outfit that screamed, look at all the fucks I give about your opinion. I was gonna meet with Mei about her input on something. Izuku said. I see. I just thought. Momo rubbed the back of her head. Jarvis. Calling Miss Hatsume. Hey, are you on your way? I wanna see the specs on this new baby of yours. Momo had a look in her eye of absolute confusion. Change of plans. Wanna make a run to the mall? We can grab a few things not in the school material line. Izuku said. But we can. Mei was cut off by the voice of her teacher. She'll be right out. Great, meet us at the gate. Izuku said, rubbing his eyes. Momo just stared and blinked. Mei has some energy. Izuku said. A lot of energy. Momo slowly nodded and they headed off. Front entrance. Mei was already there by the time they walked over, and when they approached said, let's go get the supplies for our next baby. Baby. A majority of the group shouted. Didn't know you had it in you, Midoriya, ribbit. Suyu said. Deku. Katsumi fumed. Lucky bastard, Mineta said looking at Mei. Midoriya, if you are having. Iida started doing the hand chop thing but Izuku stopped him. Iida, Mei calls her inventions her babies. Izuku said. So how many babies has Izuku made with you? Mina asked grinning. Oh, lots actually, Mei said. And where do you make these babies? Shoko asked giving a small smile. In the lab, his garage, we even made a few on the beach. Mei said. Even Katsumi was snickering. So what's Deku like snicker making babies? Well, he's usually the one that wants to take it slow but I wanna get as many out as I can. Mei said. He's really good at leading during it all and makes sure we both put the most effort into each one. I don't want anything blowing up, Izuku said before his eyes widened and he groaned. Mina had fallen to the ground as she was bagging up. Toru said. Hey Mei, how supportive is Midoriya when making babies? Oh, he's behind me all the way when we actually get into it. Mei said. Katsumi had gasped and had to lean on Jiro to keep from falling. Okay, we go now? Izuku asked. Hey Mei, do you guys play music while you two make one of your babies? Ribbit, Suyu asked. Slow jazz. No, mainly rock music, Mei said. Some Drake or The Weeknd really get the flow going. I have one question. Iida adjusted his glasses and snickering. Do you two wear proper safety equipment? I know making babies is fun but protection is cheaper than snicker accidents. Oh yeah, Midoriya makes sure we both have the proper protection when working on our babies. Mei said. Okay, we are officially deeming Midoriya the daddy of Class 1A from now on. Mina said. All in favor of Daddy Deku? Aye. All opposed? Mina asked. Nay, Izuku said. Majority vote, Mina said pumping her arms. Daddy Deku stays. If I'm daddy then what's Momo? Little mama, Izuku asked. Class MILF, Jiro asked. Momo blushed. Okay, let's go, Momo said pushing everyone. Teacher's lounge. The staff were gathered around bagging up from the security footage of the interaction at the front of the school. This again, Aizawa shook his head. Guess Midoriya got the title as class dad. Present Mike said grinning at Aizawa. What exactly is that? Vlad asked. Usually classes kinda create a family structure. Nezu said. It's something I've been taking notes on about human social reactions. Remember Eraser Daddy? Midnight asked. No, Vlad said. His hero rank obtained after his time in the military. Please don't, Aizawa said. The paused video showed Problem Child's face throughout the whole thing. Completely too tired to give a fuck. Well, Hatsume is getting along with Class 1A. Now when can I move her into the 1A dorms? Power Loader asked. Why would you want to do that? Midnight asked. Hatsume seems to be at peak. No explosions, when Midoriya is around or she's talking about him. Power Loader said. So what, she's slower without him? Aizawa asked. No, that fucker seems to just diffuse her inventions. Power Loader shouted. Aizawa, can you please spare him? Please, just for a few minutes a day. I'm getting tired of the smell of fried babies nearly every day. Please. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I don't see why you can't just ask Midoriya to visit her. I can't, Power Loader said. Midoriya is just as active as Mei but he knows how to manage his time and energy. Well, the only reason a transfer could happen would be if Mei's current dwelling was destroyed. Nezu said. However, I think waiting and watching is a better strategy. I have a few things that could make something happen, partner. Snipe said. Meet me by the dumpster in 15 minutes. Power Loader said. So anyone wanna start betting on the dating pool? Midnight asked. No, Ectoplasm said. I'm good at the moment. Nezu said taking a sip of tea. Mall. They had gone around to anywhere they wanted to. The girls often calling Izuku daddy much to the confusion of anyone within hearing range. So anyone wanna try that karaoke place? Mina asked. I've never done karaoke, Ochako said. Deku hasn't either. Katsumi said. He always stuttering, he butchers every song. Actually I sing all the time. Izuku said. Who? Katsumi said. It's something that helps getting my voice to stop stuttering. Izuku said. I sing nearly every morning. Oh really? Jiro asked, her ear jacks curling. Why are you surprised? Izuku asked. If you actually get on stage I'd pay to see that. Katsumi said. Is that a real bet? Izuku asked. Let's make this interesting. Ochako said. Everyone kick in $5. Everyone pulled out a 5 and she counted it. There wasn't that interesting. How have I never thought of that? Mina said. All Might. Iron Liberty was flying through Test Ground Alpha. The suit major problem with controlling it was too responsive. All Might had been thinking about things and it just did it. This seems fine until you realize this was linked to his phone, bank account and Jarvis. All Might had to keep his thoughts in line. The HUD was also taking some time to get used to. How does Midoriya handle all this in a fight? Sir, actually has the HUD slowed down for you All Might? Gah! All Might shouted, crashing into a building. Jarvis. At your service Mr. Yagi. Jarvis said. Can you read my mind? All Might asked, getting up. The helmet and glasses are linked to Stark Industries servers. All Mr. Midoriya's notes on quirks and heroes are available at your request. Okay, this is so confusing. Is there a way to dumb down the interface? All Might asked. I am able to change the loadout to vocal command only, however Sir has memos for you that mental command is required if you wish to operate the suit remotely. All Might watched as the display changed. It was an experience relearning a power set. Would Midoriya have as much trouble when he finally passed on One for All? Toshi had put off giving Midoriya the quirk out of sheer selfishness. You wish for All Might to leave the world as he entered? Jarvis said. Yes. Toshi said. Sir has figured this. He also has been busy with the asteroid harvesting mission before the launch window closes. Jarvis said. Would you like to leave instructions on One for All so I may assist Sir after the transfer? I can't really help him. Toshi said, sitting down. I was able to use the quirk at 100% as soon as I got it. Nana told me she hadn't gotten full use of it for years. I need someone that can actually help Midoriya. Toshi thought. I need someone who knows about it and knows how to train an all-for-one user. I need. Calling. Old man. No, wait, Jarvis. All Might shouted. Cancel call. Cancel. Toshi. A voice said. Shit. Hey Torino. You need my help. The retired hero said. Talk. Now. God damn it, Midoriya. Toshi thought. Noted. Line break. Raccoon Eyes picked the song, and when Deku heard the song he had actually laughed. Really? Alright. Has he lost his mind? Can he see or is he blind? I looked over at Raccoon Eyes and can't stop myself from nodding. Deku changed over the years. Hell, he changed a lot in senior year. The squishy nerd afraid of his own shadow was now boyfriend material. Gummy worms turned into pythons. She hadn't often seen him shirtless before, the change, but he definitely wasn't built like a. He was turned to steel. In the great magnetic field. When he traveled time for future of mankind. Hero. He was built like a hero. He's still quirkless. Nobody wants him. We do. Mei Hatsume. They just turned their heads. Mei hadn't paid much attention to people. She only really cared about building stuff. But since meeting Zuzu, making her babies seemed better. She knew companies had teams, but she always invented alone. Nobody helps him. Nobody ever actually wanted to work with Mei on her babies. Was Zuzu like her? Was he alone making his? Now he has his revenge. Mei had heard the others in the class call Zuzu daddy. Why did that feel right? Like it was something meant for it. Failure was the mother of success, but courage was the father. Mei remembered that line. Zuzu had courage. He picked a fight with the toughest hero just to test his baby. Mina, heavy bones of lead, fills his victims full of dread. Midori was interesting. He did all kinds of stuff yet wanted to be a hero. He was probably the only one on Earth with the stuff to make her an actual alien queen. The fact he could go from Earth to space wearing the same suit was amazing. Mina had wanted to be an astronaut when she was little. The movies she watched, classics talking about living beyond their world, were amazing. She cried the day she was told no one has been to space in hundreds of years. It was a dream she had buried. Until Midori showed her the actual HUD recording of his satellite installation. Well, Hatsume's satellite, but Midoriya was allowed to use it for space stuff. Then he had said he could turn her into a xenomorph. Mina had remembered the first time she saw that creature and wanted so badly to be just like it. Minus the eating people. The fact he was technically a xenomorph from the lore she understood from the series. He was genetically tailored to be the toughest guy in the yard. He literally rebuilt himself to be a hero. Line break that night, Katsumi had approached Deku's door when she saw raccoon eyes. "What are you doing here?" Katsumi asked. "Just wanted to speak with Midori," Mina said. "Yeah, same," Katsumi said, shifting her gaze around. Jarvis," Mina asked. "Sorry, Miss Ishido sir is currently in the support department with Miss Hatsume." "What?" both shouted. "Sir has a small window to launch Project Jericho," Jarvis said. "The fuck is Jericho?" Katsumi shouted. "Classified," Jarvis said. "Is he gonna come back soon?" Mina asked. "Unsure. Sir has all non-emergency calls blocked until 6 o'clock," Jarvis said. Katsumi grit her teeth. Not only was Deku not here, he was with Pinky doing, who knows what, and Raccoon Eyes was probably here to do the same thing she was. "I'll just talk to him later," Mina said. "Memo left for sir that you and Miss Bakugo wish to speak to him," Jarvis said. "Thanks, Jarvis," Mina said. "Can you open the door?" Katsumi asked. "We won't take anything." "One moment, sir has no restrictions on that." Mina rushed in to see what was there. "Don't touch anything, Raccoon Eyes," Katsumi shouted. "I won't," Mina said, looking around. Everything in here was meant for work. A computer, a mini holotable, and a chair. "This bed is so tiny. What kind of fun can you do here?" Mina said, rushing to it. "Never have sex in your own bed." "Quote, sir," Jarvis said. Mina laid on it and a groan came out her mouth. "It's like sleeping on a cloud." Katsumi had her get up and tried it. "Shit, no wonder Deku's falls asleep so fast." "Move over, I'm sleeping here tonight," Mina said. "Fuck no, I'm staying here," Katsumi said. "I call Little Spoon," Mina said. "Who?" Katsumi shouted as Mina got on the bed. "Man, your waist is so tiny," Mina said as her arms wrapped around Katsumi's waist. "Hey, watch those horns," Katsumi said. "Don't worry, I have plenty of practice not poking you," Mina said, adjusting the blanket. "With who?" Katsumi asked. "All Might body pillow," Mina said. "Same. Surprised Deku doesn't have one. Or any of his fanboy shit," Katsumi said. "Jarvis." "Yes, Miss Bakugo. Does Midori have a All Might body pillow?" Mina asked. Checking Stark Hero Collection. One unopened official All Might body pillow case. How many body pillowcases does Deku own? Year 1 Midnight pillowcase, opened and used. First edition Endeavor pillowcase, unopened. Mount Lady pillowcase, unopened. 2B pillowcase, damaged and pending replacement. What's the most expensive thing in his collection? Mina asked. Signed All Might transparent chocolate bar event card. Estimated value. Touch this and I will gut you like a fish. Current location. Classified. What's the second most valuable? Notebook signed by 547 different heroes with photo and video evidence of authenticity. Jarvis said. Not available for purchase or trade. Estimated value of notebook, $314,982 United States dollars. Wait, Deku's autograph book, the one he got from a cereal box when we were 5. Katsumi asked. Damn, when we call Midori a fan we clearly don't give him enough credit. Mina said, yawning. Night. Hey, I'm not sleeping with your raccoon eyes. Katsumi shouted, but a pink hand reached up. Shoo. Queens need sleep, Mina said. Support Studio Lab B. Momo had approached Midoriya's room last night but booked it the second she heard Katsumi. Jarvis. Yes, Madam Yaoyorozu. What's Midoriya's favorite breakfast place? Momo asked. She couldn't cook at all, but she had money and was up before everyone. Sir frequents Krispy Kreme fresh glazed on his busy days, Jarvis said. But the closest one is on the other side of town. Momo shouted. I'll never get there and back before class. How does Midoriya get those on a busy day? Sir does possess the ability to fly, Jarvis said. There's a dinner across from the school that has a breakfast sandwich he has ordered more than once. He has called their donuts good enough when they are received. Thanks, Jarvis, Momo shouted, rushing out. It was next morning she arrived to the support room armed with the glazed confectionaries, a bag with sandwiches and a cup holder with what Jarvis said Midoriya usually got. Momo knocked on the door and Power Loader, blurry-eyed and not even wearing his helmet, answered. Are you here for Midoriya? He asked. I was just bringing him some breakfast. Momo said. Good. He's here until the bell rings. Anything to keep him in disarming distance of Hatsume. Power Loader said, helping her in. She saw the two at a holotable going over a blueprint. The bags under their eyes and the sheen of grease on their face had been outstaged by Midoriya current wearing a body-tight suit. He's shirtless but the undersheft is out and he's wearing his gloves and boots. Hey Yaoyorozu. Midoriya walked over. Momo blushed when her fellow class representative had accepted the box from her hand and had to lean over her to set them down. What brings you around? Izuku asked. I was wondering if you wanted any help with your, whatever it is you're working on. Momo said. I can help with a few parts as long as this isn't something. That'd be great, he said. Get a pair of gloves and goggles on. Momo nodded. Momo looked at the hologram and asked, okay, what exactly are we working on? A multi-stage space outpost. Izuku said. Usually we'd just launch one of these at a time, but we're currently at a very good opportunity and can't wait for another chance. Momo watched as a hologram of the solar system replaced the blueprint. Okay, so Feech 16 is currently closer to Mars than ever. If we wait to launch it will take almost a year to haul it back and even longer to get the proper industry up there. Izuku said, zooming out. Mars is in a position where if we time it right we can drop a drone, catch the asteroid and slingshot around Mars. Momo's eyes widened as she saw the simulation of the rocket breaking apart after leaving Earth and leaving a piece to floating onto the moon. Then a second part broke, sending it into Mars and the tip hit the asteroid. I think you're forgetting something. Power Loader said. Where are you gonna get the cable long enough to basically turn Mars moon into a pitching machine? Bio cable is light enough. Izuku said. Why even do this? Momo asked. I mean you can just gather more asteroids. Why is it so important to get this specific one? About $10,000 quadrillion dollars worth of metal. Izuku said. Momo paled. Her father was a trillionaire and practically owned the majority of Japan. Midoriya was going after enough money to own the damn planet. That's a good reason. She said. Split evenly between Hatsume Incorporated and Stark Industries. Izuku said. You have my full help. Momo exclaimed. It would be an honor to partake in this mission. All right, Mei said. Now who are you again? Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo said. My quirk lets me build things using the lipids in my body. Momo, you and I are gonna make so many beautiful babies. With Zuzu we'll change the world. An arm was wrapped around her. Momo gulped. Later, Aizawa was looking over the class. Where's Problem Child and Yaoyorozu? We don't know, Iida said. I think I saw her leaving the diner across the street. Tokiyami said. She had a lot of donuts and coffee. Maybe she's talking to Midoriya, Ribbit. Suyu said. Jarvis said he was working with Mei last night. Mina said. Aizawa pulled out his walkie. Hey Power Loader, are my students over there? You know Eraser, I can't let Midoriya and Yaoyorozu back, they are needed cleaning something for me. Power Loader said. What happened? Aizawa asked. Oh, it's really important. Might take a few hours but I can assure you it's vital to keep Yaoyorozu and Midoriya here for it. Power Loader said. Okay, Aizawa said flatly before hanging up. Power Loader was probably just trying to keep his best and most dangerous student from blowing the place up. Okay, going over news. There's no news. Sit at your desk till first period. Aizawa rolled over and the students started talking. What do you think Daddy's up to? Mina asked. If Mei and Yaomomo is in on it then it's gonna be important. Ribbit. Suyu said. A three-way between Yaoyorozu and Hatsume. Mineta said. Jesus, that lucky bastard. What could they be making? Iida asked more to himself. Hopefully more space stuff. Mina said. Or maybe it's my xenomorph transformation. That seems more a biological process, not mechanical. Iida said, a bead of sweat going down his face. I'm sure Deku wouldn't want to rush that. Katsumi said. He should take his time with that. A lot of time. Maybe years. Maybe never. Hopefully it's just space shit he's doing with Ponytail and Pinky. I often look to the vast darkness above our heads and wonder of what lurks beyond. Tokiyami said. Next week. And the Z's. Midnight turned around to see who was interrupting her. Oh, it appears one of my darling students decided they need a nap. Midnight said. I think that's more Midoriya's fault, Ribbit. Suyu said. Midnight turned to see the dead-eyed face of Class 1A armored genius. And what has Midoriya been, oh my goodness? Midnight screamed. What happened? Midnight said. We're fine, Miss Midnight. Izuku said. We just have a very important project that needs to be done before. Well, part of hero work is long hours. It is good to get used to long periods of staying awake. Izuku cut her off. Sweetie, I know you're tired, but the last person to interrupt me did not sit for a week. Midnight said, running a finger over her whip. And the last bitch who threatened me is the last bitch who fuck. Izuku blinked one eye after the other. Bark, bitch. Turning towards the others. Katsumi blushed. Woof. That one. Izuku said. Midnight raised an eyebrow at Katsumi. We'll discuss this after class. For now. With a practiced finesse, she had hit Momo's desk, cause her to jump up, and suddenly a flood of circuit boards and bolts came flying out her skin. Sensei, Momo was looking around. Pay attention, Midnight said. After class, Midnight had Izuku and Momo stay behind. So what's going on? You two look like Eraserhead. Space stuff, Momo muttered. Important. Time. Thin. Izuku removed his glasses and took a deep breath. There's something major coming up. If we miss the window, we will lose a lot of money and time on this project. And what exactly is it? Midnight asked, sitting on her desk. Ass. Momo tried to finish. Big space rock. Here, just Jarvis tell her, Izuku said, slouching in his seat as he handed her his glasses. Oh, these are interesting, Midnight said, looking around. Hello, Madam Kayama. Sir has granted temporary clearance for Project Jericho. Midnight watched the simulation of the rocket launch and the plan. So you two are planning to basically capture an asteroid and send it near Earth with a massive cumshot? Midnight asked. Yes, Momo said. But we need very ACC, we need it to be good. Midnight had started laughing. I ain't even mad. That's glorious. I've been up for almost 2 weeks working on this. Izuku said. Momo has been a fucking blessing on this project. Mumu help. Zhu. Ass. Momo just collapsed on her desk. Okay, you two need this. Midnight said. I'll punish you two after you bukkake the asteroid belt. Mumu help. Momo said, falling asleep. Izuku fell asleep leaning back in the chair, arms crossed, head down. So Jarvis, what else you got on these things? Midnight asked. Thursday. Aizawa had announced the tournament since the two that he specifically assigned for this shit was missing. When the students were dismissed, a group of students from 1B and the Gen Ed were gathered. In walked Itsuka Kendo, Mr. Aizawa. Yes, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu didn't show up to our Wednesday meeting. Kendo said. Did Midoriya get killed? Why do you ask that specifically? Aizawa asked. Well, the USJ attack, and well, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu are currently in the custody of Midnight. Something she refused to elaborate on, but she insisted on it. Aizawa said. And no, Midoriya isn't dead or injured. She nodded and walked out. Halls. Class 1A had started arguing with the other classes. Well, more Katsumi versus Monoma being the main one. Kendo walked over and was ready to stop Monoma when a girl from Class 1B walked up. Where's the green one? She asked. Deku's busy, Katsumi said. Katsumi stopped as the effect of her quirk started. Where is he now? The fuck if I know extra. Katsumi said flatly. Shinsou. Kendo said, walking over. He's with Midnight. Oh god, was the majority response. Look, she's a teacher here, she isn't gonna. Kendo couldn't finish that sentence. Deku's a grown man, he can handle, Katsumi started. A metric's fuck ton of sexy. A goddess given flesh. The 18+ hero. Stop interrupting me, extras. Katsumi shouted. Daddy's busy, Shoko said. Oh ho ho, it's daddy is it? Tokage asked, floating her head over the crowd and towards Shoko. Hey, haven't seen you or Yaoyorozu in a while. Hi Tokage, Shoko said. You know her, she's one of the recommendation students. Shoko said. We met when daddy was sleeping on the couch. Wait, what? Katsumi asked. Midoriya installed the smart home, Ribbit. Suyu said. Shit, I completely forgot he told me he built the dorms. Katsumi thought. Of course I knew that extra. I didn't know he met this bitch. Woke up with my face in his and reached to cop a feel. Tokage said. Didn't know he was that down for a whole har, bonk. So your class president is a who? Bonk. Monoma got knocked out by the massive fists. I am so sorry. Monoma had the idea to do this and the class kinda followed. Kendo said, folding her hands. Go. All of you. The students walked off. Monoma is. Kendo started. Difficult to rein in. You should talk to Midoriya. Mineta said. He's got Bakugo's glorious ass under lock and bang. Asterisk. Mineta got thrown through 5 walls by an explosive kick. He's kinda right. Jiro said, getting a glare from Katsumi. The earjack hero moved behind Kiroshima and continued. Midoriya seems to got you trained like a dog. Deku doesn't have anything on me. Katsumi shouted. He got you to bark like a dog in Midnight's class. Mina said. Maybe daddy can help you training your blonde bitch. Kendo had actually seemed to think it was a good idea. What do you think is his secret? Well, the fact Katsumi doesn't flinch around Midoriya rules out physical violence. Iida said, rubbing his chin. I don't know what act could get her to shift into such a docile state. Wait, I know. Toru said. He's foo. Don't finish that sentence, Inviso chick. Katsumi shouted, sparking all for limbs. Wait, so him and her. Kendo made a circle and pointed into it. Katsumi's face was pink and she has continued shouting denial. Midnight's office next day. Izuku, Momo and Mei had been collected the day before and knocked out by Midnight. Izuku felt something and shot up first. What happened? Izuku looked around. Yawn. Did I fall asleep? Mei asked. Momo got up last. What time is it? Friday. Midnight said, using a nail file. Mei had jumped up. We're behind schedule. Mei were going at a good pace. Izuku said. We were burning ourselves out with everything. But we only have one shot at this. Mei said. We can get it done in time, Mei. Izuku said. Miss Midnight, I'm sorry for falling asleep. Momo said, bowing. If you allow yous to finish the project first, I will take any punishment you feel we deserve. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Really? You'll take the full punishment? Momo nodded. Okay. You 3 are free for now, but the day that probe goes up, Mama's gonna have some fun. Midnight said. Here's your glasses back. Izuku accepted them and they left. Next week, Wednesday. It was morning and Aizawa was surprised to see Midoriya and Yaoyorozu actually there for the morning. Well, I'm glad the two of you decided to finally show up for homeroom. Aizawa said. We're almost done on Jericho. Izuku said. If it wasn't literally the only chance at this, I wouldn't have let it interfere with my school work. And mind telling me exactly what it is you're working on? Aizawa asked. Space stuff. Momo and Midoriya said. Aizawa gave them a look. It's better we wait till it's actually out of range of anyone that would compromise this. Izuku said. What are you making? Is it a spaceship? A space station? A Death Star? Mina asked. Mina, I'm gonna need a PowerPoint to explain why I'd never make a Death Star. Izuku said. Space stuff that a lot of people would try to get their hands on or stop, just so I can't do it. I need a full explanation afterwards, you two. Aizawa said. The two nodded. Class representative meeting. Glad you two are back. The representative from 1C said. Yeah, we've been busy. Izuku said. It keeps Hatsume out of blast range, I'm good man. Have you considered working with Mei? Momo said. She seems so nice working with us. The vice representative started rubbing the back of their head. Different. The representative finished. She has energy and a lack of personal space. Momo said. But she's actually fun to work with. She's all yours, pal. They finished. Glad you guys are back. Kendo said. Let's get on with this meeting. Right on to old business. Momo said, looking through her notes. Sorry I missed last week. I'm not. Izuku said. Alright, the tournament is gonna be different this year, so the involvement of the reps are gonna be minimal. Please remind Mei about the 5 gadget limit. The 1C said. Mei already has hers. Izuku said. Please ensure all students have the opportunity to prep for the day. Tetsu had the iron supplements. Kendo said. I have the things for 1A. Midoriya said. Momo, I'd suggest a light breakfast and dinner before. Just don't eat till the day of. Okay, Momo said. Izuku walked into class with a metal case. When asked by the other students, he just brushed them off. Heard about your eye, Izuku said. Yes, problem child. I lost my eye in that fight. Aizawa said. We all get injured in this line of work. Yeah, but there's no point in you looking like a homeless Odin. Izuku said, holding up the case. I got the fix right here. Is it some kinda cyborg eye? A high-tech visor? A gun with his quirk in it? No, and unfortunately I'm not gonna even touch a project like that. Izuku said, opening the case. Problem child, mind explaining what this is? Aizawa asked. Just try it out. Aizawa rolled his eye and looked through it. Keep going. Aizawa pulled the trigger. Hey, that's cute, Aizawa said, pulling the trigger again. Aizawa screamed as his good eye got stabbed along with the ruined one. Aizawa's eyes turned black and started smoking. Midoriya. Sorry, the laminate requires your nerves to be functioning so it doesn't blind you. Izuku said. It's like my eyes are melting. Does this violate some kind of oath? Momo asked. Above all else, do no harm. I'm doing way more good than harm right now. If he can't handle a little eye melting, he isn't as tough as he thinks. As the new eyes formed, Aizawa's eyelids seemed to rip open and his quirk activated. The class got hit with the eraser quirk. Aizawa blinked as he was getting his vision back. Why is it so bright in here? There's basically a mirror in your eyes right now. You have 6 times the light refraction of a human eye, so you're basically a cat right now. Izuku said. Aizawa blinked and reached for his drops but realized his eyelids didn't feel like sandpaper. Moisturizing laminate on the eyes and lids. Izuku said, grinning. No more stoner eyes, and I thought you'd like the new style. Momo had attempted to make a mirror, but her quirk took a few moments to work before she could finally use it. Aizawa was looking at his new eyes in the closest thing the class has seen their teacher to being happy. Midoriya. Aizawa started. Thank you. Don't thank me, Izuku said. Here's the bill. You're charging me for these? Aizawa shouted. If it makes you feel better, it comes with the web shooters you bought from May. Izuku said, holding up the other thing in the case. Aizawa sighed and waved over to give him the web shooter. May's not here to give you the full explanation, so that goes to your web dealer. Izuku said. Don't swing through the city with these. If you need to scale a building, they can be used for that, but I don't want you risking splattering across the concrete. Noted, Aizawa said. Tap for single shot, long press for stream. Izuku said. This is a breathable variant of the web, so if you need to shut someone up without suffocating them, you have options. Aizawa put on the web shooters and tried them. If this is to buy my forgiveness for the way you've been aching for the last 3 weeks, you're still keeping this on your record. I'm fine with that, Izuku said. Katsumi, the bombshell with tits, had grabbed Deku and pulled him into a supply closet. Okay, listen Deku, you spent the last 2 weeks with Ponytail and Pinky doing the fuck if I care. Katsumi said. I would glady. Izuku started, but a palm slammed into the wall next to his head. You have the extras thinking you and I. Katsumi couldn't finish the sentence. Are you mad we haven't, or mad that they are thinking about both of us hot, sweaty, and Katsumi grabbed his mouth. You're making me look like you, Katsumi said. I thought we were starting over. Izuku lifted her hand. Katsumi, what's really going on? This is all so confusing. Katsumi said. You're just. Fuck, I can't explain it. You make me feel weird, and with the whole Iron Man thing. Izuku raised his hand to move her chin up. You've been angry for a long time, haven't you? You're damn right. Katsumi was cut off by a finger held to her lips. You're not used to being afraid, Izuku said. Katsumi looked into his eyes. All the damn extras. They piss me off when they talk like you and me. Did that? Why are you so afraid of saying that? Izuku asked. We didn't fuck, but why are you acting like it would change anything? You'd still be Queen Explosion Murder Ill. I'd still be Iron Man and the world wouldn't stop turning. Katsumi looked at him and said, wait, have you had sex before? Yes, Izuku said flatly. With who? Not telling. Katsumi was seeing red and she had gotten nose to nose with him. You tell me who the skank is. Izuku leaned into the crook of her neck and licked it to her ear. Katsumi shuddered as Izuku whispered in her ear. What goes on between me and whoever it is none of anyone else's business. I don't use moments like this as a number. His hands started roaming her body, petting and groping places slowly. This moment belongs to us, cat. Katsumi had made a squeak as Izuku started kissing her neck. Deku. Katsumi said, I'm not ready. We don't have to do anything you don't want to, cat. Izuku said. Just enjoy the ride and get off when you want to. Katsumi pressed her lips to his and time stood still. Mindscape Angel and Devil stepped out. The console was running on autopilot. Hey ladies. An armored figure said. Where's Devil? If we're gonna do this, might as well get some action. Devil, Katsumi asked. The helmet retracted and she blinked. Oh, come on. Step forward, ladies, there's enough of me to go around. Izuku grinned. The Angel and Devil looked at one another and both got an evil grin. We doing this? Angel asked. Fuck yeah, we are, Devil said before they both tackled him. Later Momo had Izuku, Mei, Midnight, Powerloader and Nezu limoed to Stark Industries. A lady could get used to this, Midnight said, rooting through the mini fridge. So is it ready? Powerloader asked. Yes, Izuku said, we launch today. So how's my plane coming along? Nezu asked. Also done, Izuku said. Today's the day. Thank you so much, Midnight, for the sleep, Mei said. Your quirk makes it so we don't waste precious time for our babies. Oh, I'm glad to help the threesome with their babies, Midnight said. Momo blushed and Powerloader rolled his eyes. The side entrance, Izuku said to the driver. They pulled in and headed to an observation room. We're launching first, but there's something else later. Inko, her son, had called her telling her she'd be picked up soon. The ride was uneventful, but when the driver pulled up to an industrial complex, there were 3 other limos. Out of one walked a couple everyone in Japan knew. The Yaoyorozu family. The next were 2 people Izuku had told her about. Hatsume's parents. The last was a businessman. Why were we call? The sight of something blasting off into the sky had interrupted the conversation. What was that? I hope Izuku wasn't on that, Inko said. Mei. Mrs. Hatsume said. Does anyone know why we are here? Inko asked. I got a call from my daughter about something important she wanted to show us. Isabella Yaoyorozu, wife of the richest man in Japan and mother of Momo, said. Mei told me the same. Mei's father said. I got a call from some rich boy wants to buy Southwest Airline. The guy in the suit said. The company is dying and I can get some sap to get rid of it, it's a good day. I wouldn't touch that airline if you paid me, Marcus Yaoyorozu said. The gate opened and Grant greeted them. Hey, boss told me to bring you to him. Who's this boss of yours? Izuku Midoriya, Grant said. Wait, does Izuku own this place? Inko screamed, looking around. It was a lot different a few months ago, Grant said. Excuse me, that's your son, correct? Isabella asked. Yes, he's in the hero course at UA, Inko said. So that's how he knows my daughter, Isabella said. Wait, aren't you the guy with that manufacturer quirk? Mei's father asked. Yes, my quirk uses my Abopo's tissue. Mr. Yaoyorozu said. My daughter's uses her lipids and doesn't have the heat problem. Oh God, my daughter and yours in the same room is a recipe for something incredible, Mei's father said. What is this? Some kind of nuclear reactor, Grant said. I have no fucking idea how it works. I'm a construction worker, not a nuclear technician. Izuku built a tiny one with $60 of material, Inko said. I have a tiny one running my house. Wait, your son built a nuclear reactor with $60? Mr. Yaoyorozu asked. They walked into a theater room with a few people already in it. Nezu. Good seeing you, my good mammal, Mr. Yaoyorozu said. Likewise. Nezu asked. What is going on? Inko asked. Hatsume, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu have spent the last 3 weeks on. Powerloader started, but Midnight made a shush motion. Midnight. Isabella nodded. Hey Lust, I missed the last pool party, Midnight said. Don't call me that, Isabella said. The lights went down and out walked the 3. Inko had barely recognized her son. His hair was ragged and his chin was covered with a 5 o'clock shadow. He was dressed in an old shirt and jeans, but the look in his eyes said it all about the last few weeks. Momo, what happened to you? Isabella shouted. You look like death, and what are you wearing? Hello mother. Momo said, I had to borrow a few clothes from May. Have you been eating? Mr. Yaoyorozu asked about to get up. Yes, but I've been using my quirk probably more in 2 weeks than I have in my life, Momo said. Hi daddy. May waved. What's going on Nezu? Yaoyorozu shouted. You'll see. Nezu said sipping his tea. Please everyone just wait till the ending for questions. Izuku said. Stark Industries and Mei Hatsume Incorporated have begun its next step to the stars. The room went dark and the screens turned on. 1969 Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon and called it one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, Momo said. Well, Mei Hatsume Industries says that giant leap was too fucking long ago. Mei said. America spent $28 billion to put one man on the moon and shouted, we're done trying. Well, Stark Industries would like to say. Izuku said, we're not. Humanity has sat on its fat ass on its little marble and decided to focus completely on quirks. Momo said, but where's there's a open market there's a lack of other dipshits in the way. With the combined efforts of Mei Hatsume Incorporated, Stark Industries and Momo we've gotten our most ambitious project off the ground. Mei continued. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jericho, Izuku said as the screen changed. The screen showed the rocket launch. The parents watched mesmerized as the screen showed the onboard camera breach the atmosphere. Momo, did you build a? Mr. Yaoyorozu started, but Izuku held up a finger. This boy is either brain dead or has to carry his balls on his back. Isabella thought. Jericho is a multi-stage rocket with the goal of beginning our monopoly on the rest of the solar system. Izuku grinned. Stage 1 will break off in the Earth's debris field, or as I prefer to call it, the space junkyard. Izuku said. This stage will harvest damaged satellite fragments and capture smaller fragments to tow it to the Hatsume Moon Foundry. Momo said. Stage 2 will break off and begin remote construction of Mei Hatsume Moon Foundry. Mei said. Along with Stark Industries' deep crust scanner drones, we will have a functional moon base by the time Stage 4 does its job. Stage 3 is a group of Stark Industries' deep crust scanner drones which will locate the best locations to plant the first Mars mining outpost. Izuku said. Stage 4 will attach to Psyche 16 and tether it to Mars' moon. Momo said. The spin of the moon will slow the asteroid's current path, and with repulsor assistance we can get it within manned fight range within 6 months. Mama, your son's officially an astronaut. Izuku said. Questions? I have a few. Lunch. Katsumi was for the first time not annoyed at everyone. So what happened between you and Midori? Mina asked, leaning on Katsumi. You know what? That's between me, Deku, and the janitor's closet. Katsumi said. Oh come on, I know what you're like in bed, I wanna know you and the Jolly Green Genius. Mina said. That's too bad, Katsumi said, smiling. Deku's right, this fun. What's going on? Toru asked. Something happened between the class bombshell and Iron Hunk. Mina said. What happened? She won't tell me, and she's not acting like the chick I slept with. Mina said. Who? Toru asked. You're gonna have to explain that to me. No, I don't think I will. Katsumi said. We both tried to talk to Midori one night and ended up sleeping in his bed. Mina said. You two slept with Midoriya? Kendo asked, walking over. We slept with each other. Katsumi said. Daddy was busy with Ponytail and Pinky. You seem less stressed. Kendo started, trying not to set Katsumi off. I'm feeling less stressed. Katsumi smirked. But that's none of your business. Kendo looked at her and said. So on to what I came here for. Since you have the highest villain points, you get to give the opening speech at the tournament. Sweet. Katsumi said. Seriously, what happened? Mina said. Not telling. Katsumi said. Subtlety and stability. You can get through nearly anything. So where is Midoriya? Kendo asked. Last I heard he was working on something called Project Jericho. Mina said. The sound of a lunch tray hitting the floor got their attention. Project what? A girl with vines shouted. Jericho. Katsumi said, actually curious about the surprise. The girl had started muttering something about salvation and mercy. What's the problem? The biblical city of Jericho was attacked by the Israelites after they crossed the Jordan River and entered Canaan. The wall of Jericho was destroyed when the Israelites walked around it for 7 days carrying the Ark of the Covenant. She said. Now we don't know exactly what he's doing, but I'm sure Midoriya isn't making something that would put us in danger. Ochako said. Wait, he's been doing space stuff with Mayday and Momo. Mina said. So it's probably something to do with that. What if he's making some kind of space laser? Or some kind of orbital attack station? Or maybe some space internet for porn? Mineta said. Actually, Sir has that project lined up. Jarvis said from Kendo's phone. Wait, Jarvis, Mina asked. The fuck is Deku's AI butler doing on your phone, Fister? Katsumi said. I am acceptable to all UA students. My application should be on all your school emails. Jarvis said. Wait, so Midoriya just lets any extra use his butler? Mina asked. That's gotta be a huge security risk. Mineta said. Anyone logging into the wrong porn site could cause a problem. Actually, I am Jarvis, not Jarvis. Jarvis said. What? The group asked, confused. I am actually a lesser AI made by Jarvis for handling the UA students and faculty. Jarvis said. So you're Jarvis Jr., Tokage said, while already starting the Terminators. Shiozaki had fallen to her knees and just started begging to be spared. Sir has put multiple contingencies in the event of such an emergency. Jarvis said. What a master kill switch. Mina asked. If planning to kill humanity equals don't. Jarvis said. That's it. The group shouted. That is all that is needed. Jarvis said. Line break. The group of inventors, parents and the representative of Southwest Airlines currently were walking to a field. Introducing the future of air travel and bulk shipping. Izuku said. The Pelican. They entered to see in mostly empty. Sorry about the lack of spinning rims, but we got a bar. Izuku said, pressing a button on a remote and the wall unfolding and the floor lifting up a counter. Stark Industries repulsor engines run completely on our arc fusion reactor and can keep a continuous fully loaded flight for 10 years. Izuku said. How much does this cost? The representative from the airline asked. The conversion would run you 2 billion per engine, but you'll never pay for fuel again. Izuku said. And the fact a Boeing 747 costs 8 billion a year to fuel. Momo started cheekily. How fast can you get the engine conversion? Mr. Yaoyorozu asked. Probably before next Christmas. Izuku said. But if I could get in contact with an existing aerospace company with trained engineers. And owned an airport. May continued. Let me call my higher-ups. The representative said, turning to the door. Wait, are we already flying? Smooth right. Izuku asked, grinning. Volt engine configuration allows vertical takeoff and landing. I have so many calls to make when we land. Mr. Yaoyorozu said. We both do, dear. Isabella said. So, you know what you're buying. Izuku said. Anyone in? Line break. After returning to UA, the 3 students hit the showers. We fucking did it. Izuku shouted. Momo nodded and was about to head to the stalls, but May pulled her to the same shower room as Izuku walked into. What are we? Victory shower. May said, lifting Momo's shirt off. Momo said, stumped for words. Come on, we can save time by cleaning one another. May said. Our baby worked. Momo entered and was lifted by Izuku. The warm water and the warm embrace felt nice. Jarvis set a timer. 5 minutes per cycle. May shouted. Momo was pulled into a kiss and the nerves went down the drain. Midoriya residence. Mitsuki had been invited over to watch the event with Inko. Due to a surprising amount of people already getting seats, they couldn't go. They all were waiting to figure out who the quirkless student was. You see the news? Mitsuki asked. Izuku is already getting attention for being in the hero course. Inko said. My baby's grown up so fast. Boy's definitely got his dad's genes. Mitsuki said, seeing Izuku in a sweeping of the students. My godson went from a fishbone to a hunk. I know, and I'm worried if I'm gonna get a call telling me I'm a grandmother. Inko said. He sure grew up good. Mitsuki said. Yeah, Inko said, frowning. Hey, why the face? We both nailed it. Mitsuki said. I think I pushed my baby away. Inko said. Ever since he turned 17 he just grew up so fast. He's already doing so much, I think he doesn't want to be around me. Hey, the brat's the same way. Last time she asked me for anything was how to work a pole. Mitsuki said. We gave M wings, let M fly. Inko was quiet as the first race started. Izuku is Iron Man, Inko said. Nani the fuck? Mitsuki shouted. He built a nuclear reactor out of scrap and a powered suit. Inko said. Oh, my daughter's gonna be pregnant before she comes home. Mitsuki said. What do you wanna name the kids? Inko put her head in her hands and made a noise. Holy shit, Mitsuki shouted. Inko looked up to see Izuku standing over a broken giant robot with his hands glowing red and steam coming off him. So who's paying for the wedding? Mitsuki asked as Katsumi was close with Endeavor's daughter not far behind. My baby's grown up, Inko said. The door was heard unlocking and in walked Hisashi. Inko got up and rushed over. Inko. Hisashi lifted her up and pinned her to the door. Inko had gotten lost for a second till the TV announced the winner of the race. Hey, Izuku made it in. Hisashi said. Oh hey, Mitsuki, didn't see you there. Hey, go back to your reunion, we're recording this. Mitsuki said, pointing to the TV while her phone was also recording the two. The relationship between the two just seemed so entertaining to Mitsuki. The two had a weird chemistry. I wanna see my son in action, Hisashi said, walking over to the couch. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, was watching as his future son-in-law won the race. Shoko had blocked his phone number and Nezu had refused to allow him to know which one was the quirkless student. The beginning of the race, Shoko froze the starting line and rather than use the advantage the boy had, kicked the ice so the rest of the students could compete. A waste of time if his goal was to actually get anywhere in this tournament. That blonde girl's speech about how she was gonna win was amusing till he saw her quirk. I have a son somewhere, don't I? Maybe I can try to arrange something. Endeavor had gotten a message from All Might about something he wanted to talk about. Something he only said was important. Toshinori, I watched young Midoriya team up with Yaoyorozu, Hatsume and Shinsou. With his 1 million point lead, Midoriya had stayed on the outer area of the cavalry battle. Yaoyorozu and Hatsume seemed to be working together well. Midoriya's latest project must have really helped their cooperation, and from how Yaoyorozu was making devices, the time in the support department has really gone far. Shinsou was the outlier of the group, however. Due to her being the lightest, she was the one being carried. Also, she being the last to finish, she had a negative value headband. The crowd watched the scarves get counted, and surprisingly Izuku's score hadn't gotten the negative. Midnight held up the one dark shadow swiped and it had red paint on it. Each of these have RFID chips. This is the negative 1000 painted. Momo held up a bottle of paint she made and struck a pose that had the grins from Mei and Izuku making so much sense. Shinsou looked completely shocked. Is that allowed? One person in the students shouted. The rules state you have only your quirks to rely on, Midnight said. Did we just get first? Shinsou asked, looking between the score and her team. We sure did, Izuku said. All Might smiled. A logical ruse and dirty tactics. Nezu and Aizawa should be proud. Eraserhead, you're smiling. I'm just so proud of my kids, the Class 1A teacher said. Are you crying? Present Mike shouted. World's a beautiful place, ain't it? Aizawa said. All Might could hear the stomping and clapping from Nezu in another viewing booth. The squeaks of laughter from the principal was a rare but enjoyable sound. All Might folded his glasses and changed form. Line break. Shinsou was meeting up with 1B as they waited for the matchups to be announced. That was a dirty trick, Shiozaki said. Well done, baby. A severed hand rubbed her purple hair. We're the same age, Shinsou said. But you're the baby, Tokage said. Big sis is proud, Kendo said. Shinsou was the youngest. She also was the only student who got in on it technically. She had originally got 1.2 low, but since one student had been tested and found with a vial of trigger, she was the closest to get a, we need a filler. She had gotten 3 robots in the entrance test, and it was only cause Tetsu was in the middle of a street shouted, bring it, and the robots actually following him. Shinsou was not an active person. She wasn't flabby, but she couldn't even claim to be fit enough to last against someone like Kendo, and from the way Midoriya was a wall of muscle and confidence, she'd get flattened by him. Shinsou watched the board appear to be loading, and she had fallen to her knees with Shiozaki. Lord, I know I don't ask for much. Or anything really, but if you can give me someone who doesn't know my quirk, I will do anything to thank you. Get the fuck up. a voice said, causing her to jump out her skin. Standing above her was the same green-haired boy who got her here. Midoriya, Kendo said. Hey, he said, I just got back from a discussion from the teachers. Kendo, you might want to give this to Tetsu. It was an injector with FE written above a skull and crossbones. What is this? About 5 lethal doses of injectable iron supplement. Izuku said, it would kill anyone who uses it except someone with a quirk that specifically runs on iron, Tokage said. Why would you? Shinsou started. Izuku grinned as the tournament list appeared and it showed Izuku was forced to face 2 people due to the numbers. Tetsu versus Eijiro Kiroshima versus Izuku Midoriya. You're giving you enemies something to fight you better? Shiozaki asked. Well, unlike me and Kiroshima, I know Tetsu needs something to keep him harder. Izuku grinned. Might as well give him a fair fight. Oh, I get it. Class A is gonna stick together, Tokage said. No, I already told Kiroshima if he pulls a single punch I'm gonna grind him into sand. Izuku said. It's not a versus B, it's them versus me. They all looked at each other while Midoriya walked off. Hubris will be his downfall, Shiozaki said, shaking her head. As they found their seats, they saw All Might jump down. Before the battles begin, I believe this is the time to say this. All Might said, my recent announcement to the media is true. I'm retiring the All Might title. The crowd had gasped and whispered between one another. However, this doesn't mean I'm out of the game. All Might said, holding up a finger, I've been doing this for 30 years and for the last 20 I forgot what got me to number 1. The clip from his first reveal had been played, something the majority of the crowd has seen before. This man you see has been buried under a whore. I spent so long on slinging shit for sponsors who would rather civilians die if it meant that I'd miss a body wash commercial. All Might face twisted into a scowl. I've lost the person in that video. I've put image before the duty of a hero. I've put my health at risk. All Might lifted his shirt and the lines from the injury was shown. Many gasped, then many puked when an image of his buff form with a much darker scar was revealed. I lost half my respiratory system 6 years ago, and instead of finding someone to help I let image get in the way. All Might said, but last year I got the sense beaten back into me, and for 6 months I had someone who actually had the ability to fix me, to put me back together. All Might started chuckling. To the fucker who did it to me, I know you can hear me. I'm completely healed. I'm feeling better than I've been, and unlike before. All Might let out another laugh. You're not getting the luxury to hide behind my fans. I'm renewing my hero license and gonna be working under a new name in the underground. Villains aren't getting the privilege to see me coming. The crowd all looked around. The title of number 1 was an achievement, no doubt, but it's gotten too much a hindrance to me. All Might said. So as my final words as number 1, I say this. The crowd was on the edge of their seats. Students. Show the world the next generation of heroes. Villains. Watch your backs. And Endeavor. Congratulations on number 1. All Might said, clapping as Endeavor was showed on the camera, shocked. The crowd cheered as All Might walked off. Endeavor's shocked face would be on every news station and memed to heaven and back. Well, now first up in the tournament. We got a 3-way between 2 rocks and a hard place, Midnight said. She really said that? A group of people said, thought. Tetsu from Class 1B. Midnight gestured to a gate, and Eijiro Kiroshima from Class 1A. The 2 metapods walked to the field, and our genius playboy inventor, Midnight said, the representative of Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya, Midnight shouted as Izuku walked out. The crowd cheered for both, but Izuku was waving his arms, hyping the crowd further. Tetsu leaned over to Kiroshima. Is this a good idea? Isn't he? You know? It's fine. Kiroshima said. Tetsu was definitely feeling conflicted. It wasn't manly if he wasn't fighting fair. Having performance issues, boys? Midnight asked. If you're nervous you can walk out and let the real men fight. Izuku said. You are the only one here who needs a little blue pill to get harder. He's just as bad as Midnight. I can take both of you on, Tetsu shouted, flexing. I got enough iron in me. Kiroshima, if you throw a single punch at him you're cleaning every toilet in the dorm for a week, Izuku shouted. You heard him, man. Kiroshima said, it's us versus him. The two activated their quirks and Midnight started the fight. Begin! Midnight shouted. Izuku ran in and kicked off Kiroshima's chest and punched Tetsu in the nose. The steel warped, red leaked out his nose and his whole body rang like a gong. The crowd watched the steel quirk user sway and fall to his knees. Convinced? Kiroshima asked before a fist had hit him in the stomach. Stan's Katsumi watched Shitty Hair 1 and 2 get beat up. Of course Deku fighting these two was gonna only have one outcome. Man, Midoriya is mauling those two. It's their fault for holding back, Katsumi said. Kiroshima was lifted above Izuku's head, and Kiroshima is gonna need a trip to the medical wing. When the limp body of Kiroshima was kicked into Tetsu, the shaking finally stopped. Bro, Kiroshima said, softening before rehardening. Help me. Tetsu nodded and both rushed Midoriya. Izuku grabbed Tetsu's wrist, pulled him down and slammed his elbow into his face. He flowed into hooking his arm around the Class 1 B-boy's neck and twisted to slam him into Kiroshima. We're here to show heroes what we got. You claim you stand for manliness, but all I'm seeing is two marshmallows, Izuku said. I'll show you a marshmallow, Tetsu shouted before his quirk ran out. Crap. You're out of iron, Izuku said. Figures. Looks like Tetsu is out of iron, folks. His quirk is burned out. Tetsu looked down at his hands and started to shake. Tetsu, you were given something before the match, right? Midnight asked. Tetsu looked over. Izuku gestured to the screen and the formula was shown. Attention students, that vial has been cleared with Recovery Girl and checked by the teachers to only contain the iron supplement, Nezu said over the speakers. You are allowed to use it. But, Tetsu started. We're here to show what we got. I know you'd burn your quirk out long before us, Izuku said. Quit being a wimp and use it. And you've been holding back too. No, I haven't, Kiroshima shouted. I'm giving it my all. No, you aren't. You're still holding back, Izuku said, deflecting another swing and kicking him back. You're both acting like wimpy, unmanly marshmallows. Tetsu and Kiroshima had both glared and something just went off in both their eyes. Fine, I'll use it, Tetsu said, taking out the injector. Tetsu jammed it into his hip and gasped as his quirk had more fuel than ever. Kiroshima's body seemed to go limp as he closed his eyes and started his quirk. His body tensed and both began to push their quirks to their limits. Let's get it, Kiroshima shouted. Tetsu's body was covered again, but not in a single color. The wavy pattern of his quirk was new, but he hadn't even noticed. Bring it, Tetsu shouted as his fingers were separated into knife-like blades. Now we're getting somewhere, Izuku smirked as the three rushed each other. Stands. Of course Deku would do this, Katsumi said as Class 1A and B were dumbfounded at the two's new forms. Izuku had actually started taking damage as the two had started working together. We'll show you, unmanly, both shouted. Izuku got put in a master lock by Kiroshima while Tetsu was just slashing. Izuku kicked off Tetsu and flipped over Kiroshima, twisting his arms back and stomped between his shoulder blades. The sickening crack had echoed through the stadium as both Kiroshima's arms were broken. Izuku rushed Tetsu and repeatedly headbutted him. Ding ding ding, both boys' bodies started to quiver as their quirks finally quit. Okay. We're done, Kiroshima said. Bro. Tetsu said as a shaky thumbs up before falling unconscious. Midoriya moves on to the next round, Present Mike shouted as Izuku walked off with the two to Recovery Girl. Back to the stands. What was that about hubris? Kendo asked Abara. Figures, Katsumi muttered. What was that? Abara asked. Deku's got a tungsten skeleton, Katsumi said. You think a rock and a lump of steel would do more than a few scratches? He really was giving Tetsu a fighting chance, Abara said, putting her head in her hands. Did you see that shit though? Tokage said. Tetsu was all swirly. I believe that was called Damascus steel, Iida said. I am surprised at Kiroshima's new form. Haven't seen him that hard, ever. Mina said. Daddy sure is good at making quirks better. Endeavor. First time made #1, now my future son-in-law makes the others better. Endeavor thought. Maybe he could improve Shoko's quirk. Endeavor walked off to talk to Shoko before her match. Use my quirk. I can win without it, Shoko said stubbornly. Shoko walked onto the field. Her father had been annoying her ever since they entered the stadium. He was hellbent on finding the quirkless student and her using his quirk. Had All Might not announced his stepping down from number 1, Endeavor probably would have talked her ear off and given a probably rehearsed speech scolding about carrying the flame. Honestly, Shoko wanted to just have Midoriya shoot a kid into her just to piss him off about his lack of a quirk. What would it look like? Shoko thought as the match was announced and her and a girl with vines on her head walked out. Will my hair separation be with a green and red? Or maybe green and white? Shoko thought as the match started and she activated her quirk. Hope it has Midoriya's eyes. Maybe my heterochromia would show up and they'd have my mom's eye and Izuku's. Todoroki moves on to the next round. Shoko looked and the girl was frozen in a block of ice. Shoko took a breath and put a hand on the ice to melt it. How did Midoriya heat up his hands to cut those robots? I know he has the extremis, but how could it make a human body hot enough to melt iron? Couldn't Midoriya just melt that metal Kiroshima's skin then? Shoko walked into the hall and saw Midoriya about to enter the boys' locker room. Hey Midoriya, can I ask you something? Sure, what's up? Izuku asked. How come you can melt the robots but not the metal Kiroshima? Shoko asked. Shoko, I wasn't trying to instant win that fight. Izuku said. I was trying to get Kiroshima and Tetsu to go all out. Shoko nodded. That she understood from knowing him. How does your hands heat up like that? I too am also curious. Bakugo said, walking out the girls' locker room. You know how the human body runs on mitochondria? Izuku asked. Powerhouse of the cell. Both said. Well, a human body can heat up to about 108 degrees Fahrenheit before dying and there's about 1,000–2,000 mitochondria per cell. Izuku said. Okay, Shoko said. Your metabolism runs at different speeds, so if you say increase oxygen intake and speed up your heartbeat you can push them to work harder. Izuku said. Following so far. Bakugo said. Now what would happen if say instead of 2,000 you have 50,000? Izuku said. Now instead of 108 I can make about 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit. The melting point of steel is 2,600 give or take. How come it doesn't kill you? Bakugo asked. My cells regenerate at a cancerous level. Even if a few extra are dying I replace them faster anyway. Izuku said. But wouldn't that mean you'd get cancer easier? Shoko asked. Why aren't you a walking tumor? Bakugo asked. I have about 100 extra tumor suppressor genes and a gene drive to make sure no cell mutates. Izuku said. Unless I go streaking in Chernobyl, me and every child I shoot into someone will never get cancer. Wait. Didn't they use that gene drive shit to stop mosquito? Bakugo asked. Wait, are your kids gonna become quirkless? No, I haven't done anything to that part of the genome yet. Izuku said, crossing his arms and leaning against the door. Yet, both girls shouted. Yeah, I could probably give myself a quirk if I found the right one. Izuku said. I'd need some kind of energy stockpiler though. I can change my genetics but I can't alter the Q factor. Could you give me a different quirk? Shoko asked. Could you remove a quirk? Bakugo asked, looking as if she was staring at death itself. I could put it in a strain for rhino flu and turn the planet quirkless. Izuku said seriously before smiling. But why would I do that? And Shoko, your quirk is fine. Bakugo had turned pale as she walked off to her first match against Ochako. Izuku tapped his phone. Ochako. The female Kirby had been trying to steady her breathing. Her phone rang and she looked at the text. Deku. Hey, you need help. Ochako. Nah, I can do this on my own. Deku. Solid. Kiss ass. Deku. Kick. Ochako. Smiling face with open hands. Ochako turned off her phone and took another deep breath. You can do this. You can do this. Izuku. The inventor was grabbing a drink when he saw All Might in thin form munching on a chocolate bar. Young Midoriya. Why did Jarvis give me a note saying, God damn it Midoriya? Izuku asked. Good imitation. Toshinori said. So, if this is important you can tell me. Toshinori heard in his head. What the fuck? All Might shouted in English. The glasses have a phone feature. Silent communication. Izuku said. Test test. Toshinori said, shit, what didn't you put in this suit? A new respiratory system. Izuku said, leaning back. Har har. Toshinori said, about the quirk. I've put it off long enough. After the tournament, Izuku said, your system called my old teacher. Toshinori said, Gran Torino, right? Izuku asked. Yeah, your repulsors are actually real similar to his quirk. Toshinori said, but I was thinking about how to actually teach you how to use the quirk and I can't. Well, judging by the fact you're a human pufferfish, the person before you couldn't inflate. Izuku said, so what can you tell me about it? The first use goes all out. Toshinori said, you're lucky you have that tungsten skeleton. Well, it's kinda required when I have nearly twice the muscles of a standard human. Izuku said, how's the quirk reaction to extremis? Like I'm back to my prime. Not a newbie, I'm talking like 5 years after graduation, top of my game. Toshinori said, it's like a dream, honestly. One I'm afraid to wake up. If I woke up tomorrow as the spineless loser I was before, I'd hang myself. Izuku said. Same. Toshi said. Stadium. Hitosha Shinsou had seen the announcement she was going against the guy that had convinced her to actually try for her course. The guy who had used the first fight of the battle to get his opponent to go all out. The guy whose girlfriend, at least a friend she had just caused to walk right out the arena in the face she could see at the lose. The show from Hatsume turning that blue kid that had called out Midoriya day one had been amusing, but it hadn't stopped her from nearly shitting herself. Coming up, Izuku Midoriya vs Hitosha Shinsou, but first it's Fumikage Tokiyami vs Shoko Todoroki. Momo, you did your best. Ochako tried to comfort her friend. I didn't even get to start. Momo said, you showed enough of your skills in your first fight with Kendo. Izuku said, you actually gave it your all instead of certain people. I don't need. Shoko started. Shoko, I swear, I will unfix that face. Izuku said, pinching the brim of his nose, if I don't see one flicker in the next fight, you're gonna get folded like a lawn chair. You sound like my father. Shoko muttered. Well, unlike him, I actually am trying to get you to actually use your quirk correctly. Izuku said, not just the hot part. Tokiyami vs Shoko. Shoko was still being stubborn. Who did Midoriya think he was? Shoko thought. Shoko. Endeavor said, trying to meet her on her way to the stadium. Fuck off. Shoko said, freezing him to the wall. Tokiyami watched the walking blizzard step to the arena. The shadow's icy grip grows near. Tokiyami said, okay. When that bell starts, fucking run at her. If I can get the first hit in, maybe we can win. Dark Shadow said. The look on Todoroki's face had sent a bolt of extra terror down their spines. Ready. Begin. Midnight shouted. Tokiyami had felt more adrenaline running through his bones than his entire life up to that point. His muscles had actually sprained from the force he had pushed into himself. He didn't care if his bones broke, getting a single hit on this goddess of ice and fire would be enough for him. Dark Shadow dove forward and had body-checked Shoko, pushing her back. Come on, come on. The two were thinking as Tokiyami was clawing his way on the ground to get Dark Shadow close enough. The arena was blanketed in ice just as Dark Shadow got a foot from the edge. Tokiyami was frozen, but Dark Shadow had tried to muscle through it. With as much force as he could, he headbutted her, but an ice wall behind Shoko prevented her from moving. With a last swing before getting frozen solid, a single drop of blood fell from her right cheek. A single drop, Dark Shadow said before being frozen. And Dark Shadow has gotten the closest to an actual fight against the Ice Princess. Present Mike shouted. Shinsou vs Midoriya. Izuku was laughing as he walked out. What's so funny? Shinsou asked. Izuku ignored her as Midnight asked if both were ready. Izuku nodded and Shinsou nodded. Izuku had walked forward and grabbed her around the waist. Hey, put me down. She kicked and screamed as he walked her to the edge. No, stop. Fight me. Wanna hear a joke? Silence. How's your mother? Silence. How about anal? Give a clear yes and you can rail me right here on the arena. Shinsou begged. Silence. They had approached the edge. And it seems Shinsou is outmatched. Present Mike said. Though a strong effort to get him to respond. Midnight complimented. Shinsou had kicked and slammed her fists on him. She was breaking down as his fingers loosened. No, no, no. she cried. This is painful to watch. Komori said. I know right, Tokage said. As her feet hit the ground, the victory was announced and Shinsou was just bawling. Izuku grabbed her and pulled her closer. The crowd couldn't hear what he said, but it seemed to stop her crying partly. And Shinsou is out of bounds, so Midoriya moves on to the next round. Present Mike shouted. Class 1B. Hitosha had walked out the stadium and was caught up by her classmates. Hitosha. Kendo shouted, walking over. I lost, Shinsou said. Hey, we all did, Kendo said. It's not that big a deal, Tokage said. My flesh and my heart may fail, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. Abara quoted. We all suffered a loss. Yeah, you all lost to a chick who can pull a railgun out her ass, a living shadow and a walking blizzard. Shinsou said. I lost to a guy who has told everyone he was quirkless. A logical deception probably, Kendo said. He clearly has a heat quirk. No, it's really not, a voice said. They all jumped. Stop doing that, Abara shouted. Pay attention, Izuku said flatly, and I'm really quirkless. Bull. Shit, Tokage said. Your hands heated up enough to melt steel, Kendo said. So deceitful, Abara said. It's called science, bitch, Izuku said. Anyone here watch One Piece? No, the three said. Yes, Shinsou said. It's like Gear Second, Izuku said. I can prove I'm quirkless. Oh how, Kendo said, crossing her arms. Izuku opened his mouth and pointed to the back of it. Wait, you have extra teeth, Tokage said, floating an eye to look. They're called wisdom teeth. The human mouth evolved from herbivores and the extra teeth are often removed due to them growing in wrong. Quirkless people still grow them, Izuku said. I also have an extra toe joint, a thing called an appendix, and I grow body hair. A hand floating down to his shirt and they saw chest hair. Holy shit. Language, Abara said. I gonna get kicked, Shinsou said, curling up. Look, you went against someone bigger than you, Izuku said. If you were willing to stand up against a threat, you know you weren't gonna win. I could have, Shinsou started. No, you couldn't, Izuku said. I have hundreds of pages of notes on every quirk I've ever seen, and you've told me yours the day I met you. You keep notes on quirks? Tokage asked. You should talk to Yui sometime. She likes analyzing quirks. Really? Izuku asked. Well, I'd love to bounce a few notes from one quirk and hero otaku to another. I'm the weakest in my class, Shinsou said. I already have a strike from Sensei Kon on day 1. I had to wear a stupid cone hat and sash. Well, if you were in 1A you'd have gotten kicked already. Izuku shrugged. Who? The 4 asked. Yeah, Aizawa booted his whole class last year and he had been ready to boot me even if I was 10th in his test. Izuku said. Look, you just need to actually get some fitness training and some good gear. How am I gonna do that when Sensei is already probably writing my termination papers? Shinsou asked. Look, when half the world is piloting your death, you know you're doing good. Izuku said. Vlad's a hard ass, but he's not a monster. Izuku felt the quirk activate. Shinsou was glaring at him. Tell me exactly how you think I could possibly get good enough in time. I was gonna offer you help training and maybe build you a... Izuku started, but then a gold coating covered his arm and swung at his face. What was that? A red mask came flying from somewhere and attached to his face. Wait. That's... Abara finger pointed. Shoo. Izuku held a finger to his mouth as he took off the helmet. Meet me tomorrow. Before walking off with the helmet tucked under his arm. Shit, you guy know what we just saw, right? Tokage asked. The fuck was that gold shit? That helmet just flew to him. Kendo looked to Shinsou and said. He said he might build you something. Shinsou eyes widened. Oh fuck, he literally said he's been to space. Locker room. Izuku had waved at Mount Lady before heading off to store his helmet. Walking out, Endeavor was waiting. I saw you talking with All Might, Endeavor said. And? Izuku asked. Endeavor was looking the boy over. Are you his ward? No, Izuku said flatly. Don't hold back against Shoko, Endeavor said. Don't worry, I won't, Izuku said. But little tip for the future. If you want your daughter to get any farther with her quirk, stay away from her. She need to learn how to use her quirk. You spent 5 tries to get her and you are actively putting mental blocks in her head. Izuku interrupted. Her quirk won't move on unless she actually learns it's her quirk, not yours. Watch your tone, boy, Endeavor said. Believe me, Matchstick, you're not the first #1 hero whose ass I've kicked, and the old one did a lot more damage. Izuku said. I could incinerate you where you stand, Endeavor said, standing at his full height. You've walked right into this one. I've dated chicks hotter than you, Izuku said. So take that bass out your voice, stand aside and watch me spilt your daughter in half on live TV. Endeavor looked like a dragon with flames blowing out his nose. Izuku countered with a puff from his own mouth and walking off. 1A girls. Katsumi had been ready to blast Minetta's head off when she was tricked into putting on the cheerleader outfit. Looks like Class 1A is going for a little fan service. Present Mike said. I'm gonna kill that purple piece of shit, Katsumi shouted. Take a number, Jiro said, throwing down the pom-poms. It's not fair, Shoko said, the only girl not wearing it. Why can't I wear one? The girls looked at her. I never got to try for cheer in high school, Shoko said, bowing her head. I'll make you one later. Momo sighed. I'm the one that made these. Hey, we could have fun with it, Toru said, waving the pom-poms. If we're gonna cheer, get me a red and gold outfit, Katsumi growled out. We need Deku to win. That's the spirit, Mina said. Oh, Momo, add lights too. Yes, Katsumi shouted. Izuku had walked out to see something from another life. Jarvis. All camera feeds taking pictures and videos, sir, Jarvis said. Whoever wins this moves on to the final round, Midnight shouted. Will it be Class 1A Ice Princess Shoko Todoroki? Or Class 1A's Playboy Izuku Midoriya? Let's give the people a show, Midnight said. Shoko, are you ready? Shoko nodded. Izuku nodded. The two students locked onto one another. Cementos and Recovery Girl on standby, Midnight whispered into her mic. Ready. Kick her butt, Deku, Katsumi shouted. Freeze that green hunk, Shinsou shouted. Shinsou, Abara said. Let's lose some clothes, Tokage shouted, clapping. Tokage, Kendo said. Why cheer for either? Monoma said. Begin. Shoko started with her standard. Izuku was seen holding out his palm and the ice splitting into 6 pieces through his fingers, but it didn't stop him approach. Shoko moved to short bolts of ice which Izuku's with his still raised hand blocked. Izuku grabbed her wrist and the flesh blistered. Shoko had seen a second hand, heated and reaching for her face. Meanwhile in New Mexico, Thor had woken up in the hospital after being knocked out by Jane hitting him with her car. He had tried calling for Mjolnir but nothing happened. He had started calling for it in the desert but nothing. Jane had helped him run from the government. Apparently they had to stay away from Mexico, as they called this area of Midgard. They sat around a campfire talking. So your planet is full of sorcerers and non-magical are killed? Thor asked. No. Well, not in America, Jane said, her having an ability that negated electricity. Not collect or use it but just immunity to getting zapped. In Mexico you'd get checked and led into an unmarked van, Darcy said, the quirkless one of the group. Thor remembered when the only magic on Midgard were wizards and those were far and few between. Our first chance to study an Einstein-Rosen bridge and the government takes my research, Jane said. A what? Thor asked. A wormhole, Darcy said. Why are you studying the holes of Earth parasites? Thor asked. No, an Einstein-Rosen bridge is a theoretical structure linking 2 points in space together, Jane said. Oh, a Bifrost bridge, Thor exclaimed. You know about it? Jane asked. Yes, it's how I got here. My hammer can open the Bifrost, Thor said. I can go to all 9 realms with it. Wait, doesn't it require like a giant machine or something? Darcy asked. Well, the Bifrost is the old model, and wizards can achieve the same thing without it, but Thor looked down. I'm not as studied as my father or my brother. Wait, Darcy jumped up. You can learn magic. Like you can just get a book and learn to shoot lightning from your fingertips. Yes, such information is available in Asgard, Thor said. Okay, if we help you get the hammer back, can you please take us? Jane asked. Lady Jane, if we find my hammer I would gladly bring you to my home, Thor said. But it isn't responding to me and I am banished until I am worthy to lift it. Hey, can you answer a few questions? Darcy asked. Like about mythology. Go ahead. Thor said. Did you really cross-dress to attack a giant's wedding? Darcy asked. Yeah, is this the same hammer? Jane asked. No, actually that one was my childhood toy. Thor said, rubbing his neck. Mother originally said no and ordered father to just leave it be, but Loki convinced me to go through with it. Wait, what did the hammer do if it wasn't Mjolnir? Jane asked. It had sentimental value. Thor had looked sheepish. Wait, so the reason you needed a belt and gloves to lift it was? Yes, back then I was actually quite frail. Thor said, remembering his childhood. So what about your goats? Darcy asked. Tan Grisnir and Tanningjoster. Thor exclaimed. They were the best pets a boy could have. There was a story about you feeding them to some guy and then when they broke the bones, Darcy started. Thor covered his face. Okay, that one needs some contexts. Number 1, it wasn't exactly about the bones or the goats, it was I beat him in a card game and he owed me 5 Asgard coin. Someone misheard that and thought it was just the bones. Second, it's so stupid cause the bones are the best part of Tan Grisnir and Tanningjoster, of course I'd offer it for the lodging. Wait, so you didn't enslave him? Jane asked. No, I did have him as a servant for a year, but that was just to pay the debt. Thor said. So wait, how much is an Asgard coin? Darcy asked. Well, Asgard has 20 different money types, but an Asgard coin is the universal currency of my realm. It's the highest value of and is backed by Uru metal. Each coin is worth about 1 bar of Uru, which if you were going to sell to Earth wizards would cost. Thor paused to think about it for a second, about $5 trillion a coin. Darcy was choking on the water she was drinking. A year is a servant for $25 trillion. Jane asked. Well, the value has gone up since then, however it was still a lot at the time. Thor said. How is it that much? Darcy asked. I'm a prince. Thor said. What can I get for sucking your dick? Darcy asked. A tempting offer, but mother would probably kick me to Helheim and back. Thor said. Seriously, what's the going rate on Asgard? Darcy asked. Darcy. Jane said. Back in Japan. Izuku grabbed Shoko's face and pushed her towards the edge. Shoko rolled back and kicked him in the gut, getting him to let go of her. She could smell the burned flesh on her face and the blisters forming on her wrist had her realize something before next beating happened. Midoriya wasn't gonna go easy on her. Shoko. Endeavor shouted from the stadium crowd. Shoko had gotten kicked in the ribs and sent flying like a kickball. Then Midoriya approached and repeated. Shoko had grabbed his leg, but the force had snapped her wrist. With her limp hand she coated him in ice mid-step, but he stomped onto her right hand, breaking out of the ice. Do you get it yet? Izuku asked, grabbing her throat, burning it. You aren't my daughter. You aren't my girl. You're another one in the same field as me and you're treating this as a joke. Izuku threw her back to center field. I fixed that pretty face. Kick. I tried the talking method. Kick. But apparently we need to do this the painful way. Izuku said. And Izuku isn't pulling any punches, folks. Todoroki looks like she's gonna lose this. Shoko, use my quirk. Endeavor shouted. It's not his quirk. Izuku backhanded her. You're not just Endeavor's daughter. You're Snowmaiden's too. She married that prick for the sole purpose of making you. You treat the thing I envy the world for having like a curse. It's your quirk, Todoroki. I won't let you keep wasting it. Todoroki had gotten struck again and started remembering her childhood. The good times with her mother and the days she first got her quirk. The smile on her mother's face. The day her quirk first activated. Shoko left side ignited and the crowd went wild. Izuku was pushed back by the flames. Shoko had felt a wave of relief wash over her as a wall of fire had separated the two. That relief was short-lived. And Midoriya is burned to a crisp, but holy shit folks, he's still standing. Shoko had seen his body put itself back together around the black bones. By the time he had gotten back in range, the only thing she had achieved was burning off everything but his underwear. You aren't getting off that easy. Izuku said. Shoko started to shake. You wanna prove you're Snowmaiden's daughter? Actually use what she gave you. Izuku said, swinging again. Ice walls kept forming and Izuku was just headbutting through them. The look in his eyes. That wasn't her friend. This wasn't Izuku. This was the thing that fought All Might. This was the thing that fought Bakugo. This was the thing that stopped the Nomu. Shoko felt a rush run down her back. Running to the center area, Izuku followed. Like a Terminator, cold and focused, but the sweat on his skin was evaporating. Shoko froze his legs and just unloaded as much fire as she could on him. Izuku's mouth opened and a plum of flames met hers at the midpoint. Izuku twisted his leg and the ice was cracked. Midoriya residence. Hisashi clapped his hands together. My boy. Inko had been gripping both her best friend and husband when the flames first engulfed Izuku. She still didn't know the full extent of Extremis. So how many grandchildren you think you're having? Mitsuki asked. Yes, Hisashi shouted. Endeavor. Finally. Shoko was finally using my quirk. When the metal hand had pressed against her face, Endeavor was about ready to jump over the edge. And holy shit, that healing factor. I need to talk to him about those glasses and underwear. Bitch, we're here to show the world the next generation of heroes. The boy had gotten closer to Shoko. All I'm seeing a cheap knockoff. Shoko had held out both her hands and both sides of her quirk fired off at once. Yes. Shit. Izuku had rushed forward and yanked her arms above her head. Not enough, bitch, the green-haired boy said before headbutting his perfect creation. Stop this. Endeavor shouted at midnight. The girl needs to learn. Endeavor could see the screen zooming in on his daughter's panicked face. Her eyes were closed in defeat, but the boy shook her like a ragdoll. Come on, you really don't get it. Class 1A. This is scary, Ribbit. Suyu said. Midoriya looks hateful. The darkest creatures of the abyss are quaking at the fire before us. Tokiyami said. Welp, it was good to know Todoroki. Dark Shadow said. Who's the pallbearer at the funeral? Izuku wouldn't kill her. Mina said. Right, not entirely sure herself. I know he's pissed, but isn't this much? Denki asked. Actually, Deku's going easy on her. Katsumi said. He's beating her like she owes him money. Jiro said. What makes you call this going easy? Cause she's still standing. Katsumi said, getting weird looks. With a sigh she continued. Deku's a runt. He's always been skin and bones and he had this annoying stutter. You think a guy with the balls to actually get in Ua without a quirk is gonna look at a half and half pretending half of her quirk doesn't exist with pity? Compassion. Look at that body, Toru said, trying to lighten the mood. Like a Greek god. Damn right, Katsumi muttered. Damn those underwear, Ochako said before muttering. You will burn in hell for this transgression. Katsumi had shifted her eyes to look at round face, then back to Deku and nodding in agreement with her. It's like a wall of hunk, Toru said. Way to make a guy feel inadequate, Ojiro said, looking at his own arm. Tokiyami looked down at himself and slumped. He was feathers and bones. At least you got some muscle, you tailed bastard. It's too much manliness for lesser beings. Kiroshima said. Hold me, daddy. Ribbit, Suyu said. Come on, Mineta said. Every girl wants him and he makes guys look like me. I've been close to them, but his underseth was on for most of it, but, Momo was taken out of her depression from losing for the moment. A wet match to a shining star, Aoyama said, bowing his head as sad French music seemed to play and his body turned black and white. Make me a true alien queen, you beautiful space marine, Mina said. We should ask Midoriya to train you, Dark Shadow said to Tokiyami. Who? He's quirkless, remember, Dark Shadow said. It would take years to get like that, Tokiyami said. Actually, Deku only got that big senior year, Katsumi said. Who? Ojiro said. Katsumi pulled out her phone, which many were doing, snapping photos. She pulled up her school photos and showed them. Junior year, Katsumi said. Senior, gesturing to the field. Seek the wisdom of the Great One, Dark Shadow said. Yes, Tokiyami, Ojiro, Kiroshima and Mineta said in unison. Holy shit, Toru said. Look at Katsumi's butt. Mina looked. Oh shit. Jiro grabbed the phone and looked between it and the girl sitting next to her. Okay, what devil do I need to sell my soul to? Jiro said to Katsumi. I don't need a shitty demon to get an ass like this, Katsumi shouted. At times she felt it was a curse. She missed pants fitting. Pair of thick queens, Mina said, standing and shaking her hips. Come on, thick sister, Mina said to Katsumi. Shake it, queen. No, Katsumi said. Jesus Raccoon Eyes was both the most annoying and most tolerable of these bitches. Jiro got up to use the bathroom. Unfortunately she didn't have time to change out of the cheerleader outfit and it was reminding her of a fact she really hated. Class 1B. Jesus wrapped those pythons around me. Tokage said. Don't use the Lord's name in vain. Abara said. Take a look at that body and tell me it's sacrilegious to compare the two. Kanoko said, licking her lips. You gotta introduce me to that fun guy. I'm looking to ride cowboy. Pony said in English. Let me touch those shoulders. I don't need my quirk to make that bigger. Kodai said. I wondered what his routine is like. Writing notes. Come on, so he's a little ripped. Monoma started. Doesn't mean he's tough. The headbutt through the ice wall happened. Monoma said. I am not worthy of this manliness. Tetsu said. Shinsou, you got to feel those hands on your waist. Tokage said. Mind giving us a description? Hitosha looked at them and then to Kendo. Mind putting these thirsty skanks on leashes before they jump his well-toned ass? No cough. Stop. Cough cough. Control yourselves. Cough cough cough, Kendo said, disinterested as her phone was also snapping pictures. Outside, Mount Lady had whistled from looking over the side of the stadium. Jesus, that fucker looks made of granite, Wood said, looking at his arms. He sure grew up, Mount Lady said. You know him, Wood shouted. Random club. A cat-like female with blonde hair had just killed a guy in a bathroom, drank his blood and exited to see the TV. Wow, when did we start showing porn? The blonde said. Wardrobe malfunction in the UA tournament. The bartender said, bored. Also, you either need to start paying or you can't come here anymore. You're killing my best clients. Oh come on, this is the only club that won't card me. The blonde whined. Don't care. And your stank-ass boyfriend needs to quit slacking off. The bartender said. Not my girlfriend, boyfriend. The blonde said at the same time as a voice shouted from the back room. Some apparent in slums. Well, this day's full of surprises. A katana-wielding figure said, watching from his phone. Villain's headquarters. Shigaraki had been watching to scout out the next target, and when the green guy showed his quirk, the decay quirk wielder turned to their caretaker. He's probably gonna call. The bartender said. Phone rings. Shoko. What does he want from us? We're using both quirks. A white-haired Shoko shouted. Think of something before we're both slapped out our skull. The red-haired. You're the logical side. White hair shouted. Think of a plan. You're the creative side. Red side said. Get creative. Another headbutt and their viewing screen cracked. Their whole base quaked and sent the two to the ground. Okay, that's a concussion. White side said. Red. Yeah, white. If we don't make it out of this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, sis. Just then the glass wall that separated the two for 10 years opened a small hole. When the hands connected, an ember formed in their combined hands. Field. Shoko blinked, her heart racing in fear. Adrenaline running through her. Suddenly she had a weird feeling in her everything. She felt both her quirks, but instead of a breath informing them, it was an external one. With the last of her strength, the hot and cold seemed to enter her lungs along with the smoky scent of testosterone and burned flesh currently holding her. The one that seemed to be trying break something, like a shell around her. I'm not just some dick in a suit. Her blood started feeling cold before it felt as if it was made of napalm. We came here to show what we have. The pain from the branding irons called hands wrapped around her wrists seemed to dull. She took in a full breath and her mind seemed to suddenly full with euphoria. Blinded and drunk off a new feeling, she didn't see what her body did next. But she sure could feel it. There are stories about every hero. A warm feeling covered her body. Like a sweater in winter or a pool during the summer. That perfect middle ground. How they became great. She knew fire started around her, but it wasn't biting like normally. One thing that they all have in common. It felt good. Shoko took another breath and the flames grew. Their bodies moved before they could even think. Suddenly there was no hot or cold. No half and half. It's your quirk, not his. For a few seconds she felt truly complete. Like her soul itself had finally started to breath. And that air started a new flame. You can take away my toys. Shoko shakingly pushed herself up. My name Izuku Midoriya. I am founder of Stark Industries. A student of Ua College of Heroes. Shoko took another ragged breath. I've been kicked my entire life and I can respond in kind. Shoko's bangs covered her eyes. But there's one thing you can't take from me. Shoko looked into the green eyes of her first friend. I am Iron Man, Izuku. Shoko twisted her hands and grabbed Izuku's arms. The pink flames engulfed him but no heat was felt. Only a biting frost. The flesh on his arms turned black and when his muscles couldn't function Shoko broke her arms free and slammed her fists into his arms, shattering down to bone. Shoko waved her arms and a wave of pink fire pushed him back. The cold slowing his body's healing, forming icicles around him. Shoko was pushing him as much as she could to the end. Izuku moved his hand to a shard and used his spit to freeze his hand to it and snapped it off. Shoko was impaled by her ice shard but kept pushing forward. And Midoriya is out. Todoroki moves on to the final round against Bakugo. Both collapsed, the fire dying out as Shoko's body had lost thermostasis. Medical wing. Izuku had to be cut open to plug his reactor back in, having took it out for the tournament. The outer ring was removed but the hole is still underneath the layer of skin just to describe how it looked. When he got up he saw Mei and Recovery Girl standing there. Shoko was laying on a cot with ice packs covering her left side and heating pads on her right. The stab wound healed my Recovery Girl. Another time you end up in my medical wing. Recovery Girl said. Technically this isn't the same one. Izuku said. That's not the point. Stop fighting things bigger than you. Recovery Girl said. But Midoriya is taller than me. Shoko said from the bed. Don't encourage him. Recovery Girl said. Well, at least you aren't fighting. I completely forgot her name. Mei said. I won't be fighting anything worst anytime. Izuku felt something in his hand. Izuku looked down and started to shake. Izuku, what's that? Mei asked. The green-haired boy turned white as a ghost. Izuku looked between it and the people in the room. He looked towards the open window and rushed out it. Hey, get back here. Recovery Girl shouted. Izuku spun the hammer and headed into the sky. Jarvis, I need a suit. Priority 0. Izuku shouted as he was being pulled out above the city. On its way, sir. Jarvis said as the armor pieces burst through his dorm window to catch up with him as he was headed out the country. Headed for the birthplace of the atomic bomb. Notes. Okay, listen. Last chapter I tried with too much and it flopped. This is the fixed chapter where Thor is here. Little thing I wanted to say what I was trying to do. Izuku having a panic attack. A hit at another interdimensional problem, Supergirl being there. A confirmation that Izuku was worthy. So here's a revised version of the Welcome to Midgard. Tell me if you want me to put it back or not. Over the Pacific Ocean, Izuku was running on autopilot. The hammer pulling him through the air towards the place of Stark Industries' greatest tragedy. New Mexico. Birthplace of the atomic bomb. Howard didn't split the atom like Robert Oppenheimer, he fucking slammed them together. Robert had a somber feeling towards the whole thing while Howard, much like Tony in his younger years, reviled in the destruction. 255,000 dead. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds, Robert Oppenheimer. Rookie numbers. Howard Stark. Izuku had always saw nuclear power as something glorious in all forms. Horror or hope, heroes or monsters. It was just energy to him. Energy he knew what would happen if dipshits got their hands on it. Mjolnir was everything Izuku thought it was. The power, the advanced technology, yet the simplicity in the device. Tony refused to accept magic, but Izuku understood. If he wasn't currently back in New York fighting the God of Thunder, he'd be fanboying over the fact he was finally holding it. If he wasn't currently being lifted by the throat being choked out by the guy who started the invasion of Earth, he'd be studying it. He didn't know what was out in the stars in his own galaxy, but to be holding this, to be holding a piece of the greatest weapon in existence. Izuku was going on instinct. The instinct that rushed to save people. The hero's instinct that had finally cracked the wall to finally help Tony. In the middle of the Chihuahuan desert was a blonde man wearing civilian clothes and the thing that started everything. Izuku had seen the light. That blue light from that goddamn scepter. And all he could do was roar as a bolt of lightning had struck the hammer and was headed for the frost giant's head. Loki. You know, the last time Loki set foot on Midgard they hadn't even discovered electricity. To be honest, the Midgards had impressed him with their current advancement in the tech tree. Loki. A voice boomed. It wasn't Thor. It wasn't Odin. It wasn't Wait, no one else ever really had spoke to him like that. Not one that lived anyway. The half-naked Midgardian holding Mjolnir with green hair and a pair of eyes similar to his own had came slamming down with a burst of lightning, and before I could make a single comment that damn hammer was slammed into his chest and his staff was in the hands of the Midgardian. The hammer was recalled and slammed down onto his scepter, shattering the drop of Yggdrasil dew that made up his focus for his more trickster abilities. You owe me a new one, Loki said. You aren't getting out of here alive, Ice Giant. Please, what do you plan to do against me, Midgardian? Loki asked. Honestly, he never was actually gone against anyone willing to hurt him with his brother's hammer. I'm gonna turn you into a fucking snow cone, the green-haired Midgardian shouted. Loki Odinson had strength. Not as much as his brother, but strength. But when he had grabbed the Midgardian's neck when he came in for a hit, a hand had grabbed his fingers and snapped them backwards. Tis but a stubbed toe. Loki hid the fact it hurt like shit well. After being kicked over, a charged hammer slam to his codpiece had gotten the reaction the Midgardian wanted. The forged gold of Nidavellir, invulnerable to nearly every weapon in the universe, just got hit by the greatest weapon in the universe. The Lawfason family jewels were struck for what Loki could remember the first time of his life. And the ice giant realized this was a serious fight. Okay, Loki wheezed out, stumbling to get up. His skin turned blue as he had drawn from his frost giant's blood. Let's take this seriously, Loki said, taking a breath, and the breath of the frost giants, the one that started the Ice Age, had been released. And the figure just heated up and kept up the attack. Shit, Loki cursed. Thor, he honestly didn't know what to do right now. His original goal of find his damn hammer had kinda never went beyond that. Thor had seen a windstorm kick up surrounding the area to prevent interference. Who the fuck is that? Darcy shouted. I don't know, Thor said. I need to stop this. Are you sure that's even possible? Jane asked. He's got your hammer and is strong enough to break your brother's fingers. I think we should wait for the heroes to send help. But Loki, Thor started. Has he ever done anything for anyone? Jane asked. He's my brother, and Jane's the closest thing to a sister I have, but if a buff dude is coming at her with a hammer that can make fucking lightning, I'm running. Darcy said. Look, there are people trained to deal with this, Jane said. Thor had fought with himself over rushing in and waiting. Meanwhile, back in Japan, All Might was giving out the medals. Due to Midoriya's disappearance and Todoroki's injuries, Bakugo was called the victor. No, I want an actual fight, Bakugo shouted. Haven't changed from the cheer uniform yet. And where the hell is Deku? All Might had put the medal in her teeth, and after everyone left, All Might got a notification on something happening in America. Giant windstorm surrounding two people in the Chihuahuan desert. One black-haired male with an ice quirk being attacked by, quote, green-haired dude with a hammer. All Might had slipped off and shrunk. Jarvis, where is Midoriya? Currently in New Mexico, Jarvis said. I was afraid of that, All Might said, pulling up his contacts. How fast can Liberty get here? En route now, sir. Call BoomTube. Calling. Toshi, have you heard what's going on in New Mexico? I think it's one of my students, All Might said. The dudes kicked up a Category 5 hurricane. None of the flyers can get through and they're trying to get a teleporter in. Dude hits like a truck. Listen, if you can get me in there, I can talk him down, All Might said. All right, where are you? BoomTube asked. I'm just outside the sports festival stadium in Japan, All Might said as the Iron Liberty suit landed in the alley. All right, give me a second to punch it in my phone. The other person was punching it in. All right, on my way. Jarvis, I need to know what's going on in there, All Might said as he entered the suit. Showing Sir's heads-up display, Jarvis said as All Might was watching a blue-skinned man fighting against Izuku. Midoriya, what is going on? All Might thought as a portal opened and the wormhole hero, BoomTube, appeared. A friend from his time in the American Hero branch. Let's go, ma damn, finally upgraded, BoomTube asked. Yeah, let's go. New Mexico. All Might had arrived just in time to see the piece of Midoriya's armor get there and assemble around him along with a shield. Okay, that's not fair, Loki shouted as he had scrambled to dodge another attack. Was it fair to invade Earth? Was it fair to hurt my planet? Was it fair you helped Thanos kill half the fucking universe? Midoriya shouted. Who's Thanos? Loki asked. The lightning flowed through his armor. dwarfing his arc reactor's power and supercharging his repulsors. Tell you what, if you stop now I'll pay you and leave. Loki said, holding out a fake Asgard he often used to prank people of the realms. The lights on the eyes turned red and the hammer was raised again. You died today, Frost Giant, Izuku said. Class 1A dorms. It was 2 days after the tournament when Shinsou had knocked on the other hero classes' dorms. Can I help you? Another purple-haired girl answered the door. Yeah, the green one told me he wanted to train me, Shinsou said. He said something about having plans to help me. He hasn't left his room since he came back yesterday, she said. Come on in. So where'd he go exactly? Shinsou asked. No clue. All we know is him and All Might returned miserable for some reason, Jiro said. Shinsou looked around and saw a few people just kicking it. It was a day off, so it was expected. Out walked from the dorms a unshaved, greasy mop of green hair in shorts and a muscle shirt. Shinsou, glad you actually came. Are you okay? Shinsou looked at him up and down. Cause you definitely look like you haven't slept since the tournament. Not important, Izuku said. Let's get you into shape. Anyone else wanna join? I also require more physical training, Tokiyami said. I'm in, Kiroshima shouted. Alright Momo. I'm good for today, Momo said, sitting on a block of ice. What's up with her? Shinsou asked. Don't ask, Momo said. Let's see what you got for workout gear, Izuku said. A muttering of words I couldn't understand as an unmarked notebook was pulled out of somewhere. When my UA gym uniform was revealed, Izuku grabbed it. No. This is physical training. No quirks, no tests. This is pure working out, so you're gonna need the right equipment. Momo, she's gonna need some proper workout clothes. What size are you? Momo asked. Shinsou had a bad feeling about what the rest of her day was gonna be. Later, the group consisted of Izuku, Tokiyami, Shinsou, Kiroshima and Ojiro. I feel naked, Shinsou said as she was in a pair of short shorts and a sports bra. There's no point of wearing extra clothes if you're gonna be sweating today, Izuku said, grinning. Why am I wearing these? Tokiyami asked, wearing only shorts and shoes. Dark Shadow let out a wolf whistle. Cause you're the newbie, Kiroshima said, slapping him on the back. You gotta get this part over with, Ojiro said, dressed in his standard GI. Why are you wearing that? Shinsou asked. One must train in gear, Ojiro said. Normally I'd be training in a depowered suit, Izuku said, but today I'm here to get you caught up. A firm slap to her left butt cheek sent Shinsou jumping a foot into the air and letting out a loud yelp. First we'll be doing some light cardio. Shinsou sighed and followed the group, Izuku pulling behind to make sure she didn't. 2 hours later, they had made it to wherever it was that Midoriya was taking them. Welcome to Takoba Municipal Beach Park, Izuku shouted. Shinsou and Tokiyami were gulping down water as the image of the sun illuminated Izuku that made them briefly think of All Might. Wait, wasn't this covered in trash a few months ago? Ojiro asked. Yep, Izuku said. And where you trained? Tokiyami asked. Yep, Izuku said, grinning. Wait, you cleaned this shithole? Shinsou shouted. Yep, got it done in 3 months, Izuku said. On this sand was where the man you were looking at truly started. So, manly, Kiroshima said, getting pumped, but Tokiyami and Shinsou had realized what they were getting into when the pictures of what it was were pulled up. Oh shit, Shinsou and Tokiyami said in unison as they realized what they signed up for. Heroes are civil servants. We not only help the community by fighting villains, we help in other ways, Izuku said. There's a park that looks very similar to what this place did. It's only 1/10 the size, so it should only take 1/10 the time. Just enough to get you 3 on the right track. Wait, Dark Shadow started. Tokiyami's been carrying you for the last 14 years, Dark Shadow. You're gonna be carrying him for the next few blocks, Izuku said. Dark Shadow lips started quivering. Tokiyami had tried that before, but it was the most excruciating thing they've ever tried. Sure, Dark Shadow could lift him, but it was very draining to the shadow. I'll carry Shinsou there and we can start building some actual muscle, Izuku said, scooping up the tired purple-haired student. The 3 newbies had all finally realized what they were in for when the shadows of the piled trash at what was once a park came into view. Wait, I change my mind. Shinsou shouted, trying to wiggle her way off Izuku's shoulder. A hand on her butt had held firm as she was set down. A fridge was tied up and a rope was thrown to Tokiyami. 50 meters, Izuku said, plopping onto the fridge. Midoriya, that's easily over 300 pounds. Tokiyami said, I don't have a strength quirk. Neither do I, Izuku said. Same, Ojiro said, grabbing the rope and pulling it with ease. Ditto, Kiroshima said, dragging it back to its original place. I pulled All Might on one of these on sand. Izuku said, I don't have any quirk, so. Doesn't All Might weigh like 600 pounds? Tokiyami asked. That's why I'm going easy on you too, Izuku said, pulling out his phone and snapping photos. We have 2 weeks till U3's internships with Hawks and Aizawa. Izuku said, we have class in 1 week, so we gotta make the most of our free time to get you into shape. What makes you say Aizawa is gonna be my mentor? Shinsou asked. It's either him, Midnight, who is gonna pick Momo, or Mrs. Joke. Which one is gonna be more appealing to you? Izuku asked. Time's up, the one that requires the less travel. What about Hawks? What says I'm interning under him? Tokiyami said. Come on man, he's gonna pick you, Izuku said. Dare I ask how you know that? Dark Shadow asked. Madman's knowledge, Izuku said, grinning. The goths all looked at one another. Has Midoriya always been so creepy? Class 1B. Kendo has opened the door to see the limp body of Hitosha Shinsou being carried. What happened? Kendo screamed. Training, Izuku said. Mind if I come in and set her down? Kendo let him, and after setting her on the couch he pulled out a packet. As the president of Class 1B, I can entrust you, hold her to this. The aim to pass American Dream Plan? Kendo read the label. This is a specific tailored workout regimen to get the most out of her before the internships, Izuku said. Food, workout, sleep schedule. Midnight's number is there if she needs help sleeping. Kendo looked through the packet and was looking paler and paler. Are you trying to kill her? No, I'm trying to get her into the right mindset to succeed, Izuku said. I'm going easy on the girl with this. Kendo had looked between the green-haired boy and her classmate. What do you need me to do? Follow the packet exactly. No slacking or pushing, Izuku said. Jim Zeta in the padded exercise room with her laptop. Shoko was watching a tutorial video for cheerleading. Well, this is surprising. Shoko had fallen on her butt when she heard the voice of Midnight. In walked Midnight and Momo. Hey Shoko, liking the outfit? Yeah, Shoko said, looking down at the UA-themed sheer skirt. I always wanted to do it, but my school didn't have any teams. And Endeavor probably wouldn't want me to waste time on it. Some of the most fun times was me and the girls during cheer, Midnight said. Guess I have a project till the internships. Hey, what were you two doing here? Shoko asked. Never mind that, dear summer child. But I was born in January? Shoko's hair was ruffled, then put up by Midnight. Your hair's long, sweetie. Good rule is around boob length at max. Okay. Line break. The three had spent the day just going through what Midnight had replicated the first day of cheer. Shoko had felt something inside her as the older woman had reminded her of an old feeling. Shoko had seemed to zone out as her body had started reacting to orders. This was way more than she'd been doing since she had started her rebelling from Endeavor. Honestly, this felt good. The workout was actually fun. It was a comforting feeling of a long-missed feeling in her chest before a scream from Momo had snapped her out of it. Wah! Shoko, your quirk. It happened again, Shoko said, looking down at her hands. Just like the tournament. You're learning to use both of your quirks, Momo said. A crack of a ridding crop across Midnight's thigh had caused Momo to jump. Tisk tisk. Midnight waved her finger. 2 weeks with the green-haired playboy and you still don't see it? Do you need another whipping? No, mistress, Momo said. Shoko looked between the two. Are you Midnight's secret love child? No dear, but I am training her, Midnight said. But here's a little wisdom your beefcake of a class president already taught you. You don't have 2 quirks. But, Shoko was looking at her hands, raising one then the other in a silent but look. A hand was placed on her shoulder. Sweetie, your quirk is temperature control. Your only problem is your mind is seeing it as 2 things. Shoko was looking at her, still confused. The fact Midoriya had gotten you to use both sides at once is proof, Midnight said. It's like riding Todoroki. Momo said. You have a dominant hand but you can train yourself to use both. Exactly. You gotta get your sub-hand to the proper skill to be the switch you need to be, Midnight said. She really said that? Momo thought, covering her face. What's a switch? Shoko asked. Do you know how sex works? Midnight asked. Yeah, I know how babies are made, Shoko said. But you've never learned to more carnal parts of sex, Midnight said. Shoko shook her head. Right endeavor, Momo said. Immediately Todoroki's left side went off. Midnight had pulled Todoroki to a bench. Sweetie, quirks are like muscles. Look at me. I actually can knock myself out with my quirk if I put too much into it. I could literally starve myself if I went too much with my quirk, Momo said, munching on an unmarked bar of something. But Shoko started until she remembered the pink fire. She watched that recording of that goddess in action. That was the only term she could compare the thing fighting Midoriya. I can't unlock that fire. Why could I do it before but not now? Shoko asked. Shoko was pulled to Midnight. Tell me what you were feeling during the fight. Afraid. Really afraid after I had realized I was about to get a beating, Shoko said. Is that the secret? No. Well, Midnight started but shook her head. Sweetie, your problem is entirely mental. Shoko's face looking at the purple-haired succubus. Look at yourself. Half red, half white. You talk about your left and right as if they are different, Midnight said. What were you thinking when you just activated your quirk? I felt happy, Shoko said. How does it usually work? Midnight asked. I just breath. Shoko shrugged. Midnight had smiled. And that's the trick. Quirks are affected by emotions and our mental state. Shoko raised a hand to her face. Midoriya said he fixed your face. Momo said, he must have thought about this. He said I had to talk to my mother, Shoko said. I'm scared too. More scared of Midoriya, Midnight said. He was willing to burn you and himself to get through to his friend, Momo said. Shoko could count her friends before Midoriya on one hand. More the hand folding into a finger and pointed at Momo, and that was a big maybe. I'll go talk to my mother, Shoko said. There you go. Now how about a smile, Midnight said. There it is. Midnight patted her on the cheek. Line break. The memory of a time before things went to shit had played as Shoko took the train to the hospital. Tears mixed with the boiling water had sent a phantom pain to her eye. She had closed her eyes in front of the hospital door and shook as she had started remembering. I'm sorry. Hey, quit blocking the damn door. A figure bumped into her. Sorry, Todoroki said, sidestepping the scared figure. Do I know you? You look familiar. No, fuck off. The figure pulled a hood up and walked off. Get back here and show your eye. What are you wearing? Fuyumi, Todoroki asked. Midoriya had a point to prove. Shoko said. Ma'am, are you in need of medical attention? A nurse walked over. No, I'm here to visit someone, Shoko said. Well, unfortunately visiting hours are over for today, nurse said. Oh, Shoko said, the courage having completely left as she was turning to leave. Come on, 5 minutes. Fuyumi said. Sorry, I can't. Fuyumi reached into her pocket. 10 friends of mine says we have 5 minutes. Fuyumi said, waving the bills in her face. The nurse looked in the mostly empty room. Who? Whispered her. Rei Todoroki. Shoko said. Follow me. Outside the door of room, Shoko was feeling as if her bones were made of lead. The dread heavier than anything she'd ever felt. Shoko reached for the door but her hand froze on the handle. Shoko was about to run till she heard the TV. With Izuku's voice. You wanna prove you're Snowmaiden's daughter? Actually use what she gave you. Shoko turned to see her sister nodding. Shoko opened the door to see a woman with pure white hair watching the screen. A somber look on her face. When she heard the door open she turned. Snowflame. Rei Todoroki said. Hi mom. Shoko said. My baby. All grown up. Rei said, shaking as she had touched Shoko's face. I saw your fight. I'm sorry your face was burned. Twice. Her hand went to the burns on Shoko's arms. The handprints unable to be healed properly by Recovery Girl due to the brand nature of the burn. That boy fixed your face. Rei said. He fixed a lot of stuff. Shoko said. Tears filled both their eyes and they broke down crying in each other's arm. Fuyumi had entered to tell them the time was up, but she had broke down too and joined in the hug. Times, the nurse started until a card was thrown at her. "Excuse me, I have a patient to help with." She walked off. Shoko had felt a warmth in her chest as the fragments of a long-thought piece of her was starting to become whole. Meanwhile, Izuku had just got back into his room and said, "Jarvis, anything from BoomTube or All Might?" "No sir. Call both." "Shall I leave a message?" Izuku was trying to get his breathing under control. Izuku leaned against the door. "Sir, lunch." It had been 1 week of training with the green-haired slave driver. Shinsou's entire body was feeling it. The others of Class 1B had listened to Kendo's orders to make sure Hitosha followed the packet. She missed chocolate so much. The green in question was sitting with his friends seeming to be normal, but one said something and suddenly he wasn't smiling. "You okay bro?" Kiroshima started. "Deku." He started muttering, but before anyone could say something, All Might came in and walked over to Izuku. "Midoriya, please come with me to the principal's office." All Might said that Smile was there, but something in his voice had put the cafeteria on edge. The boy walked off. "What's with him?" Shinsou asked, walking to the now empty seat. "He was fine a second ago," Ochako said. "Deku's been acting weird since he got back from who know where." Katsumi said. "Damn bastard," started that damn muttering again. "I think if Midoriya isn't telling us, it is his choice," Iida said, in a similar state of mind to Midoriya. So, Shinsou having felt weird about what was going on. Nezu's office. Izuku walked in to see 4 people sitting in the room. "Man of Iron," Thor said. "Dead or alive?" Izuku asked. Victor Stone aka BoomTube exhaled through his nose. Having trouble deciding how to word it. "Well, he's still breathing," BoomTube said. A picture was pulled from a file. The old man took one look at it and said, "Look familiar." To All Might. The trickster's Loki Odinson face was covered in bandages and numerous tubes were shoved into him. All Might could only nod at seeing the similarities. "He's stable," Victor said, "but we don't know how long it will take to heal." "My hammer. My power. I've never actually." Thor struggled to finish the sentence. His own power turned on his own family. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." Was this really worthy? Was his brother so bad that the hammer hadn't stopped the beating? Was this Midgardian right to do this to Loki? "Look, Izuku started, but his tears started spilling. I couldn't let him. He was just too much of a risk to stay alive. Well, due to recent events we need to figure out the next course of action." Nezu said. "Midoriya, you will be visiting Hound Dog 2 times a week for therapy. Mr. Odinson, I will need to speak with you privately. Your friends in higher places have cleared the illegal crossing and no civilians were harmed in the fight." Victor said. "Shit man, you really smashed a god's face in." Izuku breathed. "I have something to discuss with you, young Midoriya." All Might said. "I'm sure you know who this is." "Gran Torino." Izuku said. "Yes, but he was also the one that trained me." All Might said. "Look, Thor." Izuku started before shaking. I can't find one reason to justify letting him live." Thor had stood up and put a hand on Izuku. "Honestly, I can't either. From what Victor of Stone has said, heroes' jobs are to keep the people safe. The fact your instinct had drove you to this was not without reason. Loki has done many things that have people calling for his head on a pike. You were the first to actually get far with the attempt. Teacher's lounge. And that's how I got injured." All Might finished. So a guy with a quirk that takes quirks had a supposedly quirkless brother and gave him an energy stockpiler quirk. Izuku said. "Seems about right." "Yes, and I had defeated him." All Might said. "Mind giving an old man an explanation of what happened?" Izuku turned to the screen on the wall, and the HUD recording of the fight had set the two off. The hammer had been slammed onto the frost giant's entire body. Limbs torn off, bones shattered, the blood of a god pooling at the bottom of the crater. "You'll rot in hell, you bastard." A lightning bolt had struck the hammer again as it was preparing to slam onto Loki's head, but the hammer never made contact. The shout of, "Another one," from Thor and a shout from All Might to stop had been the only indication of what was going on, but the power of Thor was still within Izuku. For the next 60 seconds Loki had finally felt the power of Thor firsthand. The image of Midoriya and All Might overlapped as the face of Loki was changing between All for One. The blurred fists turning their foe into paste. The limp bodies sticking to the fists. All Might and Midoriya could feel everything. The recording ended with a fade to black and a beeping indicator of loss of power. I couldn't, Izuku said, covering his face. We all do things we don't always enjoy in this field, kid. Gran Torino said, putting a hand on him. The fact you are feeling guilty is a positive, but I wanna know how the hell you knew that Horned Eye's sickle. Izuku had taken a deep breath. Okay, let me tell you a story about a man named Tony Stark and a madman named Thanos. Izuku said. Support department. Katsumi had walked into the department to get her new shit. Oh Bakugo, hey. Round Face said. What are you doing here, Round Face? Bakugo asked. She's here cause Zuzu gave her my card. Mei said with a hologram of what looked like some kind of harness. I'm here for my gauntlets. Katsumi growled out. Zuzu. Zuzu. Who the hell is this bitch to be calling him? The new gauntlets were brought out and Crosshair had attached them. Each cartridge can refill itself as it rotates, so if there is ever a leak in one it won't cause a chain reaction failure. Mei said. Also you can fire off multiple super shots. I'm still working on a pair of boots that can do the same. They're perfect. Katsumi said, flexing her fingers. Midoriya's been acting strange these last few days, so I wanted to show his advice has gone far. Ochako said. It's so much fun flying without puking. Is he okay? Mei said. He hasn't been around the lab much. Something happened and now his damn muttering is back. Katsumi said. What was up with Deku? He was getting fucking better for a year, but now he's back to being weird. What's his armor state? Mei said. The two looked at her. Usually his armor is a good tell of what to think. Mei said. Hey, where did you get an armor like Deku? Ochako asked. Oh, I repaired the one All Might destroyed. Mei said. Who? Both girls said. Yeah, I had picked the scraps out of the blood-covered beach after both had to be carted off to Nurse Lady. Mei said, paying attention to the blueprints. All Might hurt Deku. Katsumi shouted. They hurt each other really. Mei said. What do you think of micro-rockets? Crosshair. So propellers. Mei said, putting a hand to her chin. Mei. Ochako shouted. Mei snapped her fingers. Air compressor. The power would be perfect for a zero weight. Deku fought All Might. And lived. Katsumi shouted. He did record it. Shoko said. When did you get here? Katsumi and Ochako shouted in unison. Just now. Todoroki said, tapping her fingers together. I wanted to update my costume and maybe get some support gear. You've come to the right woman. Mei said, hitting save on Ochako's support gear. What's causing you problems? You being so close. Shoko said, looking left and right. I need something to get my body to reach a balanced temperature on each side. Shoko said, demonstrated her quirks. Half and half. What do you know about this? Katsumi shouted. Why would All Might fight Deku? Cause he's more than just a dick in a suit. Shoko said. He showed me the video. It's recorded. Both hero girls shouted. Testing ground. Gran Torino had discussed everything with Midoriya before he had attempted to use the quirk. The first time uses it all out. All Might said. Izuku had the dummy set up and Torino had ordered him to strike it. Izuku had stepped back and rushed forward, jumping into a chained kick. You only had to use it once. Torino said. Sorry, the flow. Izuku said as his shoes were destroyed. Having had his red ones on, not his boots. Now remember what I said about power. Torino said. The load is more tolerable when it's distributed evenly. Izuku said. Like cooking in a microwave. You need to make sure everything is used or you'll just mess up the food. I'm impressed you're still standing. Torino said. Metal skeleton. Izuku said, taking a deep breath. Every muscle in Izuku's body tensed and a green spark of power ran through his whole body. He's getting it. All Might said. It's not even close to them. Izuku muttered. Close to who? Torino asked. I can. Izuku fed more into his body. Midoriya, wait. All Might shouted. You'll break yourself, kid. Torino shouted. Believe me, this is nothing. I can take it. No, you can't. Both shouted. Yes, I can. That's too much power, Midoriya. Izuku had stopped climbing. The output was at peak. The student was pinned in place from the amount of power coursing through him. Plus Ultra rushed forward to the targets that they had set up. The shockwave had leveled the fake buildings. Gran Torino had been grabbed by Toshinori to keep him from being sent flying. Izuku's body had kept moving. He couldn't stop. All Might had raised his hand and instead of his armor something else appeared in his hand. The red, white and blue shield they saw Midoriya had in the fight against Loki. All Might rushed in front of the green blur and his glasses telling him how to activate it. A blue wall of light appeared from the shield and stopped Midoriya cold. All Might grabbed the boy and was trying to calm him, but the smell of smoke had him jump back in time for an explosion to send both flying. Izuku was flat on his back at Gran Torino feet. The boy's shirt had been incinerated, revealing his burned-out arc reactor and the surrounding tissue. "That doesn't look healthy," Torino said. The core couldn't handle the power of Thor and melted. Izuku had neglected to actually replace the core. The material wasn't a slow leak that his kidneys were able to actually handle. The entire fucking core melted into his blood. Dorms. Izuku had walked into his room and was tackled to his bed by 3 females. "Hey Deku," Katsumi said in a calm tone. "Mind enlightening us?" Mei asked. "What's been going on?" Ochako ended the sentence. "Well," Izuku started adjusting his shirt. "Oh fuck you if you think you're hiding something from us." Katsumi had ripped his shirt and the lack of glowing in the hole. "Oh god," Mei said. Ochako had turned green diving for a trash bin. "What is this?" Katsumi shouted. "Are your battery leaking or something?" "What happened?" The 3 continued to shout. Just let me sleep. It can wait till tomorrow." Izuku started, but Ochako had floated him up. "No, we are not letting this." She pointed to the reactor slot. Izuku reached into his pocket and held out the melted reactor. Mei took it and studied it. The core melted. Where the hell was that much power? "Did you get into another fight?" Izuku raised his hand and a green electricity ran through it. "I need to sleep," Izuku said. "Please, I'm not leaving this room," Katsumi said, throwing him onto the bed. "Me neither," Mei said, climbing on. "Hey, there's no room for all 4 of us," Katsumi shouted, trying to shove Mei off. "We could use my room," Ochako said. 3 human balloons were brought to Ochako's room. The blanket of girls and the exhaustion had done enough to let him properly rest. Mental scape. Horned Angel was sighing as the console had shut down for the night. The inner Izuku had broke down crying. Things were going good. Why is there aliens? Why did I have to call the Illuminate again? "Hey kid, glad to finally meet Ye," the raven-haired woman said, walking to Izuku. "Hero name: Ultra Girl, America, Maverick, Japan. Civilian name: Nana Shimura. Status: deceased." "Oh, that's interesting," Nana said as the console of all of Izuku's memories was showing any fact known about her. "Move over." "No, it's my chair." "All right then," she said, plopping down on his lap. "Let's see what we got here." Next morning, Izuku woke up first and noticed the 3 females currently on him. Pepper. Izuku thought, feeling guilty before his higher brain function remembered he wasn't in Tony's head anymore. The sleeping forms of the 3 girls had been cute. Katsumi could deny it all she wanted, but she was adorable when she wasn't sneering. Ochako was like a kitten. A slight purr of her snoring. Mei had been a heavy sleeper when she actually slept. "Jesus, you 3 are beautiful. You aren't getting out of this without an explanation," Katsumi groaned out. "You heard that," Izuku said. "Your muttering is actually really informative." Mei said. "I fell asleep after you taking notes." "Now about the damn hole in your chest," Katsumi said. "Let's just say I need an upgrade," Izuku said. "Are gonna die?" Ochako asked. Izuku put a hand on her head. "I just need time," he said. "But we need to get to class. No one leaves this bed till you tell us exactly what's going on," Katsumi said. "Palladium leak," Izuku said. Mei had looked at the port and said, "What could have overtaxed the core where it melted? It's supposed to go cold when a core fails, right? I went too far and paid for it," Izuku said. "I can fix it, but I need to get to my lab. But first we need to go to class. If you need help, just ask," Ochako said. "Mei Hatsume Incorporated is at your service," Mei said. "No way you're keeping me away, you bastard," Katsumi said. Izuku nodded and they finally got up. Class 1B. Shinsou had walked to her seat. So the class traitor is still plotting with the quirkless one. Monoma said. He's training me, Shinsou said. The faint sound under her desk had drawn attention. Are those grip strengtheners? Tokage asked. Must follow schedule to letter, Shinsou said. Attention, Vlad King shouted walking in. Monoma, take your seat. Tokage, put your head back on your shoulders and sit up, Shinsou. Yes sir. Kendo, Vlad asked. All students present sir, Kendo said. Good, now on to today's schedule, Vlad said, listing off a few things. The support department would be sitting in to see how their quirks functioned and any equipment currently being processed could be set. Tomorrow the students would be picking their hero names. I expect you all to be giving your best. A glance to Shinsou, and keep yourself civil with the other classes. Turning to Monoma. The purple traitor definitely is getting friendly with the quirkless wonder, Monoma said. Shut it, Shinsou said. What was that, private? Vlad asked, raising his voice slightly. Midoriya had offered to help me after I lost. Shinsou sighed, not really wanting to tell sensei. Definitely must be interesting. Help, Monoma said. So did he take you up on that offer you had said in front of everyone? I am not having any form of sex with him, Shinsou said. Well, remember you are here to train to be heroes, not to fraternize. Vlad said. I'm sure most of you understand you won't last long if you don't show any improvement. Shinsou had covered her face with her hair. Why did that jerk convince me to actually take the hero test? Time skip. Izuku had carried the cases Mei had with the gear she had finished. How much gear did you bring? Ochako shouted. Just the 20 projects Zuzu had wired me I already finished, Mei said. 20, was a response to a lot of the class. Yep, I'll finish the rest when Project Bleeding Heart is done, Mei said. Izuku looked at Mei and rolled his eyes. Alright Mei, you wanna lead this one or you want me to do the introduction? Call then up and I'll explain my babies, Mei said. Class 1A is getting all the good gear, Monoma said. Kendo, Izuku said. A pair of gloves were handed to her. Stark Industries Flex Poly with titanium mesh offers the size alteration you need and the protection you want, Mei said. With the material and the proper reinforcements they are strong enough to stop a bullet or 12. Kendo slipped them on and activated her quirk. Awesome, thank you. Tetsu, Izuku said. This is a blood scanner housed in an armband, Mei said. Using Stark Industries, masculine iron shot, it can inject a steady supply of new iron to counter your loss. Why would it need to be continuous? I can just store my iron, Tetsu asked. It doesn't matter how much you have, your body still uses it. Izuku said in a nearly perfect Aizawa impression. You still need iron to function, your body is gonna use your reserves passively. Oh, Tetsu said. Thanks bro. Push the button near the thumb for a quirk boost, Mei said as she helped put on the gauntlet. Momo, Shoko, Katsumi, Izuku said. Their new costumes were handed out and they left to change. Ojiro, Izuku said. Behold, Mei Hatsume incorporated multifunction tail tool, Mei said with what looked like a flail. Ojiro put it on and with a few experimental flicks was able to turn it from a flail to a hook to a lockpick. Sweet, Toru, Izuku said. Mei had held up a briefcase and dramatically opened it. Lights shining from the corners revealed. Gym shorts, Toru asked. Tap the button on the waist, Mei said. Toru did and the entire thing disappeared when the lights turned off. OHMY god, it's perfect, Toru shouted. Internal fiber optic light strands allow a transition between invisible and visible with a press of a button, Mei said. Your original idea wasn't possible with the small amount we had to work with, but it is laminated and can handle water. GPS chips galore, Izuku said. Also a chirp function if it is ever lost. All with a press of a button, Mei said, holding up a key remote. Toru had tackled Mei in a hug. Izuku had started but was interrupted by the blasts of Katsumi flying over. I love it, Ochako said. Try the boots, Izuku said. The extension spring is an improvement on the old one, Mei started. By a lot, since this one won't shatter the second you fall further than 100 feet. Izuku started. You hush, Mei said. The new model use a mix of electrical drag, kinetic absorption and a gyroscope to orientate you to upright whenever you fall. Give em a try, Izuku said. Aizawa nodded and Ochako rocked back on her heels and started running forward. At the end of the run she activated her quirk and flew into the air. Ochako moved through the fake city area with the support kids taking notes. Woo-hoo, Ochako screamed. Bring it in, Mei shouted. Ochako had swandived towards the others and flipped over, landing on her feet as sparks formed around her. Sup extras, Katsumi shouted. It's so comfy, Shoko said as she also walked out. Stark Industries carbon nanotubes combined with Inferno's patented Inferno retardant achieves a fireproof yet breathable fabric. Mei said. Also there's a pack of capsaicin gum in the pockets. Katsumi pulled it out and was about to try it when Izuku stopped her. That shit has 8 times more capsaicin than a ghost pepper. I suggest you hold off until the actual combat testing. Your equilibrium pack is still in the works, Mei said to Shoko. What about that thing we talked about? Momo asked. Still working on it, Mei said, but I swear I will find a way for you to wear more clothes. Fishnet, Shinsou said under her breath. Speak up, Private, Vlad shouted. Fishnet, sir, Shinsou shouted. Momo had put a finger to her chin. That might work. As Midoriya's super intelligence and STD? Mina asked. Cause if so meet me in the bathroom in 5 minutes. It's not, Katsumi said flatly, but Shinsou had shouted she hadn't slept with him. Please get back on topic, Aizawa said. Right, Mei said, looking though her inventions. Sato, Izuku said. This is a wrist-mounted glucose counter. Mei said. No need to repeatedly inject for testing. Sweet, Sato said, slipping it on. Izuku held up a ball wrapped in paper. This is about 10 daily doses of sugar in a compact ball. I call it the Rumble Ball. It's a mix of brown, cane, granulated and a hint of syrup. This baby is gonna get some results, so only use it when it's safe to test. Now that's what I'm talking about, Sato said, accepting the candy nuke. Anything else? Aizawa asked. Mei had looked and said, nope. Anyone have any issues? Hey, leave some for the rest of us, one of the support students said. Yeah, not all of us are the only astronaut in the world's booty call, another said. Well, I do eat that ass a lot, Izuku said with an evil smile. I've been to space too, Mei said. All right, onto the exercise, Aizawa said. Teams of 4 vs 4. Each team will require trying to capture the other team. Do we get to pick or is it random? Izuku asked. Asked to speak, maggot, Vlad shouted. Today I will allow picking. Each class will get 5 captains and Tay will require to pick 2 from the opposite class. Vlad said. I call Shinsou, Izuku shouted. Who? She said. Field. It was Izuku, Shinsou, Komori and Sato. Alright, we're going against Monoma, Kendo, Momo and Su, Izuku said, flipping through his secondary notebook. Oh, you guys have a Kodai? Komori said. Yeah, Shinsou said. That damn notebook has been a pain since my torture session started. Quiet you, Izuku said. Where's your armor? Sato asked. In the shop, Izuku said. So you really are Iron Man? Komori asked. Yes, Izuku said, adjusting his gauntlet. So we're going into battle with a girl that talks to mushrooms, a at-risk diabetic, a quirkless slave driver and me. Shinsou said. Look, I have a plan, just trust me, Izuku said. They have a chick who can make anything and a dude who probably copied a bunch of quirks. Shinsou shouted. You have a damn frisbee. Gesturing to the shield. We're up Shiitake Creek. Good one, Komori said. Trust me, Izuku said, pulling his jacket up and pulling the cords. Just follow my lead, Izuku said. Monoma had managed to copy Harden, Naval Laser, Lizard Tail, and he had gotten his hands on Katsumi. When he had tried to use the kicks, he was actually surprised he couldn't. That wasn't a natural thing, Momo said. Izuku helped her unlock that. Whatever, we can beat Quirkless Wonder, Monoma said. It's Iron Man, Momo said as she was focusing on something. So anyone have a plan, Ribbit? Su asked. What do we know about Midoriya's fighting style? Kendo asked. Usually he's the strategic one, Su said. He's probably got 100 ways to take us down. The losers got nothing, Monoma said, hardening as a large fist was raised at him. They heard footsteps as Komori and Sato walked out. "You lookin' for us?" Komori asked. "Yep," Momo said as a repulsor was created along with a battery pack. She didn't risk making an arc reactor, but the battery was enough. "Oh shit," Sato said, reaching for the rumble ball. As the energy blast along with the naval laser blasted, it stopped inches from the two. A wall of blue light had formed between the groups. "What the?" Sue shouted as a shield slammed into the back of the head had knocked her unconscious. Momo looked around, forming a pair of thermal goggles, looking for the other two. "Where is he?" Kendo shouted as she had slammed her fists into the barrier. A flat part of a shield hit her face as Izuku materialized behind her. "Hey," he said, raising his shield as her fist came swinging back at him. A loud ring had been followed by a flash of light. Izuku had dropped the barrier as Sato popped the rumble ball. Kendo had blocked with her hands. Momo raised her hand and fired off a shot at Komori, which Izuku had blocked. "Wow, that shield has no truffle protecting us at all," Komori said as Momo had charged a beam. Izuku had blasted the other team with the returned fire from the naval laser and repulsor. Momo had yelped as she overloaded the repulsor and threw off the hot metal, and Monoma groaned as his stomach had collapsed. "Scatter." Izuku and Komori bolted off in separate directions as Monoma had chased after Izuku and Momo went after Komori. Kendo had been left to deal with Sato. "Come on, sugar boy, I can take it," Sato roared as he was pushed back but had leapt forward, bringing his hands together, forcing Kendo back. "Okay, that might be a challenge," Kendo said, adjusting her stance. Elsewhere, Monoma had been in a hurry before his time limit ran out. "Why didn't I have a damn watch?" A shield came flying into his back and a kick to the face had him know where his target was. When he had kicked the shield away, the greenette had raised his arm and opened his fingers. Izuku smirked as he had vanished into the dark alley. "Do you know Candace?" Izuku's voice shouted from the distance. "Is she related to Mike?" Monoma countered. "No, but she's Joe's brother," Izuku answered. "I thought he passed away from Ligma," Monoma responded. "No, he's still alive, he lives in Sugons," Izuku said. "I thought that places got renamed to Sugma," Monoma asked. "Yeah, I think so," Izuku said from a different location. "It's in Russia where Yuri lives." "Who's Yuri?" Monoma asked before he froze. The purple-haired girl walked out. Yuri tarted. "Now walk back out the arena." Girls' locker room. Shinsou was pulling her clothes on when she was whipped by a towel. "Good job," Mina said. "Thanks," Shinsou shouted as Kendo had swatted her on the butt. "You made us proud," Kendo said. Shinsou's butt was red by the time the entire locker room had offered her praise. "Can my butt go one day without getting smacked?" Shinsou shouted. "It's a sign of respect," Momo said, turning and wiggling, getting smacked by Komori with a "good job." "Plus you definitely aren't lacking back there," Mina said. "I fucking hate you," Jiro said. "Come on Jiro, yours isn't bad either, Ribbit," Sue said. "Damn right," Tokage said, swatting the other purple-haired girl. The girls' changing room. The shouts from the wall interrupted them. Yaoyorozu's honkers, Katsumi's goddess cake, Shoko's ice cream-fed rack, Ashido's figure, Hagakuri's floating panties. Jiro walked over to the wall. Meanwhile, boys' room. Iida was trying to stop Mineta. "This is highly inappropriate. Midoriya as the class pre, where'd he go?" Shinsou's succubus hips, Uraraka's gravity-defying tits, and can't forget Asui's surprise. The wall then crept through with ice as he was froze to the wall and it exploded. "All you extras get out while we stomp this grape," Katsumi shouted. "Didn't even mention me," Jiro muttered. "Midoriya I need." Momo looked around. "Where's Izuku?" "He was the first to go," Iida said. "I speak for the boys of classes 1A and B, he doesn't represent us." "He isn't wrong." A voice behind the girls got the attention. "Also, since he didn't get to say it, Jiro, you're perfect." "Where were you?" the girls shouted. Jiro face light pink. "I was waiting outside the door when I heard the explosion," Izuku said. "I need to talk to Shinsou and Tokiyami after class. We need to discuss what we are gonna do about him," Momo said, pointing to Mineta. "Well, I have an idea. Ladies, you have 5 minutes. Keep him alive," Izuku said. "Gentlemen, let's be off." "What give you the leave?" Kendo barked, glaring at Monoma and the others. Monoma gulped and bolted along with the rest. Except Izuku. Keep him alive, Izuku said, not showing any outward emotions. If he dies, nothing can keep you in this school. I have things to deal with. Katsumi and Ochako got the meaning in that and looked towards his chest. The hole covered up by the jacket. Him dealing with the perv was far from priority right now. Go do your nerd shit, Katsumi said. Izuku had kissed her on the cheek and left just as she had started blushing and her hands sparked. So he's just gonna ignore this. Deku's a CEO of a company, Katsumi said, covering the real reason. Right, he must know how to properly handle incidents like this. Ochako said, my dad had to go through training to deal with this when he tried to start his company. Oh, that's even better, Tokage said. Plus Midoriya probably has the UA handbook memorized. Shoko said. Stark Industries. Izuku had walked over to his office and put in the orders for the particle accelerator. Estimated delivery time of all components 12 days. Jarvis said. How we doing on the new warehouse? Izuku asked. Unit 12 built to specifications, sir. Jarvis said. 3D printer. Izuku asked. Components have been printed and are ready for treating and assembly. Great. Crank the Aussie and let's get to work. Next day. Izuku had been called into Nezu's office and been informed that he'd be helping handle everyone's intern papers. You know, a phone call could have done the job right? Izuku asked. I have other things to discuss with you, Nezu said. The Hero Association is on my tail about the quirkless student. And, Izuku asked, they are questioning the school ever since the break-in. Nezu said. Look, just, Izuku started, do what you have to. It's your school and honestly I have a lot on my plate. Yes, you have a doctor's appointment scheduled, Nezu said. If you don't attend you're expelled. Fine, Izuku said, but I'm bringing friends so I don't end up missing organs. Of course, Nezu said. Also I'd like to file a misconduct report on one of my classmates. Izuku said. Be clear, this is misconduct, not an assault. I'm sure you understand the difference. Of course, Nezu nodded. Chess, maybe later, Izuku said, putting a hand to his chest. I understand, Nezu said. Class, Alien Queen, Mina said. No, Midnight said. Come on, Mina said. Pick a different one or you're getting pinky. Midnight said. You want my input? Izuku asked, walking in with a tablet. Yes, how about Zeno? Izuku suggested. That could work, Midnight said. I like it, Mina said. Izuku was going through the tablet to check the choices of the students. The Mind Hero. Hypno. Shinsou said. Sorry, already taken, Izuku said. Brainwave. Shinsou asked. Taken, Izuku said. The back and forth went on until Shinsou sighed and face planted on the desk. You can come back to it, sweetie, Midnight said. The Rainy Day Hero. Froppy. Sue said. Perfect. Invisible Girl. Toru said. Taken, Izuku said, pulling up a picture of a blonde-haired woman. Fuck, Toru shouted. It's a pain, Midnight said, but we gotta do it now before any more good ones are claimed. Toru tried. Miss Appear, Izuku suggested. It's that already taken, Midnight asked. Izuku pulled up a news article about a dead hero. Her name's not archived, so it is up for grabs. Archived names were people like All Might, Endeavor. Family names like Ingenium. You get good enough, your name will be unable to use for the next generation without it being passed down. Alright, I'm the vanishing hero, Miss Appear, Toru said. Out of sight, Midnight said. Katsumi. Queen Explosion Murder. No, Midnight said. Cat, you wanna borrow the notebook? Izuku asked, holding up notebook number 2. Katsumi looked at the page and a half of suggestions for her name that had been added over the years. Iida, Midnight asked. Iida was trembling as he had walked up. This is passed to me from my brother to carry my family legacy. The 5th holder of the name. The Turbo Hero. Ingenium. If your brother has cleared it, Midnight said. Shoko. Are you sure? Midnight asked. Snowflame, Icy Hot and Firefrost are all taken. Shoko said down that her mother's nickname for her was taken. How about Mercury? Momo said. The planet, the stuff inside a thermometer. Midnight said. That could work. It's available, Izuku said. Okay. The temperature hero. Mercury. Shoko said. The classes went through the names and it ended with Shinsou, Bakugo and Izuku at the end. Outburst or bombshell, Midnight said after the page of names was dropped to 3 options. Ground Zero, Outburst and Bombshell. I like Ground Zero, Izuku said. Well, I'm not taking it. Katsumi said. It was something Izuku called her during their Heroes vs. Villain games. Jiminy Cricket, taken, Izuku said. What are you picking then, smart ass? Shinsou snapped. The obvious one, Izuku said, walking up. He tapped the card and grinned. The Platinum Avenger, Iron Man. Just fucking pick mine, Shinsou sighed in defeat. Oh, she's just like you, Eraser. Midnight said. Who? Shinsou asked. Present Mike picked his name. Midnight said. He originally had suggest Null. Welp, if we're continuing tradition then here's my suggestion. Izuku wrote it and showed Midnight. Oh my goodness, it's perfect. Midnight hugged herself. What? Shinsou looked scared as the two were grinning at her. Izuku smirked as he handed her the page while the students were looking to get a peek. The Surin hero. Cicada. Shinsou asked. What am I, Midnight's daughter? You aren't, Shoko asked, tilting her head. No, Shinsou shouted. A fish that drives men insane and a bug that does nothing but sleep and fuck. I like it, Tokage said. Sisada, Sisada. The 2 classes started chanting. Fine, Shinsou said in defeat. Great, now Midoriya will go over the internships. Midnight said. Okay, anyone planning on going with the following heroes, please choose a different one. Izuku said. Uebami, Mount Lady, Kamui Woods. Izuku had run through 20 heroes with screenshots of posts and comments about their previous internships. I recommend learning something useful, so the following students have picked well. Momo, Tokiyami, Shinsou, Ochako. He went through both classes' students. Any questions? A hand went up. Yeah, what the fuck? Juzo said. You were able to guess everyone's internships. Those aren't supposed to be public knowledge. They made sense. Izuku said. Mount Lady and Woods are new, of course they'd send a wide net and Mineta would be picked. Momo and Kendo along with a majority of the women in this class would work for Uebami, usual choice to use you two as advertisement for her charities. Hawks is of course gonna pick Tokiyami, and it was a given Shinsou would get Aizawa. The class had been dumbstruck as the explanation of how everything was laid out. Even Aizawa had sat up and stared. What? Izuku asked. Are you Nezu's apprentice? Momo asked. Cause I've spent over 2 weeks with you and even I'm surprised at that. Kinda, Izuku said. I did spend half a year playing chess and talking with him. We bounce notes off one another. You've played chess with Nezu? Midnight and Aizawa asked. Yeah, Izuku said, looking around. You know you guys are allowed to play a game with him. How many times have you played? Aizawa asked. Izuku was thinking. About 190 games so far. We often play about 5 to 10 games at a time. What's the ratio? Aizawa asked. Oh, it's... Izuku started, but the alarm went off. I gotta go. Cat mind coming with? Sure, Katsumi said. What is it? Aizawa asked. Izuku tapped his phone and Aizawa checked his and his eyes widened as he had read Nezu's message. Midoriya, are you? I'm fine, okay. I just need to go through the hoops. Izuku said. Izuku. Momo started. It's fine, okay, Izuku said firmly. When the two left, the class was trying to get answers. Midoriya has the right to decide to tell you. Ask me again and you're getting expelled. Is that his usual response to get you quiet? Kendo whispered to Momo. He threatened to expel last place day 1 and according to Midoriya booted his whole class last year. Momo said. It's true, Midnight said. Shinsou had gone pale at this piece of information. No wonder 1A was so friendly. While Vlad used shame tactics, Aizawa just straight up booted you. So wait, who got last? One kid asked. Me, Toru said. But Aizawa was focused on Midori, so I got lucky. Shinsou had slowly turned her head to the yellow caterpillar. Oh shit, I'm screwed. Hospital. Izuku was brought in and hooked to the dialysis machine. So what exactly are we here for? Katsumi asked. Dialysis. Izuku said. My kidneys can handle a little palladium on their own, but if we don't scrub it they will start to fail. Katsumi had seen the machine drain blood from her. Definitely best friend and replace it. The look from yellowish pale to normal was night and day as the machine had done its job. She kinda lost track of time just staying with Izuku. "You're showing signs of recovery much faster than expected," the doctor said. Izuku's other hand had reached over and grabbed for hers, but Katsumi had pulled away. "My quirk, idiot." Izuku pulled her closer and wrapped her arm around his. "If I can't hold your hand, this is a close second. I think I should go back to my seat." Katsumi started but was told as long as she didn't interfere with the other arm, Izuku's right side was available. "The thing keeping you alive is slowly killing you. Tony, please get help," Pepper said. "Pepper, I don't like hospitals," Tony said. Tony had gone. He could have gotten the palladium removed before he needed lithium dioxide. "Now, Mr. Midoriya, I have a few questions about your file." "No, I don't have a quirk." "Yes, I've had my shots," Izuku said. "You've also never had a physical," the doctor said. "'Cause I don't trust hospitals," Izuku said. "My kind don't usually leave them." "Well, I believe we should schedule one soon," the doctor said. "Can you come back in 3 days?" "Fine." Izuku sighed. "Why did you want me to come here?" Katsumi asked. "'Cause you're the only one who'd fight back if they tried anything," Izuku said. "If I wasn't scared for my life, I'd have brought Mei or Yaoyorozu, but both respect authority too much to fight back until it's too late." "Why are you so scared?" Katsumi asked. "Quirkless people don't often leave places like this," Izuku said. "Hospitals have refused treatment before, and a lot of the protections patients get is ignored for my kind." Izuku glasses rang. "Young Midoriya, are you okay? Jarvis warned me about the doctor." All Might's voice came from the Bluetooth. "I'm safe. Cat's within arm's reach and Nezu's connection is legit," Izuku said. "Call as soon as you finish," All Might said. "If you feel like you're being drugged, just say the word and I'll be there before they can start cutting." "Thank you," Izuku said. A feeling he hadn't really felt often. In this life and as Tony. People caring about you. "Is Deku telling the truth?" Katsumi asked the physician. "Unfortunately, not everyone follows the Hippocratic Oath due to certain standings," he said. "So wait, are you telling me Deku's never been to a doctor?" "Not since I was first told I was quirkless," Izuku said. "How are you alive? I know I've broken at least one bone before," Katsumi said. "Hair dye and college students," Izuku said, chuckling. Katsumi grabbed him. "Look at me. You're getting actual medical attention. I swear I stand guard whenever you do. Fuck anything I got going on." Izuku had chuckled. "I mean it, you bastard. I just got you back," Katsumi said. "Don't laugh at me." "I'm not laughing at you," Izuku said. "I'm just thinking of something I remember from a different time." Park Tokiyami and Shinsou had finished yesterday and was asked to meet Izuku there. The park looked as new as the day it was built. Even the memorial benches were fixed. "What do you think he's planning for us now?" Shinsou asked. It had been a pain, but she had started feeling better and hadn't had to be carried home after their exercise in the last 3 days. The sight of children happily playing on swings, being sad about wanting to leave a place she helped, had put a feeling in her chest. Was this accomplishment? Hopefully some thing. A shadow was cast over them. A winged figure had glided overhead before landing. "All right, goth chicks, you've officially passed the training," Izuku said. "What is that?" Dark Shadow shouted. "This is the Falcon Repulsor Pack," Izuku said. "You have a jetpack?" Shinsou shouted. "Well, technically no, this is a repulsor, not a jet. Repulsors are completely environmentally friendly with 0 emissions," Izuku said. "Why are you showing us this?" Izuku took it off and handed it to Tokiyami. "Wait. Are you?" Tokiyami was speechless. "I can't legally make you support gear, but I am allowed to let you borrow this, so?" Izuku smiled and said, "With Hitosha Shinsou as a witness to this agreement, I, Izuku Midoriya, allow Fumikage Tokiyami to borrow my repulsor pack until the end of the internships." Tokiyami was frozen in place. "Why?" "'Cause I had this and didn't want it to collect dust in my storage," Izuku said. Tokiyami reached out and took it. "Wait, is this why you were so focused on training us?" Shinsou asked. "Yep. But I also knew you two were the weakest in both classes," Izuku said, "so I decided to help the goth chicks." "Why are you calling me that?" Tokiyami asked. "'Cause you are a chick. A tiny, weak chick that needs to be taught to fly," Izuku said. "I ain't not baby." Dark Shadow glared. Oh really, little crow? I'm a raven. Tokiyami said. Really? Then hit me. Izuku said, arms behind his back and leaning forward. Dark Shadow did and hissed in pain as it came in contact with the metal in Izuku's bones. I am not a raven. I am a small pathetic crow. Dark Shadow says, clutching his hand and laying on the ground. Take it from a cassowary. You need to work smarter and harder, Izuku said. So you got anything for me? Shinsou asked. Yes, but not here, Izuku said as his suit had flown over. Time for your first flight, baby bird. Tokiyami gulped and Izuku wrapped an arm around Shinsou. Hang on. She did, and Izuku grabbed Tokiyami by the pack. When they got outside the city, Izuku had pulled up the remote piloting and threw Tokiyami like a paper airplane towards Stark Industries. Quadruple A. Tokiyami screamed before he was adjusted to glide. Stark Industries. Izuku had called Ojiro, Jiru, Denki and All Might over. You own this place? Denki asked. Yep, Izuku said. Young Midoriya, what did you call us here for? Well, I have a few things on wanted to offer you all, Izuku said as they entered a lab. Floating in a tube of fluid was what looked like a spine. This is an artificial spinal cord, Izuku said. It uses platinum wires to ground a human body when exposed to electrical discharge. Denki blinked, but the rest of the group had realized what he was saying. This could solve your issue, Ojiro said to Denki. Who? It could counter your quirk's weakness, All Might said. Oh sweet, Denki said. Well, unfortunately it has one flaw, Izuku said, pulling up a picture on a projector. I can graft a titanium plate in your head with gold conductor lines, Izuku said. So, you're saying I could use my quirk without hurting myself? Denki asked. Yes, but unfortunately there is a risk to the spinal implant, Izuku said. This is a first in history, so there's a multitude of risk factors to this. Denki looked to everyone, but when he got to All Might, the retired number 1 put a hand to his own chest. Midoriya was the one to put me back together. I trust him, but you should make this choice on your own. Denki seemed to be hesitant. I don't know, man. I trust you, but I'm not sure about letting you put a knife in my back, literally. Does he need the spine implant? Ojiro asked. What if you just put the skull plate? Well, that would achieve the brain protection, however all the other perks of the spine wouldn't be available, Izuku said. The faster reaction time and electrical grounding. Plus I couldn't have Mei add support gear for you to connect to it directly. So if I get just this Farah thingy in my head, it would protect my brain? Denki asked. Yes, Izuku said. What would it take to do just that? All I need to do is peel the skin off your skull and anchor the plates, Izuku said. I could get the entire thing done today and you could be up and walking around tomorrow. Are there any risks? Denki asked. Dude, I've done the bone graft on myself, Izuku said, tapping his head. Well, in that case give me the Farah thing, Denki said, excited. Is this legal? Jiru asked. Well, technically no, but you can get it now or wait 6 months till it's officially legal, and risk something happening to you. This would, when cleared, save 1,000s of people with a similar quirk as yours from suffering. I'm game, Denki said, excited. Why did you call us here? Ojiro asked. Well, I wanted to offer something to you for, Izuku said. Stark Industries is working on an improved method of the same bone augmentation I have, but a much safer variant. Wait, are you gonna give us metal bones? Shinsou asked. Izuku nodded. That is fucking metal as hell, Jiru said. Why is though? Ojiro asked. Well, you guys are the perfect candidates for the titanium, Izuku said. Su would be a good pick, but weight to density is kinda important. And Kiroshima's quirk gets in the way since he can affect his bones with it, so he'd be at a very high risk to give this to. So what do we need to do? Jiru asked. Just need to do a few scans, and if you guys are cleared, we can get you up and walking around by the start of your internships, Izuku said. Can you do a few more upgrades? Jiru asked, bouncing slightly and looking down at herself. Please, Denki said, folding his hands, getting poked in the ear by Jiru. Jiru, you look fine, okay? Izuku said. I'm fucking flat, Jiru shouted. The word is petite, Izuku said. Plus you got a good waist. You won't gain anything from a boob job. Say the guy hanging around Yaomomo, Mei and that. Jiru gestured to Shinsou. I call bullshit if I'm just as good. Well, you've got a beautiful face. Those earlobes are definitely a plus, and since I've heard you sing. Izuku leaned in. I could have a lot of fun with that throat. Jiru's entire face went red. Can we move on please? Dark Shadow asked. Anyway, who wants an upgrade? Izuku asked. The group said. They were led to a different room and Izuku whispered to All Might. The tungsten plates for you are ready. Thank you. All Might said. Later, after everyone had gone through a brain scan and checked, Izuku had cleared everyone except Jiru. Hold on. Hey. Jiru started, but then a black fluid started leaking out her nose and eyes. She slumped over and Izuku caught her. After her head heated up and cooled, she had regained consciousness. What the? Jiru felt something in her throat and was handed a trash can. What the fuck was that? Jiru shouted. You had a benign tumor on your pituitary gland, Izuku said. Luckily it hadn't grown enough to completely prevent you from maturing. Wait, are you telling me I'm short cause I have brain cancer? You had brain cancer. Izuku specified. You just puked up the tumor and the injection I gave you prevents you from getting it again. Jiru just sat there, jaw dropped. You've cured cancer? Why isn't it in every hospital? Cause if I release it before mass production I can't undercut the existing treatments. Medical quirks have pushed progress but they haven't adjusted prices. If a doctor can literally just touch you and repair a bone, it will still cost the same if a quirkless surgeon did it the old-fashioned way. So Big Pharma doesn't want a cheaper option, Jiru said. Figures. But don't worry, I'll be releasing it commercially soon, Izuku said. But to answer your earlier question, not exactly. Your mother's 5 feet 8 and your dad's 4 feet 11. So short isn't exactly unexpected. But could you perhaps? No, Jiru, I can't make any drastic alterations. Not without multiple surgeries. Izuku said. The first part of the process could add maybe a few inches at most. Jiru huffed as they exited the room where everyone, minus All Might, were at. Okay, everyone will lay on the tables and be given anesthetic gas and the gene therapy can begin, Izuku said. Instead of the 3 days in a cocoon like Extremis 2, the new procedure had targeted injections. The areas would be given a temporary variant of Extremis and injected with the nutrients instead of the body making its own. It wasn't as much raw power as Extremis 2, but it would be much quicker and ensured the body wouldn't accidentally grow under the metal and, well, let's just say it wouldn't be pretty. You guys ready? Plus ultra. Later Jiru had woken up after the injection and stood. She had felt different. Jiru looked around at the others. Wait. Holy shit, I'm taller. Ojiro was the one that had changed the least. Only gaining an inch, making him 6 feet 1. His body didn't seem so different. He was the most athletic out of all of us. I know he's 5 feet 6 in the show, but he's an adult here. Denki had gained 3 inches to 5 feet 11. His body had definitely improved. Still a perv. Jiru, though, looking around. Tokiyami looked like a wound-up spring. Definitely gaining mass, but he wasn't as buff as Ojiro. The other purple-haired girl had bumped up 2 inches, making her 5 feet 4. And Jiru had gone from 4 feet 10 to a glorious 5 feet 3. Yes, her canon height is 5 feet 1, but I don't want to make them all 6 feet. The augmentations aren't full-blown Spartans and Shinsou height and weight are designed to be a ninja. Jiru is cause I like the flat punk rock girls just as much as big titty goth. She had enthusiastically looked down and slouched. Her tits hadn't changed. Proportionally she was exactly the same as before. Holy shit, I'm sexy. Denki shouted. After everyone was checked again, Izuku confirmed the therapy worked so they could begin the titanium ossification catalyst. Originally my augmentation required basically welding the plates to the bones and healing them into them. Izuku explained as they were sat down in a room and given a slideshow. The risks to the first method was high and only mitigated by the extremis in my body. This improved method is safer and will hold a much faster recovery time. Instead of the brute force method to active my skeleton, this uses a catalyst to basically trick your bones into using a colloidal titanium similar to how strontium can take the place of calcium, rapidly strengthening your skeletons. So it won't choke our skeleton, Ojiro said, getting looks. I passed biology, I know blood is made in the bones. Yes, your skeleton will have the complete functionality as before, Izuku said. I've also got a cochlear implant to prevent hearing damage. The implant automatically adjusts sounds to distinguish sources, Izuku said. A gunshot would sound the same as bubble wrap to you. I'll take two, Jiro exclaimed. Few days later Ojiro was walking through the halls. His body was just getting over the titanium injections. He felt like crap even with the painkillers, but judging by the rate of healing, Izuku's claim about beings ready for internships was true. The first round of injections from the growth hormones actually had him waking up feeling like $1,000,000. The titanium bone injections were like his bones were being scattered like glass. Ojiro had experienced the world through a new lens. Not that he got the eye implant yet, but Jesus Christ was his hearing weird. He had expected being overloaded by the sounds when he got the implant, like when you forget to turn your headphones down, but no, it was calm. Like scary calm. No ringing when quiet, which he learned when he had meditated earlier. He felt the extra weight for sure. Jesus, he hadn't felt this bad since he was a white belt. How could Midoriya deal with an even heavier metal in him? Ojiro was walking down for a snack when he had turned. Toru? Ojiro. You heard me? Toru asked. Yeah, I learned a few new mental tricks. Ojiro had been forbidden from revealing the surgery until Izuku could confirm there were no side effects. Wait, is it like that thing in anime where they get like hyper-focused on an enemy? Toru asked. No, it's more like I'm hearing things a lot more. Ojiro said. It doesn't hurt my ears, but loud noise don't cause me to flinch anymore. Cool. Toru said. Well, I came down here for a snack. Wanna sit and talk? Sure. Ojiro said, smiling as he grabbed two plastic cups. Are you okay? Toru asked. I kinda went a little too hard with my workout today. Ojiro lied. And my body is paying for it. Oh, let me get the milk. Toru said, rushing over. Go sit on the couch. After talking about random topics, laughing and just enjoying Koda cooking skills, they had slowly moved on to other topics. What's it like being invisible? Ojiro said. I used to hate it more than anything, Toru said. Ojiro turned and looked at her wide-eyed. I hated having to be naked to use it. I was always so scared if I got knocked unconscious I'd just end up dead. Toru said, curling up. My body could just be laying somewhere during an emergency and no one would know. I fucking despised the people who even suggested I had nothing to be embarrassed about. Oh. Not really knowing what to say. Do you want to get it off your chest? Well, I almost fucking punched Momo the first day of training. Toru said. You know, usually when a guy is staring at someone's chest and someone covers up. Well, I can't do that, and whenever I mention it people's fucking respond the same. We can't see it. You ever see a painting that seems like it's staring into your soul? Picture that, but multiple it by the entire world. And my damn clothes require people to stare at my chest. I don't want random dudes staring at them. You were definitely flirty during our first trial. Ojiro coughed. Did it not cross your mind I was trying to flirt with a stud like you? Toru exclaimed before slamming her hands to her mouth. Ojiro's face went red and he could feel the heat coming from Toru. I don't know what to do with this information. Responded Mr. Masahiro. Jarvis' voice came from his implants. You're cute. Ojiro said awkwardly. Do we do anything with this? Are you asking me out? Wah? The answer is yes. She cut him off and squeezed him. So. Ojiro started. I guess we're busy with the internships, so. Get over here. Toru grabbed his shirt and pulled him off. Hey, why are we going to Yaoyorozu room? Toru banged on the door, revealing a sleepy-looking Momo. It's the middle of the night. I need a pack of condoms and a stick of glow-in-the-dark lipstick, Toru exclaimed. Momo just blinked and sighed. Let me get my phone. With the requested items in hand, they made it to Toru's room. Ojiro was thrown face first into the mattress and Toru climbed on him. I got something for that pain. Ojiro felt hands on his back applying pressure. This was gonna be a fun night. 1B dorm's Shinsou had sat in her room looking down at the thing she was given by Midoriya. Legally it was stolen with permission. Shinsou pulled out the remote and tapped the button, expanding the cylinder the suit was contained in to the side of a phone booth she could enter and change in. It also had a keychain attachment. She had been told not to use the suit until she was recovered, and she definitely was, but she had still felt scared to put on the suit again. She had worn it once right before her skeleton's chrome job, but she hadn't even recognized herself. The woman looking in the mirror was not the one that entered UA planning to just take the easy route in general studies. Checking her phone, she had to be in Aizawa's classroom in 10 minutes. She looked at the briefcase before shaking her head. Something was stopping her from bringing it to her first day training under a real hero. Setting it on her desk, she dressed in her gym clothes, as instructed by Aizawa, and left. Shinsou walked into the empty room. "You're dead." Shinsou let out a dog-like yelp as she turned to see Eraserhead in his sleeping bag. "I've been standing for 10 seconds. Aizawa said. "A slit throat takes 5 to 15. Shinsou said. Aizawa sighed. He was seeing himself here and didn't like it. His training hadn't started till second year and it had cost him many injuries in his first few true outings. "I can tell everything about you with a look at you," Aizawa said. "Scrawny, weak, over-dependent on your quirk. You've probably been told you have a villain quirk. My quirk could save 1000s. Shinsou had shouted from a knee-jerk reaction. A learned reaction from the 2 weeks with Izuku talking to them during the cleaning up. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt her. "Hostage situations, terrorist attacks, suicides." Shinsou shouted. "I could stop all of them with a single fucking word. My quirk is not a villain quirk and don't fucking dare say that again." Shinsou had started breathing heavily before realizing what just happened and covering her mouth. "I am so sorry," bowing 90 degrees and folding her hands. Something wrapped around her and she was lifted by the scarves. When she was pulled up to eye level, she didn't see the neutral expression Izuku held whenever she had lashed out in their weaker moments of training or Vlad's glare when she had gotten last in a lot of the physical tests. It was a smile, one that held the same energy Midoriya whenever she finished a set. Pride for another person. "Well, I see I don't have to light the fire under your ass. That saves us half the time." Aizawa chuckled. "What?" Shinsou looked around. "You aren't mad. I disrespected you. Respect is earned. You're only feeling gratitude 'cause I picked you. Anyone that needs to demand respect without proving they deserve it are tyrants." Aizawa said. "Now before you interrupted me I was saying that I went through the same shit beat for beat when I walked in here, and unlike you I didn't get the kick in the ass to actually push myself till nearly the beginning of second year. I can say I will actually enjoy training you." Shinsou had clutched her chest. Her eyes started to sting. Aizawa pulled out a towel and handed it to her. "Cry now. I don't want you doing it during the physical training. I know it's stupid to do it, but I don't understand why I'm crying right now. Because the weight of trying to do things alone hurts, and the relief when you get connections with others and trust enough to put your life in your hands and theirs in yours is a powerful feeling." Aizawa said. "I didn't come here to make friends," Shinsou said, wiping her eyes. "Tough shit," Aizawa said. "Also illogical. They may annoy me, but I'd take a bullet from my friends and they for me." "You have friends. Who are they?" Shinsou asked. "That's not impor." The door burst open and in walked another teacher. "Yo Shoto, I got coffee this morning." Present Mike, dressed in casual clothes, said. "Triple espresso black as sin." "Thank you," Aizawa said. "Present Mike sensei." Shinsou asked. "Hey little listener," he said. "I don't have time for small talk." Aizawa said. "Thank you again for this, but leave." "Alright, but hey, I got a tip from little DJ telling me she could use some advice to get her sound to the next level." Hazashi said. "A logical suggestion," Aizawa said, "but do it on your own time. Now get out." "Alright, you do your ninja thing, man," Hazashi said. "Peace." "Are you really a ninja?" "Midoriya tells me you are," Shinsou asked. "Oh really?" Aizawa crossed his arms. "And what other information about me has my student be spreading?" "Well, he talks about how your costume needs to be navy, not black." Shinsou started. "He says you most likely carry a firearm, your love of cats is another giveaway, and your quirk is an exact example of how ninjas actually fight. Something about sabotaging an enemy instead of actual combat. I don't know, I had been in the middle of pushing a washing machine across a field at the time." "Well, and has he given anything else about me?" Aizawa asked. "Just saying we are really similar. I don't understand how except what you told me earlier," Shinsou said. "What's a cat's eyes got in common with brainwashing?" Aizawa blinked. "You don't know about my quirk, do you?" "Your quirk is cat eyes, right?" Shinsou said. "No, these are implants," Aizawa said. "So what is your quirk?" "Erasure. I can disable someone's Q factor as long as I can see any skin." Eraserhead demonstrated and turned it off. The cat eyes are a moisturizing laminate that prevents them from dying out. Oh, Shinsou said. Sorry, I didn't even know who you were until I think when Kendo talked to you before the tournament. Then I'm doing my job right. Aizawa said. Sit down, let me explain underground hero work. Taking a seat at a desk, Aizawa had pulled up a prepared slideshow. The way the public treat heroes as celebrities is illogical. All Might has said it himself that villains hide behind your fans. People die because advertising agencies demand quotas for interviews or show appearances. Shinsou had been absorbed into the lesson, taking notes and actually enjoying learning. The idea of being an underground hero sounded perfect to her. She had been hesitant to raise her hand. You're here to learn. Questions are expected. So what exactly is different about public and underground? Shinsou asked. Like, I understand working in secret, but aren't there like performance shit you need to do to keep your license? The Hero Association keeps records and your hero license is just as valid. All cops know how underground heroes work. Aizawa said. It's unlikely you're gonna be in costume during a public encounter. I've stopped hundreds of crimes just by looking and letting the cops deal with it. The shadows are where we do the majority of our job. Aizawa had moved on to their goals for the week. We'll begin with mental training to start with. The ability to control your heart rate and breathing in combat are crucial. Then we'll begin judo training. Shinsou nodded. Alright, let's start with the 9 Kuji Kiri. Aizawa said. Midnight's classroom. Momo had walked in after a calming breath. This was the first official day she got to learn from Mistress. Her time this week would be documented. She had entered and saw Midnight going through paper. Momo sat in the chair and sat quietly. She knew what this was. After 30 minutes, Midnight stopped and smirked. Well, my lessons are sticking. Momo nodded, also knowing this was a test. You may speak, Midnight said. Thank you, Mistress. Momo said. Well, since we got you properly trained to listen, we can get to the fun parts. Midnight said, walking over and sitting on the desk inches from Momo. Let me tell you about the woman that taught me how to kick ass. Her name was Ivy Valentine. The woman was a goddess with a whip. Midnight started explaining how she had reached a level of prowess that she could use the momentum from swinging the weight of her chest to kick bullets out of the air. Now, since your quirk requires a different type of fighting, you'll be learning from one of Madame Ivy's students. I believe you know the name, the Wicked Weave Hero, Bayonetta. Yes, I have, Mistress, Momo said. She was a woman with the ability to control her hair like it was another arm and used it to create weapons and fire a 4-pistol set. She went missing talking about a missing sister. Well, let's begin with a few of our training session recordings back in college, then we can begin teaching you the wicked way. Midnight said. Katsumi, I should have picked someone else. Katsumi thought as she was being lectured about her personality. Honestly, she had picked him for the sole reason he was higher ranked. This was gonna be a long week. Ooh, a testing ground. Izuku was told to meet Gran Torino there to try again with properly adjusting full cowling. Him and All Might flew there and landed just outside the entrance. Walking onto the field, he saw him face down. Torino. All Might rushed over. Red sauce and sausage, Jarvis said as Izuku swabbed the puddle. Try shocking him, All Might said. Your social security check is late. Not like that, All Might said before Torino raised his head. Who wears my money? Knew you were fine, Izuku said. Yeah, slipped on a rock and spilled my lunch, Gran Torino said. You ready to try this without exploding? Yeah, Izuku said, reaching into his shirt and pulling out the arc reactor. That armor looks really familiar, Torino said. Yeah, my flight is similar to your quirk, Izuku said. You up for a skyfight? Maybe later, Torino said. Now begin. Tokiyami looking at the address and confirming the building. Tokiyami had taken the train with his wing pack under his original cloak and the accessories in his own backpack. I'm here for my internship with Hawks, he said to the receptionist. Oh, Hawks is waiting for you, she said, down the hall through the door on the left. Thanks, Dark Shadow said. Tokiyami knocked on the door. Come in. Hey, you're early, Hawks said. I packed last night, Dark Shadow said. So is there anything you want to know before we start? Hawks asked. Yes, I wanted to clear a few things up, Tokiyami said. Dark Shadow is a separate person. The only thing actually different is he can't leave my shadow. Well, in that case it's good to meet both of you, Hawks said, shaking Dark Shadow's hand. Also, we need you to teach us how to fight with wings on our back, Dark Shadow said. You have wings too? Hawks asked. We kinda have them on loan, Dark Shadow said. Where do you get these? Hawks asked, touching one of them. A deal with something the deepest beings in the abyss tremble, Tokiyami said. We were given these since I'm not strong enough to fly the two of us, Dark Shadow said. Wait, you can fly? Hawks asked. Dark Shadow scooped up Tokiyami bridal style and walked around for about a minute and collapsed. I can only do that for at most a minute before fainting. I used to only have maybe 5 seconds before stopping to recover. The jetpack is to gain the knowledge of how to fly with wings, then when my body is strong enough I may fly, Tokiyami said. No, I get it. I couldn't properly fly until I hit puberty, only slightly glide, Hawks said. This is great, I have years of experience and would love to teach someone my fighting style. Do you have anything else so I can write a schedule? Let's see, Tokiyami said, looking around himself. The arm screen had a notification for tutorial. Hawks read it and said to press it. Tokiyami backed as far as he could and Dark Shadow got between both. Midoriya's invents scared him. This was entirely different from his usual style of builds. Oh, this is interesting, Hawks said, watching the drone float in place. It appears to be some kind of recon device, Tokiyami said. Hawks looked at the screen and his eyes were getting wider and wider along with his smile. So let me see if I understand what I'm currently looking at here, Hawks said, seeming to go to a neutral look. You have a pair of red wings that can detach apart to use for reconnaissance as well as attacking. That would summarize it, yes. Sons, Hawks shouted, hugging both of them. Tokiyami hadn't showed any reaction, but Dark Shadow had been on a level of a younger Midoriya if All Might had said the same thing. Papa. Hugging back with purple tears flowing down his beak. This was gonna be a long week. Tokiyami though. Comic I made. Iida, as he made my way to Manuel's agency, the thoughts of his brother laying on that hospital bed had made it hard to sleep. Against what Izuku had suggested, Iida had picked Manuel for one reason. Stain. The bastard that crippled his brother was in the area. Iida hadn't given a second thought about his intentions. His brother was injured and the animal was still out there. I will avenge you, Iida thought. Mark my words, hero killer. You will pay for what you've done. Inko Midoriya walking into work was usually a calm experience for Inko. Compared to what she's been doing at the gym with Rumi, she was actually keeping pace with the others. Inko had heard the booming voice of the now #1 hero through the door. Shoko, you will listen me. It's Mercury to you, Endeavor. Out walked a familiar young woman. She had bumped into Inko and seemed to instinctively wrap her arms around her. Hey, wait a minute. She started. Hello, Inko said, not minding the hug. Wait. Are you? She seemed to be realizing when Endeavor walked out. Midoriya, you're... Endeavor stopped. Wait, you're Izuku's mother, Shoko said. Sidekick Emerald Esper. Inko said, or Inko Midoriya, mother of the boy that stabbed you. This is my daughter. Endeavor said. No, I'm not. For the next week I'm here to get training for controlling my quirk and finally never seeing you again, Shoko shouted. You are the 4th attempt at creating my perfect successor, Endeavor said. Remember that pink fire? The fact I could use both of my sides? Shoko asked. Neither of them were from your help. I'm here to scrap the remaining shit you can teach me from you and never see you again. When the two had started their quirks, Inko had hugged Todoroki from behind, using a little extremis heat to warm the ice, and held out a hand that seemed to stop Endeavor in place. I apologize where my quirk is, but as a mother I'd like to add my input that could probably help here, Inko said. You have the floor, Endeavor said, pale and sweating. What are you doing to him? Shoko asked. My quirk can pick up small things, sweetie. Nearly every human organ counts, so I'm currently holding one of his kidneys. It won't kill him unless I actually put a little force, Inko said. I don't usually do this, but unfortunately a hero has to do the right thing here. Even if you're my boss. Endeavor nodded and Inko suggested the employee meeting room. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Each of you have 2 minutes to make your opening statement and the other will be quiet, Inko said. You're a lot like Midoriya. He's the voice of reason in the class, Shoko said. Thank you, sweetie, but compliments won't get any favor in this argument, Inko said, smiling at her. Now I will pull a coin out and flip it 3 times so no one complains about unfairness, am I clear? Yes ma'am. Both said. Hawk's hero agency. Hawks had Tokiyami in a harness of some kind in a large room. This is my VR flight room. I use it to train when it's raining. Hawks said. We're gonna start with a slow climb. Watch the position of my legs and back, you don't wanna pull something and put too much force in it. Hawks had showed Tokiyami, and when he attempted to copy, Hawks adjusted him. Nice job with keeping that back straight. Bend those knees just a bit. That's not a problem, Tokiyami thought. His back was default upright due to some kind of spinal reinforcement. Midoriya had stressed the importance of proper neck and back care since Tokiyami had showed early signs of back problems from his goth brooding. It took a lot of effort to bend like normal, but Midoriya told them it would adjust. Hawks had been very excited about the wings. From what he could research, Hawks had no family. Dark Shadow wasn't fucking helping with actually acting like he was. Tokiyami had actually enjoyed his time learning, but as with his entire life he was stuck carrying his quirk brother everywhere. Dark Shadow was trained all day to carry Tokiyami when they weren't working on flight prep. Apparently Dark Shadow's strength had increased with their day training. In darkness he had unlimited stamina, so he recovered fast but never exerted himself due to the increased strength. But during the day it was his true strength and could actually train to push himself. Light wasn't weakening him, it was just preventing him from essentially cheating his workout, so Izuku had forced him to train with a light-up shirt. Tuesday Tokiyami walked in and was quizzed on the 4 wing shapes for flying. Displayed. Facing out from the shield, the wings fully extended, the common position for an eagle, then also known as a spread eagle. Displayed, wings inverted. As displayed, but with the wingtips turned down. Close. Standing on the ground with the wings folded. Perched. Perched on an object like a branch. Rising, rousant. About to take wing. Apparently Izuku also programmed these things with different wing settings that suspiciously had the exact same ability as Hawks to actually change wing feather type at will. Tokiyami had yet to take off solo, but he was about to do an actual takeoff tonight. Out of safety, since Dark Shadow can use he full strength we're flying at night. Hawks said, I'm gonna do a few demo dives myself, your drone will be perfect to give you an up-close look. Yes sensei. Tokiyami said. There was no attempt at the excitement from Hawks. He had other with similar flight methods, but Tokiyami could see he was way too similar for it to be a coincidence. Midoriya was definitely gonna get confronted about this. Tuesday Endeavor Agency Emerald had made more progress with my daughter in 2 hours than the 12 years since Ray snapped. In exchange for actually listening to training, he was forbidden from even saying her name. He also was forbidden from calling Shoko's quirk his. She had re-registered her quirk as Frostfire. She showed no hesitation from the training after the agreement. God damn it, I owe that woman a raise, Endeavor thought. He had talked through his lawyers, the same one that helped with his quirk marriage, and had drafted a contract offer for the green one. Much to his surprise, the boy had sent his own lawyer, one that was very well known as the Yaoyorozu family attorney. Wait, is the Yaoyorozu clan offering their daughter? Endeavor shouted. They intend to, since Mr. Midoriya has started a business partnership with Yaoyorozu Incorporated. The lawyer said. The boy is apparently the founder and CEO of Stark Industries. Also apparently your daughter's new outfit is made of something ordered from that location. What's the boy worth? Endeavor asked. A lot. Endeavor ran a hand through his hair. Any attempts to contact the boy was met with his butler telling him that he was busy with internship with Gran Torino. Endeavor hadn't remembered off the top of his head who that was, but a quick look into records had him finding out it was the teacher that had taught All Might. What's our plan here? Endeavor asked. Well, after talking to the lawyers from Aldine that got the quirkless discrimination lawsuit dismissed, they had offered a few ideas, the lawyer said. Aldine. That school was mysteriously being put out of business by an anonymous source of taking all the quirkless kids to prevent them from collecting on the quirkless preservation funds since the school year started. The school had held back students before when they knew a year was gonna lack the money bags. Those lawyers had a reputation to quirkless people for taking their cases and destroying them in court. Izuku. Walking through the hall, Izuku was passing the gym. Momo and Midnight were working on hand to hand.
Momo had looked like she was getting her ass handed to her, and when she got a square hit to Midnight's face, a moan had prevented her from copying Midnight's chain of attacks.
In the second gym, Midoriya had seen Aizawa doing something similar with less intensity. Momo had gone through the mental conditioning and combat training in her childhood that Midnight's methods were more reprogramming existing reflexes instead of starting from ground zero. The purple girl had looked out, and when she had saw him, Aizawa had turned. "Midoriya, what are you doing here?" Aizawa asked. "Gran Torino insisted on real food. I gave him a food bar." "Ungrateful dick. So I'm just gonna work on some stuff with Nezu," Izuku said. He wasn't lying about Torino hating the food bar. No one liked the version 1.
Momo had been able to learn to tolerate them. She and Fatgums were the majority of the ones ordering. A single bar had a week's worth of food for a grown adult in the size of a chocolate bar, segmented into 21 squares. 1 square per meal. Of course they'd be bought, but reviews of them all hate the taste. Even number 5 hates the taste, and she has told people she likes the taste of drywall.
He had been adjusting the formula so eventually other people wouldn't only eat them if they had to. "So how's she doing?" Izuku asked. "I'm ahead of schedule," Aizawa only said. "It would be illogical to stop a student from trying to improve, but I do find it suspicious you had been conditioning her specifically to match my training." "A calculated risk. I happen to be very good at math," Izuku said. "You've been hanging out with Nezu too much," Aizawa said. "So how's the eyes?" Izuku asked. "I've noticed a difference," Aizawa said. Izuku pulled out his notebook. "My quirk feels different," Aizawa said. "I always felt that burn from it like a lighter was behind my pupils. That's completely gone. I'm feeling like I have an entirely new quirk." "Well, it is engineered to reflect as much light as possible. Your quirk is most likely a form of alpha radiation, since number 1, you don't have a visible line as an indicator. 2, your pupils are red, and 3, you can't use it through clothing. It's possible you could create stronger beams before, but the limit was your eye's heat tolerance." Aizawa blinked and turned towards a wall a ways from anyone and closed his eyes. His hair started floating, and after nearly a minute he opened them. A flash of blue before 2 thin lines burst out. "Oh shit," Shinsou said. "I think you just got flexed on with your own quirk," Shinsou said. "Later," Izuku said, walking out, his glasses tinting pixelated. "Okay, seriously, are we sure he shouldn't be teaching? This is a hero school first and foremost," Aizawa said, rubbing his eyes. They weren't burning, but they were seeing a glare for a few seconds. "He's here to learn to do the job." Izuku's room on his desk was the heart that started it all. The thing that turned $60 into 15 grand. The original core still powering his house. Unfazed, unburdened by recent events. Still running as it did the day it was plugged in. Izuku popped out the burned core and chucked it into a separate insulated can. As the new core was slotted in, the reactor hummed back to life as it pulsed like a heartbeat. Izuku had set it on its stand and leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his face. "Hey Sonny, what happened to your neck? That don't look road," Izuku said, lifting his shirt and slamming the reactor in. "Rash. Kid, I know a problem when I see it," Gran Torino said. "Recovery girl can." "No, she can't," Izuku said. "If she uses her quirk, it's just gonna make it worse. My body can't naturally fix this with the way things are now." "She could still help. She is a doctor, kid," Gran Torino said. "The only thing she can do is lecture me on shit I already know, already am working on, and can't do jack shit about. My life is in the hands of the shipping company." Izuku shook his head. "I know how to fix this. I don't want excuses. I don't want a reason for me to lose what I've fought to earn."
Gran Torino put a hand on Izuku. "Don't make his mistakes, kid. Let your friends help."
Izuku nodded. "Do you need that to use the quirk?" Torino asked. Izuku removed it and held up a hand. "I can't explain it, but the quirk, it's hungry," Izuku said. "It's not letting me use it without the reactor. Like it's trying to get its energy back," Torino said. Inside Izuku's head, "Can you please just stop draining it?" he asked. "No, we have 8 mothers worth of energy lost," Nana said. Izuku's heart had been a great converter from electrical to metabolic, and the power used to fix Toshi had to be given back. "So you're just gonna keep us dying then? Well, you can let us see those memories you keep locked up, or you can wait for your parts to come in," Nana said, sitting on the arm of the chair. Fuck no, Izuku said. You really don't want to get raw dogged by the living universe. Oh, believe me, sweetie, I want to. Nana said. The answer is no, Izuku said. The 20 seconds were behind a vaulted door deep in Izuku's mind. Opening it wasn't a good idea without reason. Katsumi, best jeanist, had been arguing with his latest intern when a call had interrupted them. The number 3 hero had expected a loud bark into the phone, but the eyebrows that were previously bent into a glare and mouth nearly foaming with sneer had softened. Yeah? He had never heard this young she-devil sound like a lady in all the time she was here, on my way. Who was that? Jeanist asked. None your damn business. I'm out of here, she said, marching to the locker rooms. Following, trying to use Fiber Master on her uniform, but the entire thing was made of something he could get so much as a tug on. She slammed the door to the female's locker room and Jeanist went to meet her on the other side near the front entrance. The sounds of his sidekicks shouting and a faint glow had him rushing as the sound of metal hitting flesh. Front entrance, standing in the lobby with something sticking out their mouth, was a green-haired young man with a slightly scruffy mustache goatee combo that Jeanist recognized as a once well-groomed mini who worked in his denim factory wore a back jacket with orange accents and baggy pants that had put his quirk on edge. Other than a red and white shield with a glowing blue light similar to one on his inner shirt, he showed no really outward reason for his youngest sidekick to be yelling and the desk secretary calling him to remove him from the premises. Get out of here, ya bum, his latest sidekick had started shouting. I'm waiting for someone, he said. You have no business here, you ruffian. This is a place of class, not this. The male had backhanded them and said, Do you know who I am? No, I don't. My name's Class, he said, smirking. Best had actually cracked a small smile at the age-old insult. Oh, that's it, buddy. The green-haired boy had ducked, parried the punch and pulled the sidekick down into a knee. That looks like Deku, his intern said, walking out without her gauntlets on. Useless, Jeanist thought as she had walked over to pull the sidekick away. Hey babe, was worried for a second, he said, turning to the angry blonde. You ready to go? You're not going anywhere. The cops are on their way, the sidekick said. Hi? Best Jeanist asked, looking towards them. Trespassing, impersonating a sidekick, and assault, the newbie said. First you hit me. Second I gave her my temp hero ID. Thirdly, Deku said before ducking another swing before blocking a chain of kicks. Oh, that's it, the newbie said before calling for backup on the radio. Wait, Best Jeanist shouted. 2 sidekicks had rushed him. One had sent a projectile, but a quick block and backhand swing dropped both the frontliners, and kicking off the head of a third had spun to throw the disc at one of the ranged fighters. It took Best Jeanist activating his quirk and pinning everyone on place and the green one's arm being wrapped around Bombshell. Enough. The third hero raised his voice. Please, may I see your temp ID? Best Jeanist asked Deku. She didn't give it back. Izuku pointed to the receptionist. It was clearly a fake, sir. She tried to defend herself. ID. Now, Jeanist said. The card was cut partly. I tried cutting it and he used a weird shield quirk to stop me before I could finish. Best Jeanist didn't take his eyes off her as he reached for the NFC scanner on the desk. With a single swipe, the computer screen showed a file. Name: Iron Man Mentor, Gran Torino. Date issued, current day -4. Badge status: active. His badge clears it, Jeanist said. Well, I asked for a license and he refused to give me it. I don't need to tell you my civilian name, Iron Man said. He doesn't, Best Jeanist said. However, I will ask, where is your mentor? Across the street. We just stopping for food after a patrol. Iron Man pointed outside to a food stand. I have an appointment that I can't go to without Bombshell. Still don't trust him, the one that was currently on the ground said. Is it urgent? Best Jeanist asked. You're damn right it's urgent, Bombshell shouted. Cat, just give Torino a few minutes to explain. I need to sit down, Izuku said. Still think this Gran Torino sounds like a false name, the secretary said. Gran Torino was my homeroom teacher back when UA was a high school, Best Jeanist said. For real? Shit. The sidekick groaned out. Yeah, shit. Exactly what you were and how you reacted to me being here, the boy said. Bombshell, is this truly your classmate? Best Jeanist asked, pinching the brim of his nose. which was slightly difficult through his mask. Katsumi held up her phone and hit the contact. The green-haired boy pulled out his phone that was silently ringing and answered it before ending the call. I was also at the tournament, Izuku said. The three professionals looked confused. I was third place? Silence. I stabbed Endeavor's daughter? Izuku asked. Oh, you're that guy. I didn't recognize you with clothes on, Denise said from behind the counter. Wait, is he your boyfriend? The sidekick asked. No, but back the fuck off of him, Katsumi said, getting closer. Oh, so you're shirking off your responsibilities here to gallivant with him. Sir, I really don't want to say why we're leaving. It's personal, and all I want to say is I absolutely cannot do it without Bombshell with me.
No hero would get a neck tattoo like that, the secretary said.
It isn't a tattoo, Izuku said. Bombshell had sat next to him and was looking down his shirt to get a better view of the branching lines climbing from underneath. The door opened and in walked a familiar face. Sensei. Best Jeanist said, stiffening up. Lookin' a little stiff there, Wrangler. Torino walked in munching on his food, might want to cut back of the starch. Katsumi looked between her sweating mentor and the old man. This the guy you picked? She asked Izuku. I have my reasons, Izuku said. There was a little misunderstanding. Torino looked around. Seems legit. Anyway, the little lass is needed, Torino said, pulling out a note. We'll have her back before 10. Best Jeanist read it and after a quick call had allowed them to go. Can't, Izuku said. What now? Katsumi shouted. This, Izuku said. Freeze. The cops showed up. You drop the shield and put your hands above your head. Hey, aren't you that asshole that cut my license? Izuku asked. I said hands up. Guns raised. Apologies, gentlemen, let me explain what happened, Best Jeanist said, defeated. What was that about a cut license? Katsumi asked. I too am also curious, Torino said, 20 minutes later. So you're telling me a fucking cop cut your license? Katsumi asked. First day I had it. Was driving with my dad, got checked at a traffic stop on a Friday night and it was in 2 pieces, and the first time I got put in holding, Izuku said as they had gotten on the bus. That's gotta be illegal, Katsumi said. It is illegal, Torino said. Kid, you really should file a complaint. Why did they cut it? Katsumi asked. Cause they said it's mandatory for all quirkless people to be registered organ donors to have a license, Izuku said. Bullshit, I've read every law in the country, nothing mandates that. Sonny, you need to file that. You have the guy's face and badge, Torino said. The fact 2 people have cut your ids is disturbing, Katsumi said. I just decided not to get another license, Izuku said. People just want to feel bigger than they are. Has anything else like that happened? Torino asked. I called the cops when I was being mugged and they hung up cause I was quirkless, Izuku said, rubbing his neck. I need to make a call, Torino said, moving to the front of the bus. It's fucked up, Katsumi said. Why didn't I know about any of this? Izuku pulled her closer. Don't talk about that now. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Katsumi grinned and wrapped her arms around his head. Just as the two were getting lost in each other, a clearing of the throat interrupted them. Hey kid, mind telling me when your license got damaged? Current year -3, September 12th, Izuku said. Thanks, go back to what you were doing. All might. Really? He asked. This is definitely concerning. I'll swing by. Toshinori had been told of the license incident and called Kenji Suragame. Hey Kenji, Toshinori said. Toshinori, what's the emergency? I wanted to discuss something about your officers, Toshinori said. You see, I've been informed in an incident on September 12th, current year -3. Really? The sound of a notepad being flipped through and a pen clicking. Please go on. Iida Tenya, splitting off from Manuel the First, had searched the streets. I know you're here, hero killer, Iida shouted. The wind his only answer. Iida's face twisted into a sneer. Do you hear me? Iida shouted, slamming his fist into a wall and kicking a trash can. Shink. Iida hadn't even gotten the chance to move as he was ambushed. Your blood tastes familiar. Ingenium, the figure said, licking the knife, dropping Iida in a second. Same type. Same narcissism. Same taint. Jog my memory, I believe I had cut you in half last time we met. Iida felt a foot kick him onto his stomach. A sword poked his engines. Oh ho. I'm smelling orange. Last guy ran off grape juice. Let me guess. Baby brother's here to try and stop me? Iida lay there bleeding listening to the madman. Shinsou. This isn't the exact one, just like this version of the picture better. Shinsou had finally brought the suitcase to her practice with Aizawa and explained what she knew. Apparently it lets me shrink to the size of an ant. Shinsou said. He gave me a fuck ton of shit to read which I haven't put a dent in. Aizawa watched her demonstrate the shrinking suit container and the remote. You've had this and haven't brought it to me until now? Aizawa asked. No visual indicator of any emotion. No. Good. Aizawa said. This would be useless without my basic training. Who? If this can truly shrink you with the press of a button, that would be an extremely useful for infiltration, and if it can be done in a fight you'd need to know how to throw a proper punch or you could kill someone with the momentum. Aizawa said. Activated so we can see what we're working with. Shinsou had started calming herself with the breathing technique before raising her right hand and pressing the button. Shinsou fell and looked around the classroom. The world was colossal. She had seen Aizawa's mouth moving but nothing was heard. What? Shinsou asked and Aizawa flinched as it sounded as if Mike was in the same room. His mouth looked like he said vacuum. What? Plugging his ears he grabbed a dry erase marker and wrote, volume. Oh. Shinsou looked and saw no really indication. Damn it, where's the volume? The screen showed up and after learning the screen tracked eye movement she had unmuted her mic and lowered her volume. How's this? Better. Aizawa said. I heard you that time, Shinsou said. This appears to have a megaphone. Aizawa said. I think this has a voice changer too, Shinsou said. Really? Aizawa said. I mean I guess, Shinsou said in Aizawa's voice. After resizing they had discussed the plan for tonight. We're going on an actual patrol. Stay close, stay in the shadows. Momo, and pay attention. Midnight had finished as they had been going on patrol. Yes, mistress. Momo said. Good, let's get going, Midnight said. Momo had looked at herself the revised outfit Izuku and Midnight had given her. Oh, before we go, a little present from Daddy, Midnight said, handing her a box. Momo opened it to see an armband, long press middle. Momo watched a library of blueprints available. Mainly the ones from her old book but many from Mei and Izuku. Get your butt in gear, Creata. Yes, mistress. Until morning. It's midnight. Midnight said, smiling at her, which Momo returned. Hawk's Tower Tokiyami was looking down at the cars moving, the wind rushing through his feathers. You got this. Hawks said, flapping just a few yards away from the edge. I won't let you hit the ground. Come on, let's do this. Dark Shadow shouted. Tokiyami backed up. That's right, get a running start, bud, Hawks said. Tokiyami had felt the same fear when facing Todoroki. The same dread as when Midoriya had officially put into context of what he had done to get where he was. Come on man, one jump, there's a pro hero waiting right there if things go bad, Dark Shadow said. Another feeling that was fairly new. Dark Shadow and him had been on the same page since they had started working out. Dark Shadow had used his inability to sleep to actually focus on improving. The goggles were pulled over his eyes and he had started breathing. Tokiyami had heard a song in his head. He didn't really remember what the name was or who, but all he remembered was it was named after American currency. Heaven's gates won't open up for me. With these broken wings I'm fallen and all I see is you. Step. Step. These city walls ain't got no love for me. I'm on the ledge of the 18th story. Slowly building into a full sprint. Hurry. With a leap he had spread out and dropped. I'm fallen. I'm fallen. Tokiyami had been grabbed by gravity once again. He had panicked and closed his eyes. Come please. I'm calling. Hawks swooped down and guided him. Show me what's it's like. Tokiyami had started gliding through the air. Holy shit. Holy shit. Tokiyami kept repeating. Woohoo. Dark Shadow shouted. You're getting it, Aya, Hawks shouted. Teach me wrong from right. Hawks had flew ahead of him and flipped over. A thumbs up from the red-winged hero had put a smile on Todoroki's face. I'll show you what I can be. Hawks had occasionally grabbed him to get him to fly straight, but he was actually doing it. And I'll leave this life behind me. Then they got near a building and a massive gust of wind slammed him into a wall. Dark Shadow had tried to act as an airbag but unfortunately they were near a neon sign. Gotcha. Hawks said, swooping down with the grace of a master and catching him. I have seen the face of darkness, Tokiyami said. As have I, Hawks muttered. Tokiyami wasn't sure he was supposed to hear that. It's different who? We are one with the wind, Tokiyami said as Dark Shadow was spreading out around the pack's wings. Time skip. Tokiyami had changed for the night and had stopped to talk to Hawks. Hey sensei, I wanted to ask. Why exactly you picked me? Hawks had chuckled and said, well, you actually reminded me a lot of myself.
Is it the bird head? Tokiyami asked. Hawks shook his head and pulled out his phone. When I was around 14, right before I started UA, back when it was a high school, I had snuck out my foster home and bought a pack of black hair dye. Tokiyami and Dark Shadow looked at the image of a black feathered hawk's slack-jawed. Izuku. The walking from the station to the hospital was quiet. Izuku not really telling anything specific about his internship and Katsumi deciding to not rant about best jeanist. So I wanted to ask this. Katsumi started. Are we? If you're asking what I think, let me get this clear. I am 18 years old, I am in no rush to lock something in and please don't try to. Izuku said. I still hate not having a word for us. Katsumi said. Homie, lover and friends. Izuku stated. If you want a label, I guess shoddy would work. The fuck does that mean? Katsumi asked. It means. Izuku looked and saw something. Katsumi shifted into a stance looking around. Time to cut another cancer out. The voice said. They ran towards the source and saw their classmate and the hero killer himself. Hey, Katsumi rushed in. Izuku had pulled the strings of his jacket, causing his whole outfit to go form-fitting. His gold undersheath unfolding. He called for his armor and he rushed to get to Iida. Before Katsumi could get close enough to strike, Izuku hooked an arm around her and the hardlight shield had stopped the blade from hitting Iida's throat. Well, who are you two? Stain asked. More fakes like him. Izuku had grabbed Iida and tried to drag him out the alley. Oh, you aren't gonna stop me from cutting this cancer out the world. Stain said. As the guy who officially created a cure for cancer, you don't cut it out. Izuku said. If anyone's cancer here, it's the bastard attacking a fucking student. Katsumi said. He attacked me. Stain said. What? Both said. Yes, this fake had come here looking to avenge that fake Ingram. Stain said. League of Villains. Shigaraki had thought about his goals. Originally, the death of All Might would have worked. His strategy was sound. How do you beat something like All Might? Use something with resistance to bludgeoning damage. How do you handle that much strength? Choose a region. He thought himself as a pro attacking a lobby of noobs. Then he came against some fucker who bought the DLC. Someone who had reduced his perfect creation into a paste. Someone who they couldn't figure the fuck out who it was. That red and gold armor had shown up before, saving that blonde NPC from that sludge encounter. I.A.M. Iron Man. Recovered phone recordings the League had obtained from various NPCs. Katsumi Bakugo, a promising candidate to recruit. Currently I was watching the hero killer stand off against her, Ingenium version 2 and some green dude. Izuku Midoriya. It was only when the image from the USJ attack and the glowing light under the jacket had Shigaraki made the connection. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. This wasn't an NPC. This had to be a mini-boss. An endgame one. His region had outlasted Endeavor's perfect creation and paired with some kind of metal bone created a broken combo. But then he had gotten the fact this person was quirkless. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, one of Father's lackeys, had the file on him. Toe joint and everything. A 4th gen quirkless. An F-rank spawn standing up to AA rank like Stain. From how he had moved, his goals were just like video game logic. If you can't fight them, run till you're out of their aggro range. His mission was rescue the engine quirk NPC. Fighting Stain was a side objective to him. What do you mean he attacked you? The blonde one shouted, being held back by the quirkless one. I mean exactly as I've said. He came here shouting how he'd avenge his brother. Stain said. The look on the green one's face had shown it all. A rage dwarfing his loss at the USJ like a matchstick to a star. But unlike Shigaraki, this one seemed to hold the same self-control as father. Rage made plebs quit. but for L33Ts, it got shit done. Ingenium. The only reason his voice was picked up was cause of the long-range listening tool that was being used to watch over the encounter. Why were you here? No raised voice, no tone in voice, but Shigaraki could feel it. He had angered father before, surprisingly not from the USJ. Apparently all for one expected him to fail. It was your first actual attack. Every mission is perfect until it actually gets there. But this was definitely something Shigaraki had known. Just thinking about it made him feel itchy. But aimed at someone else. No wonder people wanted siblings. That disc was removed from his arm and put on the blonde's arm. Don't move. Stain's reaction to this order was an eyebrow raise. He didn't move from his ready stance, but he didn't move either. I can and won't. The sheer authority was enough to get Kurogiri to flinch. We are still within the rules when the heroes show to not get expelled. If we attack we lose everything. Oh, did you not just use a quirk to save your friend? Stain asked. No, I didn't, the quirkless one said. A hand had touched something on the inner part of the shield and another hologram emitted from it. A kite shield that was big enough to guard the full body instead of a simple circle. It's not a quirk, and the laws say as long as Cat or me don't attack we can't get in trouble. He said with a narrow glance at the blonde. You were within your right to attack Iida in self-defense. That won't get you off from the 18 heroes you killed and 23 you've crippled. 17 killed. Stain corrected. 18. One of them was pregnant. The green one said. Oh, well though I don't regret cutting out that cancer, I am sorry that baby never got to take its first breath. Stain said. Oh, so the serial killer has a soft spot for babies. Bakugo said mockingly. Fakes can prove they are until they can actually prove it. The green one and Stain said in unison. Oh ho, so you admit there is a cancer in society. Stain said. As I've said, the quirkless one had grabbed Ingenium too and was looking at the injury. As the guy who's cured cancer, I'm probably the one here who can say with 100% sincerity, you don't cure cancer by just cutting things out. You're treating a symptom, don't the actual problem. When the armor torso piece had been torn like paper, the bleeding wound was exposed. A finger tapped something under his sleeve and a red glove appeared on his hand. It's not exactly nanoparticles, but this is basically what it looks like, just the gauntlet, and it's under the jacket. I wanted to use this GIF instead of the watch one since Izuku isn't attacking here. Stain flinched and the blonde tensed. Shigaraki had seen 2 ports open at the fingers of the gauntlets and they were brought to the wound. The NPC had sighed as the blue spray did something. Probably some kind of stimpack. What is that? Stain asked, pointing. Liquid bandage spray. The quirkless one said. Disinfectant and artificial fibrin net to speed up recovery while minimizing work for the platelets. It's basically this pink net thing mixed with a chemical mix that instead of just sticking cells to it in a basic clot, it actually absorbs the cells into a perfect wall. The whole thing can make a standard stab wound that would take a week to properly seal speed to the rate as a paper cut and prevents major scarring. Holy shit, a real stimpack. Shigaraki thought. Stain had seemed interested in it. Interesting. So you said you cured cancer. Haven't heard anything about that in the news. Believe me pal, if I had the option to release it now and tell cancer to go hang itself I would, but unlike you I have to be careful or it will get confiscated by people who will charge out the ass for it. The green one said, adjusting Ingenium 2 into a sitting position. So you've legit found a cure? Like no bullshit, a serious fix for cancer? Stain asked. Yes, and I'd like you to please keep it to yourself. I just need to get enough made and enough people to get the shot so no one can cover it. The green one said, it can go a lot farther in my hands than in the hands of others. Really? So you intend to make it for free? Stain asked. What, am I a communist? Quirkless asked. I'm gonna charge for it, obviously. But definitely a lot less than if it was in the hands of Japan Medical Association, and certainly not as much if the American Medical Association. I can tell you it will cost at least $5 grand if it was sold by JMA. I can sell it at $500 for a single injection that will completely fix the problem permanently and still make a profit with that price tag. What company do you work for again? Katsumi asked. I own Stark Industries, he said. How much does the injection cost to make? About $250 United States dollars if you factor in the price of needles. Quirkless said, but we're working on mass production so the price would be low as 100 to make. A fair markup for a cure to cancer, diabetes and AIDS. Wait, you've cured AIDS? Yes. The green-haired boy had been getting irritated at the questions. If it's genetics related, I've found the cure. And you're here standing in my way, in the hero course instead of in a lab, why? 'Cause that's what heroes do. Izuku said, we aren't military or police. Heroes started out as volunteers. When there was no villains to fight, they helped in other ways. I clean public parks and work on non-hero related tech on my free time. Yes, Stain shouted with a smile, you aren't a fake like Ingenium or the others. A true hero, just like All Might. You damn villain, Katsumi growled out, but a cough had stopped her. You're right about Ingenium. What? The three in the alley and even Shigaraki had said. Luckily the villain was on a rooftop far from hearing range. Ingenium treated the job as a normal 9 to 5. Izuku said, pinching his nose. I know it's hard to hear, but your brother didn't hold the job as he should have. But my family, your family have done good, Iida, but no one is perfect. The quirkless one said, a hero's job is similar to a paramedic, not a retail worker. You don't get paid by the hour, you're on call and need to be ready at a moment's notice. You notice how All Might is often seen in just pants and a t-shirt. He's usually just going about his day and jumps in when he sees danger. And how do you expect someone like my brother to be ready at all times? A mask, Izuku said. A basic ski mask can do the job of your suit. Your suit doesn't have anything that is mandatory for your hero work. Endeavor wears his costume under his civilian clothes. My suit is, well, that's not important. Rapid response is critical in emergencies. He gestured between the group of students and the hero killer to emphasize his point. You sure know your shit, kid. Tell me, what about that fake mount lady? Stain asked. No, she's not, Green said. Oh really? Bakugo asked. Ass Quantance doesn't convince me of that. Stain snapped his fingers and pointed to Bakugo. She gets it. A 50-foot-tall fake. Do you know how much a suit that can expand that big costs? The quirkless one asked. Heroes that need costumes of more exotic materials have to take sponsors, or they have to do the job naked. Now I don't have a problem, but look me in the eye and tell me you expect someone to face people like you buck ass naked. Stain rubbed his chin. You know, that is very good point. He muttered. Suddenly a flash of blue light and the ringing of metal stopped the conversation. A backhanded slap to the currently paralyzed students echoed through the alley. What the fuck were you thinking? His shouts were audible even as far out to their location on the roof. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Shinsou stalked a group of criminals to an arms deal going on top of a rooftop. Okay, there are 8. 3 have guns. Aizawa reached into his belt and pulled out a black rectangle. Plan, Shinsou asked. Aizawa pointed to the crate. If they get scared, they'll run for the crate. Stay here and watch. Shinsou watched as her mentor had ran rooftop to rooftop, finally getting to the roof with the villains. The block was stuck to the crate with something shot from Aizawa's wrist. The noise had drawn them closer together, and that was when he had pounced from above. 3 had gone down in seconds before the others could get close enough. A flash of blue was the only indicator of Aizawa doing anything. Get him. 4 rushed forward armed with knives and pipes. A drop of a smoke pellet and the sounds of fists hitting flesh had sent the last guy running for the crate. When the smoke cleared, Aizawa was standing with 3 of them webbed up and the 4th in his capture rope. The second that crate was touched, the goon was blasted into a wall. Holy shit, Shinsou said under her breath. A whistle had gestured her to come over. Shinsou had taken the stairs, arriving in time for Aizawa to have them all tied up. The cops are on the way, Aizawa said. We got 5 minutes to do our own questioning, cause I really don't feel like wasting time. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you vigilantes are fucking brain dead to call the fuzz. Oh, I'm a registered hero, Eraserhead said. This is my apprentice. Hey, Shinsou said. You can suck. The thug's eyes went glossy. Tell us where the weapons are coming from and who you work for. Shinsou ordered. The weapons are imported from some Shina bastards. The thug said. The Yakuza are buying from everyone and at a good price. Tells us where the next shipment is. Don't know. Don't ask. Aizawa looked through all the devices he took from the thugs and took out each card, putting them into a weird device. What's that? Shinsou asked. Aizawa held up a finger. After the cops arrived, were given a statement and left with a tip of the cap. Aizawa showed what he had. This is a cryptographic sequencer. It can digitally copy a SIM card. This is for tracking and recon only. No using it to spy on an ex or stealing money. Aizawa said. So what now? Now we keep patrolling and let the Hero Association's white hats deal with keeping an ear out for any contacts. Aizawa said. All might. After his call with the police chief had ended, Toshinori saw he got a message. Shit Iida, stain. Fuck. The message said.
Jarvis, what is Midoriya doing at the moment? All Might asked. HUD displaying now, sir. And you think your family? All Might had hit mute on the video. Jarvis, where is Midoriya? All Might asked. Hosu City. Call in the suit. Toshinori said, rushing outside. Endeavor Agency Inko. Endeavor and Shoko were on a patrol when Shoko's phone went off. It's from Izuku. Shoko said. It just says, stain, Iida, fuck. Stain. The other two shouted. Where's the boy? Endeavor ordered. Shoko dialed a number. Hey Jarvis. Hello Miss Todoroki.
Why did Midoriya send this? Sir's panic mode had sent out a text. Apologies for the confusion, the feature is in testing phase.
Panic mode. Inko asked. Where is Izuku? Personnel does not have authorization. Tell me where he is. Endeavor shouted. Personnel does not have authorization. Van you tell me where he is? Shoko asked. Personnel does not have authorization. I'll have you fired if you don't tell me where he is, Endeavor shouted. Can you call him please? Shoko asked. Calling? Shoko. The panicked voice on the phone said. Izuku, what's going on? Inko asked. I'm in an alley with Katsumi and Iida, currently at a standoff with Stain, Izuku said. Stain? The three shouted. Endeavor grabbed the phone. Where are you? Hosa City. Izuku said. There's. Oh goddammit. What is it? Nomu's. Izuku said. The call ended and Endeavor growled, throwing the phone in anger. 45% charge. Endeavor looked at it when Shoko picked it up and saw it wasn't broken. Where did you get that? I bought it from Midoriya. Shoko said. Okay, seriously, I need to look into your kid's company, Endeavor said. No time for that, we need to hurry. Momo the patrol was eventful. They had stopped 2 villains and Midnight had given her words of wisdom. Something I've wondered about, Momo said. The heels. Oh, these are called cat heels. They may look like regular heels, but they are actually reinforced metal coated in a rubber composite. They won't break and I can't roll an ankle. Oh, I thought you just had that good of balance. Oh sweetie, these came out 5 years ago, Midnight said. I've been in the game for 10. The sound of a crash followed by a roar had drawn their attention. Rounding a corner they had seen a towering figure. Crap. Both said. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.